Chapter 61, Inheritance, Moonlight Against the Northern Night. SUTAPOV. If you wish to know what the future holds, this totem that has existed since the beginning of our people will show you. Through it, one may hear the whispers of the fates, and perhaps see a way you might have not known existed. Suda's gaze trailed down towards the slab of stone placed before him again. He wore a slight grimace as he tried to relax himself from the influx of different thoughts swirling around his mind at this moment. There was a lot for him to process, but right now, he needed to focus on what stood in front of him at this moment. Sigh, I guess there's no harm in seeing this through. Heh, how bad can it be? He thought to himself before he cringed inside, reminded that those cliché words were usually the last thoughts spoken before disaster. Now that Suda had decided, he steadily lowered a cautious palm against the slab of gray stone. The moment his palm met the cold surface, a sudden surge of energy pulsated beneath his touch. He saw those dark indentations strangely beginning to fill with bluish milky light, before rising upwards like floating dust. One by one, strange and tiny symbols were being spewed out of these sharply pointed holes. Suda felt nerves rising through his body as he watched the milky symbols rising out from those unevenly marked holes against the stones. He watched this strange scene of the glowing symbols dancing around the air between him and the fairy. Suda suddenly had a strange thought the more he observed these flecks of bluish light slowly twisting, forming into a string of line texts. Is this an incantation? The fairy with short curly gray hair steadily ascended towards the stream of milky blue symbols now levitating in the air surrounding Suda. With a curious glare etched across her face, she studied one of the floating symbols in particular before lightly tapping it against its side. Her actions would ignite the symbols to start whirring around before dancing in a tangent, before arranging themselves into orderly rows against the air. Whilst Suda observed this strange marvel, he was prompted by an earlier thought of his. So he softly closed his eyelids and struggled to sense those faint wisps of mana lingering in his bosom. He willed upon the dormant core he had coined, slumbering silver, to respond to his desperate calls once again. Being considered a cripple, in terms of arcane folk, Suda had to focus for a stern period just to feel the tiniest sensation of mana coursing ever so faintly throughout his gut. He then guided it up his thin meridians towards his eye sockets. He opened his tired eyes after a while, now covered in a veil of strange, sparkling azure luster. If I can understand all the languages of arcane, then surely this must be one of them. That was his thinking, but strangely enough, the moment his azure gaze beheld those symbols, the symbols only seemed to blur even more behind his mana-infused gaze. The distortion was so severe that within seconds, he felt a sharp, throbbing pain against his temple before he felt a sensation likened to his retinas being scorched by the sun, forcing him into slamming his eyelids shut immediately. The croaking voice of the elderly-looking fairy graced his ears within the darkness. Fufufu, don't be foolish enough to will to see the words of fate, young human, for only those the fates will to see will be able to see. Suda felt rather annoyed that this wasn't explained to him before he attempted to partially blind himself. And what are the fates saying? He half gritted his teeth, trying to overcome the horrid sensation of pain. They say. Well, they say. Lady Melvide's voice trailed off, her eyes narrowing as she studied the swirling symbols before her. Suda's heart raced, his mind conjuring a myriad of possibilities, each more daunting than the last. The fairy remained silent for a moment, her brow furrowed in concentration. Then, slowly, she began to speak. The fates speak of a journey, she began, her voice low and melodic. A journey that will take you to the far reaches of this realm and beyond. They speak of trials and tribulations, of allies and enemies, and of a destiny that is both great and terrible across a multitude of veils. In the end, the veil shall one day fall, and dawn will breathe its final breath. The deathless curse of dusk will sweep across the worlds, and the one who was forgotten shall be the one the outer gods will find. He will be called upon by the will of dark oaths, and the world shall find in him a new messenger? Or is he a judge? One who will walk with the blessing of the Fae within him, but also a calamitous union, sleeping within the pristine confines of the most imperfect dawn. the silent witness to the lost children scattered across the cosmos, the slayer of giants, the bane across worlds, a king to many. A tiding of blood-soaked skies shall come, and he will be faced with a choice, to abandon or to save and endure suffering. The choice will rest in both his hands, but a choice he will have to make, with each one destined to produce a hill of coffins in his wake. One promised for himself. Suda finally felt the pain subsiding, gently allowing his eyelids to open, catching the final moments where the luster of light faded away from the dancing spiral of symbols in the air. What shocked him more than those harrowing verses just spoken was the sight of those numerous symbols suddenly falling towards him. By instinct, he held out his hand to shield his face, but instead, he discovered the floating symbols crashing into his palm, dousing his entire arm in a warm afterglow of brilliant white light. Before he could process a single rational thought, something spoke into his heart, telling him to conjure his badge at once. With his right palm held out, the badge materialized upon his mental call. With his heart rapidly beating, Suda narrowed his gaze and briefly scanned over the familiar contents, but his eyes widened softly upon seeing a new entry written across the skills section. Skill set: Glitch, cooldown timer 20:34:39:14. Moonlight Tribe's Hidden Blessing, Labors of the Fairy King. Demoria POV. The halls were covered in strange, glassy metals. The air was damp and dark, and Demoria felt a little unsure if this place was as safe as Shava had made it out to be. Her footsteps echoed against the marble floors, amplified by the noticeably spacious hall setting. Thankfully, Shava had conjured a small ball of bright light hovering just above their heads. Demoria would occasionally steal glances at the puffy cloud of light, chuckling with its round cheeks as it bounced alongside them, providing the sole illumination within the eerie darkness. "Are you sure, T, this is the place?" Demoria asked the feline floating closely beside her, her voice trembling slightly as she still couldn't shake away the eeriness coming from these shadows. "Oh, but of course. I'm Mmh. Don't be alarmed, my dear. We will reach the end of the hall soon," Shava reassured before she restarted her light-hearted humming. Despite the feline's words, Demoria couldn't shake away the uneasiness she felt about this place. Every step taken felt as though they were nearing something dreadful. Ever since she had awakened her mana core, Demoria had developed a strange instinct towards dangerous things, reminiscent of the time she had wandered into Granny Baba's abode and mistakenly knocked over a book of curses. Somehow, this feels awfully similar to that time, she thought, narrowing her brows as she caught the faint shimmer of light bouncing against an object along the hall. "Hey, what's that over there?" She pointed into the faint darkness. "HM? Fufufu. Well, it looks like we've arrived," Shava replied, a mysterious glint of excitement whirling in those spiraling irises. "My dear, remember I told you about the importance of this sacred hall and the purpose it holds within this castle?" "Why, yes," Demoria half agreed, lowering her gaze in deep thought. "Something to do with the inheritance of the Northern Queen? You said she's left a relic that would help me with my mana control?" "Indeed, Fufufu, this is a secret relic that only those chosen can harness, and it'll be our best chance of raising your mana control in a short time." A deep exhale escaped through Demoria's lips. "Thank goodness," she said with a wry smile, placing a hand between her chest. "Suda, I'll save you. Don't worry," she thought, balling her fists as a small sense of resolve grew inside her. Ever since Suda's disappearance, Demoria hadn't felt at ease for a single moment. Be it her sleepless nights or her inability to suddenly control a stable flow of mana through her meridians, everything felt off, and she couldn't figure out how to change it. "Era, we're here, my dear. Look, there it is. Isn't it the most radiant thing you've ever seen? The crown of the Northern Witch." "A witch? What's that?" Demoria wondered, observing what looked like a glittering tiara fashioned out of white ice. It rested against the wall, placed on top of an iron spike protruding from the stone. There was a discord between the almost ethereal, glittering tiara adorned in crystalline ice and the grimacing gray stones it was pinned against. Just from a simple stare at the thing told Demoria she probably should be cautious, but her heart was hurting, and she had to do something to get stronger. Suda was depending on her right now. Stealing the doubts within her mind, she walked steadily towards the tiara, one cautious step at a time. Upon reaching its face, her frail hands cautiously moved through the partial darkness, edging closer to the glittering crown. Suddenly, a cold feeling shot throughout her entire body, her very being rejecting the relic. A sharp gasp broke through her mouth. No, no, this is wrong. Why does this feel so wrong? She recoiled away, clutching at her shivering arm, beads of sweat lathering down her neck. I can't do tea. My dear, you must be strong. Do not forget what is at stake here. You wish to save him, do you not? For there's no telling what manner of depraved beasts have cornered him. Especially beneath the looming eclipse, Shava interjected, his voice urgent and compelling. Teach the eclipse? Demoria shuddered at the thought. Will things really turn as bad as you said? Words cannot describe just how bad things will get, my dear. The eclipse will rouse awake all the sleeping herds of hell out into the open, and I fear those who are not equipped for the reckoning may fall short and find themselves facing a disaster. Let us not tarry. Time is a luxury we do not have on our side right now. Demoria could sense a dreadful air surrounding the glittering jewel, so much so that her entire body was covered in a cold sweat due to the mounted anxiety stirring within her. Layers of cold sweat clung to her bones. She barely managed to fight away the trembling sensation moving through her unsteady hands. But she also understood there was no other choice right now. She needed to become stronger. Suda was out there, lost and, worst case, perhaps even without a second more needed to process her feelings. Demoria stretched out her dainty hands and snatched the glittering tiara away from the iron hook. A silence settled around the air, her racing heart beating throughout her entire body. Slowly, her laborious breaths became somewhat calm, and feeling as though the worst part was over, time slowly passed on and nothing out of the ordinary happened. Demoria creased a satisfied grin. I did it, she thought to herself. She was on the tether of settling her racing heart when a surge of pain like no other shot up her arm. She dropped the tiara, and the clattering of the glittering jewel bounced against the marble floor beneath her feet. Her knees gave way as she crashed to the ground in agony, clutching at her right arm. Sheer horror ensued as she watched her entire right arm being covered in twisting black veins crackling through her skin. What's happening to me? She cried out, a dark rune forming, finished by a surge of white ice covering her entire arm. Gwaza! A deafening scream pierced the heavens as Demoria roared, a baleful aura erupting inside her, sending a devastating pulse of energy quaking throughout the spacious hall. An ominous wind swept across the dust-filled floor. Shava watched the scene unfold, her cat-like eyes glinting with a mixture of satisfaction and fevering anticipation. Fufufu, the power of the northern which awakens. Embrace it, my dear, and let it guide you to the strength you seek. Demoria's mind twisted and crackled. The pain and the surge of dark energy overwhelming her senses was far beyond anything she had to face before. She could feel this strange, ancient magic coursing through her veins, a cold, primal force that threatened to consume her very being. What have I done? She thought, her eyes wide with terror and regret. She could feel it. Something terribly was happening to her. Suda, I'm sorry. I don't know if I can control this. As the darkness swirled around her, Demoria knew that she had crossed a threshold from which there was no turning back. The crown of the Northern which had chosen her, and now, she would have to bear the consequences of her decision. The feline's grin widened, a glint of something ancient and knowing in its eyes. And so it begins, my dear. The path of the Northern which is fraught with peril, but it is the only way to save your beloved and face the challenges that lie ahead. Fufufu, I welcome you to hell. Chapter 62, Voyage Across the Emerald. Suda POV. The scent of the endless ocean filled his nostrils, and Suda felt incredibly at peace right now. Strangely enough, despite the questioning thoughts that had plagued his mind for the past few hours, he had never boarded a boat before, having never needed to back on his old world, where airplanes and cars were the familiar ways of travel for most people. Unless you were super rich, then I guess boats would be common, he thought to himself, propping his chin against his palm, which he had propped on the side of the wooden boat. His gaze lazily casting itself out into the clear, open emerald seas. Since leaving the fairy tribes in a rush, he felt less anxious now and a little free to think and study all the things he had heard. But he understood why he was feeling more relaxed. Their boat was heading towards the other side of the map he was shown, towards the place where the blue castle stood, and where he would find her, the girl he couldn't stop thinking about since he left her. "You better be doing all right," he spoke inwardly from his heart. All the chatter about prophecies, demi-gods, and whatnot were things he chose to place at the back of his mind right now. For now, he just needed to make it back to Demoria first. He couldn't shake away this troubling feeling lingering in his chest. Something felt off, and there was no soothingly clear thought to tell him otherwise. Very shortly afterward, his daydreams were dutifully disturbed by the soft, fluttering sounds of tiny wings arriving beside his ears. He turned ever so slightly, where a tiny green-haired elf was staring absent-mindedly towards him whilst chewing on a large parsnip it carried with both of its hands. "Mister, you not eating supper with us?" the little fellow asked with a mouthful of vegetables, not to mention the tiny pieces stuck to its little clothes. Although it was taking very subtle bites at a time, it was doing quite well with the adult grown-sized vegetable it clutched in its two pudgy hands. Not to mention, Suta had discovered these little whimsical things had quite the appetite. What the little one was calling supper would actually be its fourth or so meal before lunchtime. Do they digest things super quickly? Suta watched on with curious amusement. Now that he was pulled free from his daydreams, he brushed some of the loose dreadlocks behind his ears, taking a deeper look into the vast spread of endless green waters surrounding them. The scene was truly a picturesque one, which spurred a sudden thought to trace his mind, wondering just how incredible it would be if his parents could see all of this right now. Mom would be fussing about us standing too close to the ledge. Dad would be wondering how deep it was, to see if he could dive in and have a swim. Whilst Ringo, a warm smile creased against his lips, Ringo would be filled with wanderlust. Out of everyone, she would be the one most captivated by the sheer beauty of this place. But then she would probably deny it and throw insults if I stared at her for too long. Suda couldn't hold in his childish laughter. His slightly loud chuckles drew the attention of the tiny fairy floating by his side. "Hey, Mr. Nom Nom Crunch, what's so funny? Are you feeling a little happier now?" it asked him between bites. Suda was drawn to its innocence and truthfully formed a wide smile in return. "I'm okay. Thank you," he said, rubbing the top of the little guy's head with the tip of his finger. The little fairy didn't react, nodding its head softly before it too stared out into the vast ocean. "Hey, Verdi, you gonna keep lazing away down there, or help us out? Don't make me sell you out to the chief later." Suda traced up the ship's thick wooden mast. At the very top he could see two familiar-looking fairies, one with a red long braid and the other with purple short hair and rounder cheeks. They were both studying one of the many large glowing azure runes etched across the entire ship. The little green-haired fairy perked up as though something had shocked it right through its core. It swallowed the piece of parsnip down harshly before it attempted to hide the large piece behind its back. "Oh no, Pella, please don't tell the chief. I'll be right over," it said in a panic. "Mister, we'll have to play later. Gigi, goodbye now," the little fairy said, quickly fluttering up towards the duo above, not before taking a few subtle bites out of the parsnip along its way. Suda watched with amusement as the little fairy, Verdi, quickly fluttered up towards its companions, the parsnip still clutched tightly in its tiny hands. He couldn't help but chuckle at their antics, finding a strange sense of comfort in their presence. "At least I'm not alone on this journey," he thought, his gaze drifting back out to the endless expanse of the Emerald Sea. Towards the starboard side of the ship, he casually made his way across the evenly layered wooden decking, the planks slightly creaking beneath his feet. Along the way, small chatter appeared in pockets across the deck. Everywhere he looked, he saw tiny groups of fairies discussing things or reinforcing the glowing runes etched against the boat. He found it fascinating to see how the fairies manned this specially made vessel that didn't need any real active crew. Suda gathered there was something special about the boat, considering Anik's persistence in acquiring it. He wanted to quiz one of the little fellows about it when given the chance, having a feeling that Arcane was at play with how these folk managed to steer and control the boat without actually needing to physically exert themselves. It reminded him of the strange cool air inside the carriage he had first arrived in. Granny would be scolding me for not studying. Sigh. But where do I have the time these days? Suda had a lot on his plate. Even right now, he felt most of his attention was drawn to matters outside of his study of arcane. Before his impromptu departure from Granny's farm, he had been firmly locked in the idea of exploring more about the importance of these 5 arcane languages. From the little he did understand, one's fluency in a particular language of power directly influenced what type of incantations one could understand. Transmuters and evocators would roughly have a range of similar folk who all understood one common language of power. What he hadn't started learning was the different types that grouped beneath each principle of arcane. The quicker we leave this place, the quicker I can get back to studying. I still have so much I need to do, he thought, swallowing harshly as he recalled the deathly oaths he had made to that fishbowl head. Suda understood time was of the essence right now, and there was no telling when another disaster might befall them all. He eventually reached the end of the deck, where he met the slenderly tall frame of the white-haired vampire leaning slightly over the boat's edge. Anak stood alone with his back turned towards him, the formless wind sweeping through his hair, the ends of his pale, long silk strands dancing behind him. Around 50 steps away, Anak sensed Suda's approach and slightly twisted around, his scarlet glare still sending chills down Suda's spine. But he sucked in his worries and steadily continued his walk towards the vampire. Once he arrived by Anak's side, Suda saw a different view of the endless sea. Far away, he could faintly make out a mirage of pointed-tipped white mountains, imagining an island of some sort settled there, perhaps where their giant ship would be heading. "So, what's the plan then?" he asked the aloof Anak beside him. "We're heading towards one of the nameless islands between us and Candy. There is something important we need to obtain, after which we'll head towards Candy and reclaim the castle." Suda still felt a little uneasy hearing that. He didn't want to hurt anyone, especially those who were potentially guarding Demoria at this point. Was there really no other way? Maybe along this journey, he could delve deeper and discover what motivated Anak towards this goal. Also, what's the plan on sending me back to my world? And not saying I don't trust you, BB, I was just curious. Anak remained silent at first, Suda unable to see a trace of a single emotion on that cold mask of his. Eventually, the vampire began to open his thin lips, saying, "You'll find out soon enough, but first..." Whoosh. Huh. Before Suda could blink, Anak had completely vanished from his side. He spun around in haste to find the vampire slowly pacing across the empty space on the deck, tightening dark leather straps around his slender, pale fingers. Suda felt a terrible premonition forming. He narrowed his gaze and asked Anak with an ugly smile on his face, "SSI, what are you doing there? We have a few days until we reach the island. We'll spend the bulk of it honing your fighting abilities." Damn it, not this again. Hasn't he realized our skill levels are far apart? At least teach me how to fight before forcing me to spar straight out the gate. Suda could feel a headache forming, as well as slight aches throughout his muscles as his body began to remember the pain it was put through while sparring with this monster. Realizing that he held no choice in the matter, he sighed defeatedly before begrudgingly dragging his saws across the wooden decking floors. Is this really necessary? I should tell you, I learned better when... Whoosh. Suda's eyes shot open as a swift wind rushed through his body. Before he was given a chance to even form a guard, he felt Anak's pressure envelop him, followed by a swift and firm palm striking him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him before sending him flying back. He rolled all the way back until he painfully slammed against the edge of the boat. As he writhed on the ground in agony, he could only bitterly hope this would be over quickly. Anak approached him and loomed over his fallen form, his crimson eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and anticipation. "Your reflexes are slow, human. If you hope to survive what lies ahead, you'll need to learn to anticipate your opponent's moves before they make them." Suda groaned, pushing himself up on shaky arms. "Easy for you to say," he muttered, wincing as the pain in his stomach flared. "You've had centuries to hone your skills. I've had, a few weeks." The vampire chuckled, a cold, mirthless sound that sent shivers down Suda's spine. "Time is a luxury you do not have, human." He extended a hand, pale fingers glinting in the false sunlight. Suda eyed it warily for a moment before grasping it, allowing Anak to pull him to his feet. Again, the vampire commanded, his voice brooking no argument. Chapter 63, Suda versus Anak. Suda POV. The strange gray skies never really changed until the deep early hours of the night when those grimacing twin moons would appear. The skyward plains remained the same. Suda was staring at this unchanging expanse, aimlessly gazing at where the stars would usually be by this time of the day. His chest was heaving in and out, his entire body sore, with layers of sweat, both new and old, clinging to his adolescent form. For what felt like the entire day, he had been engaging in a one-sided spar with Anak. Too fast. He's too fast, Suda muttered, trying to catch his breath. They had sparred about 50 times at least, and each time was as devastatingly one-sided as the last. Anak was too fast, too strong, and most prevalent of all, too cunning. He can read everything I do. Boxing, judo, jiu-jitsu. He nullified everything I threw at him. And only using a single finger. Suda might have felt deeply embarrassed if not for the early understanding that these fellows were far beyond the normal scope of what he considered human capabilities could exert. He heard the creaking wooden boards sounding beside his ears, his hazy view soon encapsulated by Anak towering over him. This scene was beginning to become the norm. Tell me, human, tell me a single thing you've learned between the two of us? Anak's cold voice asked him. What? Is he mocking me? It's glaringly clear what the problem is here. Suda struggled to lift himself away from the firm wooden decking. The only saving grace about this entire ordeal was Anak's exceptionally great control of his strength. With the barrage of attacks he had faced for numerous hours, Suda was quite surprised to find he hadn't broken any bones by now. Well, what have you learned? Anak insisted, sounding slightly annoyed by the short pause between Suda's response. Scratching the side of his head, Suda stared at the floor lathered in his sweat. That you're incredibly stronger, faster, and smarter than I am, he admitted. Yep, it's a clear mismatch. He concluded inwardly. Kesuke, you're still thinking like a human. When it comes down to life and death, there are no excuses. You either lose or you win. Hunt or become the hunted. The problem is, you're not seeing me. You're not seeing me, therefore, you miss my intent, and in a life and death situation, that spells doom. Suda gingerly rose to his feet again, resting his two palms against his knees whilst he tried to steady his breathing. Of course I can't see you. You're too quick. Wrong. Even if you can't do anything about it, there are still methods you must adopt to see my intent. Think, human. Think about the movement, the subtle changes within the wind, my eyes, the positioning of my body. Everyone leaves patterns. Many of us spend an age trying to mask these patterns, of course, but here is a fundamental rule. Nobody, and I mean this, there is no one dead or breathing that was ever flawless. That is the basic law of this world. Even the Shinjin had weaknesses. But those who choose to rise above the threshold of normality find a way to turn these weaknesses into strength. Hearing those words, a sudden realization sprouted within Suda's thoughts. He recalled an old saying his father used to tell him whenever he wanted to quit something or found his mind sinking into that depressive state of helplessness. Think less of yourself, but deeply about the world. I see, so that's what he meant. Suda raised his torso upright, staggering a little but managing to find his footing. All of a sudden, there was a strange clearness settled within his thoughts. Somehow, remembering his father's words of encouragement became the glue he needed to hold together Anak's advice. He's right. I had already resigned myself to defeat before even trying. That's not like me. That's not like me at all. He used his sleeves to wipe away the sweat from his mouth, trying to remember more about those teachings his dad had bombarded him with endlessly. Oh, let's go again. A look of surprise briefly flashed across Anak's face before he nodded with approval, readying himself to engage once more. This time, Suda held out his palm in a straight manner, adopting one of the jiu-jitsu stances his body could remember forming. He then squared his footing, a technique learned from his boxing training, and kept his eyes wide. He inhaled once, exhaled loudly, inhaled again, and exhaled even deeper. Sweat trickled down the side of his brow, circling just around his wide gaze. He took in every detail about Anak, from his very still breathing to the position of his footing. Every so often, those scarlet eyes would slightly waver and move towards Suda's feet. It was ever so slight, but with Suda's mind locked into full concentration, suddenly he could see holes dotted against Anik's form. There! His mind screamed, his body reacting on pure instinct. Suda lunged forward, his palms striking out like a viper, aiming for the brief opening he had spotted in Anik's defenses. Time seemed to slow, the world narrowing to that single point of contact, that fleeting chance to land a blow against the vampire who had so thoroughly dominated their previous encounters. But just as his palm was about to connect, Anik's form blurred, his body twisting away from the strike with a speed that defied belief. Suda's eyes widened, his mind struggling to process the sheer velocity of the vampire's movements. So fast, how can anyone move like that? Before he could even begin to formulate a counter, Anik's own palm slammed into his chest, sending him flying backward again, his body skidding across the wooden deck like a rag doll. Suda gasped, the air driven from his lungs by the force of the blow, his vision swimming as he struggled to stay conscious. Better, Anik's ghostly voice loomed, his voice cutting through the haze of pain that enveloped Suda's mind. You saw the opening and took it, but you're still too slow, too predictable. You must learn to think 3 steps ahead, to anticipate your opponent's reactions before they even know what they're going to do. Suda groaned, pushing himself up on shaky arms, his body screaming in protest. Easier. Easier said than done, he managed, his voice hoarse and strained. Anik chuckled, that cold and joyless sound again that sent shivers down Suda's spine. No one said it would be easy, human, but if you wish to survive, to save those you hold dear, then you must endure. You must push yourself beyond your limits, beyond what you think is possible. The vampire extended a hand, his crimson eyes glinting with a mix of challenge and encouragement. Now, get up. We're not done yet. Suda took a deep breath, his jaw set with determination. He grasped Anik's hand, allowing the vampire to pull him to his feet once more. He's right, he thought, his mind clear and focused despite the pain that racked his body. I have to keep going, keep pushing. Time passed on. No way. This is, and Creedy dashed. Before he could finish that thought, Anik vanished, Suda's heart thrumming rapidly. In the next 5 seconds, Anik would have closed the gap between them and delivered a blow that usually sent him flying back. His torso was usually the point of contact, but sometimes he swooped him off his feet. Suda noticed Anik leaning slightly towards his left, so in a moment of sheer gamble, Suda made a cross guard covering his right-hand side, dashing towards his own left in response. Whoosh smack. The force was heavy-handed and Suda felt his world spinning. The heavy force sent him rolling towards his left side. He managed to gain his footing quickly enough and swiftly regained his stance, his arm feeling numb, but a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I can see, Suda muttered, a mix of disbelief and excitement in his voice. A look of deep shock finally appeared on Anik's stone mask before he too formed a cruel smile of his own. Good. Now that you're beginning to sense a little of my intent, I'll start mixing it up a little. Don't disappoint me. Human, Suda nodded, his eyes narrowing as he focused on Anik's form, his mind racing to predict the vampire's next move. The world seemed to slow around him, the creaking of the ship, the rustling of the wind, all fading into the background as he honed in on the subtle shifts in Anik's stance, the flicker of his crimson eyes. Left? No, right? He's going for my legs this time. Suda leaped, his body twisting in midair as Anik's legs swept beneath him, the vampire's strike missing by mere inches. He landed in a crouch, his heart pounding, his mind already working to anticipate Anik's next attack. But the vampire was relentless, his form blurring as he launched a series of rapid-fire strikes, each one aimed at a different part of Suda's body. It was all the Suda could do to keep up, his arms and legs moving on pure instinct, his body driven by a newfound sense of awareness and purpose. I can do this. I can see his movements, predict his intentions. I just have to stay focused, stay dash, smack. A blow to his chest sent Suda stumbling backward, his concentration shattered by the sudden pain. He gasped loudly, feeling his lungs burning as he struggled to regain his footing, his vision blurring at the edges as darkness crawled closer from all sides. "Don't get cocky, human," Anik chided, his voice cutting through the haze of Suda's thoughts. "You may be able to see my intent, but that doesn't mean you can match my speed or strength. You must learn to use your own abilities, your own unique strengths, to counter and overcome. So don't feel victory is won over a small milestone." Suda nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow as he straightened, his eyes locking onto Anik's once more. "I understand," he said, his voice steady despite the fatigue that tugged at his limbs right now. "I can't beat you at your own game. I have to find my own path, my own way to fight." Anik smiled with a glint of approval glossing over those crimson eyes. "Now you're beginning to think like a warrior, human, like one who understands that every battle is unique, every opponent a puzzle to be solved." Whilst both Anik and Suda continued in their duel. Meanwhile, a trio of fairies sat side by side on top of the ship's towering mast, overlooking the one-sided battle going on below them with intrigued faces. "Say, aren't humans supposed to be strong?" The one with the red braid asked his fellow companions. "I think so, but it looks like he's getting beat up quite badly." "Maybe he's a defective one," suggested the purple-haired one, adjusting his glassless frames. "That's not true. Mister is really strong. He's just weak. And to think Lady Ruora is set to wed someone like him. Bah, don't worry. I have plans of saving her from a life of a loveless marriage by challenging the human myself once we return." The green-haired fairy could only lower his saddened, large eyes. "Can't you believe it? He's the one." "You mean the one who will inherit the Fairy King's will?" Sigh. "It's incredible to believe it. And to think he fell out from the skies." "Nonsense." The fairy with red hair yelped, suddenly startling the other two. He isn't anything. It's not been decided yet. So let's calm down a little." The other two reluctantly agreed. "But he is rather strange. Look, he's not even getting beat up as he was before." The fairy wearing round frames noticed. The other two's gazes perked up, and they too started noticing just how different the human boy was moving this time around. Verdi, the green-haired fairy, suddenly brightened up, clapping his tiny hands together joyfully. See? I told you. He was just hungry, that's all. Go get him, mister. Teach him a lesson." "PSK, humans never know when to give up." "Humph. Well, since he's got the two of you, he doesn't need my support, does he?" The red-braided fairy crossed his arms, his expression a mix of annoyance and grudging respect as he watched Suda's movements grow more fluid and precise with each passing moment. "I have to admit," he muttered, his eyes narrowing, "he's not as hopeless as I first thought. But that doesn't mean he's worthy of Lady Ruora's hand. He'll have to prove himself in more ways than one if he hopes to earn my approval." Verdi rolled his eyes, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Oh, come on, Jet. You're just jealous because the mister is getting all the attention. I bet if you asked nicely, he'd let you ride on his shoulder, too." Jet sputtered, his face turning a deep shade of red. What? I would never. I mean, that's not. Oh, shut up, you little." The purple-haired fairy chuckled, shaking his head at his companion's antics. "Ah, youth. So full of passion and fire. But let's not forget the gravity of the situation, my friends. This human, whether we like it or not, holds the key to our future. They say he was chosen by the Fairy King's inheritance. And we all know what that means." Verdi and Jet fell silent, their gazes turning back to the battle below, where Suda and Anik continued their deadly dance. But this time their eyes contained a strange light, for different reasons of course for the two of them. But one thing was certain between the trio: the human's growth and determination were evident in every one of his moves now. Chapter 64, Intently Made. New Skill, Appraisal, 2. Suda POV. Suda was feeling sore, incredibly sore, and he wanted nothing more than to allow his body to finally relax so he could slump over and rest. But a fire had ignited in his gut. As a result, his mind was currently in a state of absolute concentration. With each whack and thump he blocked, he could feel his bones rattle in agony. During the intense emotions and pain, a voice appeared through his tangled thoughts, the soothing voice of his dad. "Remember, my boy, the world will always underestimate you. Make them pay. Make sure that you strike fast and strong." move like fire, and shatter their resolve like thunder. Hit him so hard that the next time they meet your gaze, they'll be unable to hold themselves upright. Anik continued his barrage, his palms arriving so quickly that Suda was purely acting on instinct, just about missing the devastating blows. A flurry of hits arrived, and Suda expertly dodged every single one. A brief moment arrived where his eyes appeared level with Anik's own, and there was a strange look encircled within that scarlet glare. Was it a look of shock he was seeing, or was it fear? Suda hadn't noticed it, but Anik had stopped pulling his punches somewhat a while ago. It wasn't that Suda could miraculously see him. On the contrary, it still felt like he was fighting an elusive shadow. Only now, he could pinpoint accurately where the shadow would end up and the likelihood of where against his body it was aiming for. After 10 hours of constant sparring and taking hits, something finally clicked within Suda. Strange it was, things always seemed to click for him after a while. Others were shocked by it and labeled him things such as a genius or a freak. But Suda couldn't understand them. To him, these sorts of things felt normal. Growing up, he was surprised that everyone else didn't operate the same way as he did. The sensation was very strange, unlike anything Suda had ever felt before. But he was loving it. A euphoric wanderlust had been birthed inside his gut. Anik was throwing heavy blows which in turn slightly slowed his once shapeless movements. The voice of his dad appeared again. At this point, Suda visualized he was standing right beside him, with his arms folded and that jovial smile plastered across his face. "That's it, my boy Bois. Be courageous. Even those who are stronger than you will wilt if you remain steadfast in your plan. Always have a plan, my son, and always know when to strike." More quick palms and knees were thrown, but Suda blocked and lessened the impact each time. A wide smile had birthed across his lips, with sweat bouncing off his skin like water. He felt so light that he didn't want this spar to end. This world, it's so cool. My body is getting lighter. My eyes are tracking things more carefully, and I can feel my reflexes sharpening. He saw remnants of this back on Granny's farm. But now Suda was assured that the way his body responded within this world was completely different from how it worked in the old one. But overconfidence soon showed its mocking face, as Suda found his back against the edge of the boat after dodging and retreating absent-mindedly. He blinked and broke his concentration. Anik seized upon this and delivered a roundhouse kick, striking him against his midriff and sending him rolling to the other side of the boat heavily. "URGH," he wheezed before crashing against the ground in a heap. "Ouch!" yelped the fairies in unison from the above. "Bwaha, you deserve that, Mr. Arrogant." His father's ghostly voice materialized again. "But here's another lesson. Learn to understand pain." As Suda knelt on his knees, laborious breaths escaped through his opened mouth. That voice soothed him as though his dad was in front of him at this moment, just like in the old days whenever he was having a hard time. He would always be there, teaching him where he might have gone wrong. "Pain is temporary, but defeat, my son, defeat is everlasting. Never allow your head to remain low. Don't even give the enemy that satisfaction." The ghostly voice slowly evaporated into Suda's heart. He placed a palm against his chest, where he felt a heavy strain as he tried to center his breathing accordingly. That last attack was so heavy that he had almost blacked out. But unlike the countless times before, where he felt completely helpless against the barrage of attacks, this time around, Suda could hold his own to an extent. He clenched his fist tightly and slowly rose to his staggering feet once more. He placed a palm against his chest in a bid to calm his racing heart down. He lifted his gaze and beheld Anik with a defiant, wide smile. "Hey, I'm not done ye dash." "Huh." Suda's eyes flashed wide like two round saucers. He was forced into blinking a few times just to make sure he was seeing things correctly. He rubbed his eyes a few times and narrowed his gaze just to make sense of what he was seeing right now. Anik's gaze narrowed as he noticed the boy staring at him in a wordless trance. "What are you staring at?" Suda snapped free from his daze soon enough, waving his hand in protest before he nervously chuckled to himself. It's nothing. I thought I saw something, but it must have been my imagination. Don't mind me." But even as he spoke those words, Suda's mind refused to settle over the implications of what he was witnessing right now. For in that brief moment of clarity, when his eyes had locked onto Anik's form, He had seen something that defied belief. A second shadow? No, that's not quite right. It was more like an echo of his movements, a glimpse of where he was going to be before he even got there. Suta swallowed hard, shaking his head from side to dispel the euphoric afterglow clouded around his thoughts. But then, just as he opened his weary gaze again, something else appeared clearly across his vision. A scene he might have expected to see across an artificial interface back in his old world. No way, is this real? Without wasting another second, Suda flipped his hand over and held out his palm. The dark badge materialized into existence. Name: Rado Suta. Age: 17. The race: human. A rank: E. Skill set: glitch. Cooldown 11:34:39:14. Appraisal level 1. The abilities: Moonlight Tribe's Hidden Blessing. Labors of the Fairy King. The Affinity. Status: memory partially sealed by divine grace. A deep gasp broke free from Suda's mouth before his gaze trailed towards the stoic vampire in the near distance. Currently, a series of floating letters hovered around Anak. Suda could hardly believe what he was seeing, but if it wasn't for the confirmation of the new skill showing on his badge, he might have thought this was some kind of illusion. Floating beside Anak was a series of white lines forming into an RPG-styled character sheet, from which he could see a series of strange, ghostly letters appearing. Strength equals A. Vitality equals S. Def equals A. Speed equals SS. Mana, not applicable. No way, I can see his. Suda quickly cleared his throat before forcefully removing his gaze from Anak. He could barely control his trembling body as he casually walked to the nearest side and took a seat, resting his back against the stern edge as though he was catching his breath. He didn't want to give too much away concerning his skills and abilities, remembering the advice Granny Baba had given him about keeping his cards close to himself. It was the same piece of advice those fellows aboard the carriage had given him. I learned a new skill, just like that? Heh. How in the world did I manage that? He sat down, stirring in disbelief, trying to replay his actions and his way of thinking during that lengthy spar. There were moments he could pinpoint clearly as to what took place, but other times he was completely oblivious to what occurred. He felt his body and mind had melded as one, but there wasn't a single thought or thorough process. He just reacted without giving it a second thought. Is this what they call being in the zone? From what he understood about obtaining skills, he needed to reach a level where he had obtained complete mastery over the repetitive action. But that didn't take place, did it? He went over the steps that brought him to this point. I fell into that trance again, where my mind holds me prisoner in the fixation of the subject matter until I completely dissect and break it down to its basic layers. I'm usually unable to come out of that trance. Suta still went through those spells where his low latent inhibitions showed themselves. But the difference between the occurrence of such during this world and his old world was as starkly different as he came to realize. In his old world, Suta would usually be confined to his bed after such an experience, forced into nursing a severe migraine for at least 2 days. But within this world, he ended up gaining a skill. The entire thing sounded insane, but that was the only sort of understanding Suta could make of it. First the glitch skill, and now this appraisal. How does it even work? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Suta felt a subtle change within his eyesight. He felt something akin to an extra eyelid falling over his gaze. Staring at the contents of his floating badge, he suddenly saw those same white lines forming consistent annotations against it. A name: Rado Suta, the name given to you by your Granny Baba. Your true name is hidden. The age: 17. Your current age in the world is foretold by reading the lunar calendar. The race: human, one of the mortal races created by the gods. Humans are known for their adaptability and potential for growth. The rank: E. Your current rank is based on your overall power and abilities. Ranks range from E, lowest, to S, highest. Glitch: 1 of 1. An unrecorded skill that exists without a set form. It thrives only on the most potent and strongest of wills known to man, the dying will to survive. This shape-shifting nature allows it to be incredibly versatile, adapting to the unique challenges and threats faced by the individual in their moment of near death. Suta's eyes widened as he read the description, his mind reeling with the implications of such a power. A skill that could adapt to any situation, any threat. It was almost too good to be true. But if it's activated by the will to survive, then that means I'll have to push myself to the brink, to the very edge of life and death, in order to unlock its true potential. The thought made Suda shudder. This skill felt like a double-edged sword. Abilities: Moonlight Tribe's Hidden Blessing, Labors of the Fairy King, an inheritance said to contain the last remnants of the Fairy King. The Moonlight Tribe believes the valor and strength of the Fairy King lives on. The moonlight grants a special kind of grace to the inheritor. Moon shards and moondrops are especially easy to handle and increase in strength with use. The affinity: Your elemental affinity is currently unknown. Status: Memory partially sealed by divine grace. Parts of your memory have been sealed away by a higher power. Suda's eyes widened as he read through the annotations one by one. 2 skills and 1 ability. Suda could hardly believe his luck. Suddenly, the remnants of that earlier fatigue had washed away. To think I hit the boon on such helpful skills and abilities. This is what I'm talking about. He couldn't contain his inner excitement, smiling from ear to ear as he stared intently at his badge. After a while, he did feel that falling sensation of fatigue washing over his eyes again. This doesn't solve my mana core problems, but it's a start. Finally, some progress. Suda wanted nothing more than to study these skills and abilities he had adopted, especially that strange skill, glitch. A 1 of 1? That means it must be rare. Sigh. If only it gave me a step-by-step on how they work. But I won't be ungrateful. This appraisal skill is incredibly helpful. Speaking of which, Suda had been thinking about it since he saw those strange symbols and lines appearing when he looked at Anik. He held out his arm and narrowed his gaze with intent. Similar to how he used those faint traces of mana to activate the skill that allowed him to read arcane languages, he performed the same and only focused on activating his appraisal skill. Just as Anik and others had said, intent and willpower were the keys to activating skills. A small set of annotations appeared in front of his clear view. Strength equals E. Vitality equals E. Def equals F. Speed equals C. Mana equals F. My goodness, what kind of terrible stats are these? Suda almost fainted, seeing his parade suddenly being doused in a downpour of rain. He could only curse his rotten luck, and now it suddenly became all too clear to him why his rank was a measly E grade. But even as disappointment threatened to overwhelm him, a flicker of determination sparked within his heart. These stats were not necessarily a death sentence, but a starting point, a challenge to be overcome, just like most of the challenges he came across in his life. If I can gain 2 skills and an ability in such a short time, then who's to say I can't improve these stats as well? He thought to himself. This world seemed to operate with similar laws to the ones back on Earth. There's always a solution for every problem, a weakness to every towering wall. I can do this. I can become stronger. Chapter 65, Dawn of the Eclipse, Red Night. Suda POV. He exhaled a deep breath, resting his head back against the ship's edge whilst he pondered the positives and negatives of his discovery. 2 steps forward, 4 steps back, as they say. He chuckled childishly before folding his 2 hands behind his head. Suda's spirited gaze peered into the blanket of shimmering silver and blue above, feeling as though he owed it to himself to take a few moments of respite, just long enough to allow him to revel in the discovery of these new skills and abilities. His eyelids softly fell, and darkness slowly encroached across his vision from all angles. Suddenly, a glaring horn wailed terribly into the peaceful air, shattering Suda's very brief calm. His eyelids shot open instantly. He sprang to his feet in haste, casting a searching look around the empty silver skies. The whimsical fairies were also filled with a shrill of worry. All the muttering suddenly ceased as the ship was covered in an unnatural silence. He glanced expectantly towards Anik, but the vampire's mask was also filled with an agitated glare, his scarlet eyes remaining fixed on the silvery heavens, rumbling as though a storm beckoned. What the hell was that? Suda heard something behind him. He twisted around and beheld the peaceful emerald waters. He found nothing short of the norm here, but that only stirred his anxious heart even more. Did I imagine it? His brows slightly furrowed, but then something caught the corner of his eye. A distant stone of some kind floated to the surface of the sea. The waters weighted quite heavily, so he couldn't make a clear understanding of what that platform was. Whilst his gaze remained fixated on the platform, the sounds of bubbling water filled his ears. He traced the disturbance and noticed the sea was bubbling as though something hot was burning from beneath. Suda twisted his neck around again, casting a worrisome look at Anik. "Hey, what's going on now?" he asked with fear laced in his voice. Without saying a single word, Anik walked softly toward the center of the ship's deck, shedding away his dark long cloak as ethereal as the shadowy night. His shoes and the leather wrappings covering his chiseled torso fell. Now he was practically clothed the same way Suda had first met him. There was an air of seriousness surrounding him now, one which Suda hadn't felt until now. Anik then placed a thumb beneath one of his sharpened white fangs and bit down. Suda grimaced, hearing bone being broken, but Anik remained unmoved. Instead, he held out his thumb and allowed the dark, glimmering carmine to fall and splatter against the ship's deck. "Cycle wheel of tempest and bring me the hellish iron. Blood weapon, come forth," Anik commanded. Suta stood dumbfoundedly idle as he watched the splatter of blood conjugate into a hardened material likened to a grotesque pillar of carmine crystal. The blood hardened and crackled under his intense stare. Anik formed a fist and smashed down. Break. The pillar of carmine shattered in one hammer motion. Anik snatched at something in the middle of the broken pieces. Much to Suta's utter dismay, it was a short, curved, carmine-infused dagger with rigid edges. Anik observed the dagger in his hand for a few moments before he slowly moved his gaze towards Suda, who had almost swallowed his spittle twice as hard as he felt the intense stare bearing into him. "Here." Anik tossed the dagger his way, and he was almost a second slow in catching it. Luckily, the dagger's hilt landed perfectly in his grasp. Suda beheld the strangely warm but glittering weapon that fit right into his shaking palm. He lifted his gaze towards Anik for questions, but instead, he saw the vampire lowering his body into a prone position. He crossed his arms over the other and closed his eyelids, bending his knees and rocking back and forth. He was muttering something. Strange black veins began pulsating and writhing beneath his pale, unblemished skin. The veins started streaking across his two arms like living worms. Anik lifted his sunken head, his scarlet eyes starting to glow like crystallized blood. And just when Suda was assured things couldn't get any crazier, Anik leapt up like a shooting star, creating an aftershock of wind that swept across the ship's deck. Suda heard the sounds of flesh being contorted, followed by a loud scream as Anik bloomed a pair of black bone wings out from his back. He pirouetted through the air, dancing amidst the falling droplets of carmine raining down from the gaping wounds made against his back. Suda watched on, torn between sheer horror and admiration of the incredible marvel of such an action. What the hell is all of this?" he muttered, his grip tightening around the carmine dagger, its warmth pulsing against his palm like a living heartbeat. Suda twisted around towards the trio of fairies. The fairies huddled together, their tiny forms trembling with a mixture of fear and awe as they watched the vampire soar through the silver skies, his black wings cutting through the air like a knife through silk. "It's happening," Vest whispered, his glassless frames glinting in the ethereal light. "The prophecy. The coming of the dark tide." Verdi's eyes widened out of shock, his childish face paled with terror. "What does it mean? What's going to happen to us?" Jet swallowed hard, his red braids swaying in the unnatural breeze. "It means we're in for the fight of our lives, my friends. The creatures of the deep. They're coming for us." Suda's heart raced, his mind reeling with the implications of the fairy's words. Creatures of the deep? A dark tide? What fresh hell had he stumbled into now? Before Suda received an answer to his woes, he heard that terrible sound again. A horn that quaked against the entire skies. This time, he was assured it was something sending a quake across the entire air. He heard and saw the fairies swiftly making haste to scurry into the lower decks, although he noticed the mischievous trio chose to remain at the top of the ship's mast, staring at the skies in horror glazed against their large, whimsical gazes. Suda couldn't take this anymore. He jogged towards the center of the deck and tilted his head back. Anik was descending slowly, those bony, scale-like wings, an incredible surprise. But Suda had already sensed something terrible was happening, which spurred Anek's transformation in the first place. "Hey, what's happening?" Suda called out. Anek lowered his carmine stare. His cold exterior melted away, replaced with a look of deep concern. "Remember what I told you about? Licensed spell? A spell like that wasn't just for candy alone. It spread across the entire world, transfiguring the demonic essence into its polar opposite, a feat that only a Shinjin could perform." Realization surfaced across Suda's foggy mind. Of course, an incantation that powerful wouldn't have stopped just at candy. Which means, Lyson managed to change this entire world. The sheer thought of someone being that strong left him shuddering slightly. But then, that roused the other side of his question. Wait. Since this was an incantation, does that mean? Suda was suddenly reminded of the little rabbit wearing the top half of an iron armor. The eclipse? He said it appears every few years. So, Lyson's spell fades after a short while. That's what this eclipse is. Oh no. Suda tossed his frantic gaze towards the ethereal heavens. Suddenly, the entire sky was drenched in a dark, reddish glow. The atmosphere changed almost immediately. Suda heard a disturbance within the seas. This time, however, once he turned around, he could hardly contain the sheer look of horror plastered against his face. Rising from the depths were countless oval-shaped platforms. Only now that so many had appeared, he got a closer look at what they were. Faces, grimacing, strange faces made out of stone. The disturbing thing about them was the howling voices all speaking the same deathly thing in unison. "Abra, Abra, the traitor has come. All hail the traitor. All hail the traitor." Suda unconsciously stepped backward, away from the edge of the ship. Anek had descended and landed softly against the deck, his gaze never leaving the air above them. "Heh, what kind of sordid luck do you carry, boy? To think this fresh hell would once again be unleashed at this very moment. Heske, so the world wishes for us to dance in blood before we make it to the promised land? Fine, come, I welcome this hell." Huh. There was a roar within the expanse of crimson above. Suta could barely remain on his feet as his eyes slowly moved towards the heavens again. This nightmare proved to be only beginning as he saw a gigantic hole coming into focus. Only a few moments afterward, this dark hole opened its eye, staring down upon them as though a dreadful titan of hell had finally been woken up. Chapter 66. The Dawn of the Eclipse, Two Monsters. Suta POV. A cold cloak of dread enveloped Suta, dousing his entire body in a thin coat of icy sweat. Ever since that demonic eye's appearance in the clouded red skies above, his anxious heart had found no rest, torn between disbelief whilst half praying that all of these things were part of one terrible nightmare. Of all the mysteries and the strange creatures he had encountered so far, that giant eye staring right into his soul from above had to be one of the most terrifying things he had ever seen in his entire life. Why, you have to be kidding me," Suda voiced, unable to mince his words. "A giant eye? Is that a monster? If so, Nda." He swallowed harshly, with his thoughts filled with a terrible foreboding of disaster. If such a monster that size was to appear, what could they do to stop it? Suta. Anek's voice finally broke through his visage of helplessness. Suda's gaze finally shifted toward the pale-skinned vampire, standing only a short distance away from him. Seeing Anek's usually cold features set in place, now filled with a deep emotion, seemed to awaken his senses back into reality. "Wait, did he just call out my na dash? Wake up!" Anek's voice thundered this around, visibly startling Suda, who finally opened his eyes to the reality of the situation at hand. "You must stay sharp. It started. Lyson's spell has faded, and now the world will revert to what it once was, before we arrived here all those centuries ago. Suddenly, Anek's voice was held in his throat, and at the same time, his eyes shot open, sensing something was amidst. "Keske, look, they've already smelled us." Huh. Suda sounded. He was halfway twisting on his heels when he laid his eyes upon two shadows, torpedoing out from the sea in a flash. Their ascent filled with such force that their movements created twisting pillars of water, spiraling with ferocity. Suda took a few steps back, At first, he could hardly make out what those shadows were, until the waters fell, unearthing two humanoid creatures free-falling from the air above, before gracefully landing on the ship's deck. The pair stood around 6 feet tall with bulky, shelled pericarps glossed with a sheen from the water still coating their bodies. They had humanoid legs with rubbery-looking skin that hung loosely, and their wide feet consisted of 3 long toes. Their arms were a mixture of the consistent bulking shell covering their large backs, shoulders, and torso, whilst the rubbery, darkened flesh attached itself to their weighted pincers. As for their heads, they both carried immovable, shell-shocked faces likened to what Suda could make out to be amphibious squids. Suda felt a troubling wave of anxiety as he observed their oily, dark eyes flickering as they observed him deeply for a whilst. But strangely, they both emitted a low growl, almost a harumph through their mouths. He then noticed their attention swiftly move towards Anik, and those growls were beginning to appear a lot more apparent. The one on the left was entirely a discolored green tint, while the other was a brighter salmon color. Just before he was about to search for Anik, Suda saw that familiar shadow moving past his uncertain self, walking towards the two strange creatures, those callous-looking bony wings now folded closer into his spine. Marching forward, Anik did not spare Suda a single glance before he neared closer to the two creatures with a poise likened to an unrivaled predator. There was not a single ounce of fear lingering within him. It seems we'll have to skip a few steps ahead with your training. Pay attention, do not blink, and do not cower away. I will show it to you, human, how to cleave away these wretched monsters. Bloodlust. Suda's gaze flickered wide. The slithering sounds of worms writhing beneath Anik's skin grew apparent. Suda slightly narrowed his gaze to carefully inspect what he was seeing against Anik's unblemished skin. Those black veins appeared again, this time conjugating towards his wide back, forming a hideous dark ring. Anik held out one of his long, slender arms before flexing his pale fingers adorned with black, steel-like nails that glistened like throwing knives. Just before Suda held a chance to blink once more, the regal-looking vampire had sucked in a deep breath before making his move. A shadow blurred forward, crossing the space between him and the monsters in less than a second. Not only Suda, but the two strange creatures were noticeably caught off guard as well. Unable to adjust themselves quickly enough, they were left at the mercy of Anik's dangerous attack. His arms moved with the force of a turning windmill as he slashed his claws diagonally at the same time. The salmon-colored one displayed an equally terrifying speed and dashed away from the brunt of the attack. But its counterpart wasn't so lucky, releasing a deafening squall piercing into the heavens as it found itself covered in deep claw marks against its arm, with an unnatural purple liquid oozing out from the gaps between the hardened shell. Anik moved again, this time bearing close to the creature's torso. He dragged his claws low and swiped up, but the creature moved its head at the right moment. The sharpened nails sliced the air but grazed the green-shelled creature's chin, cutting off one of its writhing tentacles in the process. The creature looked dismayed and used its thick, shell-like claw to swipe against Anik's midriff, attempting to crush his ribs. Serpentine bones. Suda watched on with the alertness of a small cub, watching its superior doing battle for the first time. Anik's body bent into an inhuman angle, swooping himself so low his torso was almost laid flatly prone against the wooden deck. The hammer-sized pincer missed its first mark, but the sewer-green-colored creature adjusted itself quickly enough to deliver a bludgeoning blow against the top of Anik's lowered head. That strange, fluid upper body movement appeared again, and from a seemingly impossible angle, the vampire coiled its entire torso 180 degrees to one side, avoiding the creature's second blow. A cold, murky breath exhaled forth from Anik. His body recoiled itself back to its rightful poise. The creature was completely open now. It tried to raise its other arm, but Anik had purposely tucked himself closer to the creature's center to engage it in infighting. Bleed. Suda barely saw the clawed attack rising upward. He first heard the horrible sound of flesh being torn apart, followed closely by the vertical splash of purple blood flailing out almost comically as Anik severed the creature's arm. The creature let out a devastating cry into the air, staggering back before it lost its footing, slipping on the blood splashed across the ship's deck and losing its footing. Anik pounced, wasting no time to allow it to find its rhythm. But at that moment, the coral-shelled creature made its move. Flashing across the deck with a speed similar to Anek's strange movement, it tossed a hook forward. Anek dodged, and the creature's second pincer shot forward like a snake, almost timed to perfection, waiting for Anek to appear where its own pincer would soon end up. But the vampire wasted no movements. Just when it seemed as though the creature's pincer might cause him harm, his two hands flashed forward and locked the creature's pincer in place. A tense standoff ensuing as the creature found itself held by Anek's inhuman strength. Little snarls growled out in frustration, but Anek didn't move an inch. He held the pincer with his two pale hands and stared coldly into the creature's dark, soulless eyes. Human, this is the benefit of sensing one's intent. Sometimes the hunter allows its feet to brush over the fangs, feigning the jaws to snap down. For what the creature doesn't see is the harpoon you have hidden. A squall of defiance screeched forth, and the creature threw its free claw at Anek's head. The vampire wasn't worried and made sure that while his left hand could firmly hold the pincer in place, his right arm wrapped itself over the creature's forearm. Choose your moment. Know when to strike, when to retreat, and when to serve yourself up in a bid to draw out the beast lurking in the shadows. Suda refused to blink for a single moment. He stood and watched the agonizing seconds tick by. Bleed. A fountain of blood sprayed forth in a vertical arch as the creature's cry painfully reached a crescendo. Its arm was suddenly covered in revolving cuts, leaving it in a pitiful and tattered state. Anek released the arm and tossed his hand towards the creature's head in a bid to grab hold of it. He was inches away when his senses twitched, forcing him to retract his arm in retreat. Seconds later, a dark projectile landed at the same spot he had been standing on, a small puddle of black slime sizzling against the ship's deck. By the time Anek arrived at Suda's side again, the green-shelled creature missing an arm stepped forward and aligned itself beside its companion once more. Suda's gaze remained locked on the grayish-skinned vampire by his side, a sense of admiration constantly building the more he witnessed Anek's way of fighting. He couldn't help but make obvious comparisons to his movements, wondering if there was a way he too could move like that one day. For now, a simple thought appeared that encapsulated how he was feeling. Amazing, he almost said to himself unconsciously. Anek's gaze never wavered, but he did slightly wince upon noticing the strange movements of the two creatures in front of him. Suda too picked up on this, watching with a curious stare iced across his childish features as the two one-armed monsters started to perform what looked like a strange embrace, presenting their two wounds alongside each other. A strange squall cried forth between the pair before a horrible scene began to unfold, their wounds starting to bubble and contort, merging through this peculiarly unsettling display of melting muscles fusing. Suda felt his stomach churn watching the dismaying scene. Their once shelled bodies were being broken down and forcefully merged into one another. It took him a good while before he could peel his gaze away from the horror, setting his faltering gaze toward Anek, who too seemed quite troubled by what was taking place. Suda noticed Anek's arm slightly tensed in a way that suggested he was prone to attacking, but what caught their attention suddenly arrived from the blood-red skies above, a song of crows, cawing with a resounding echo. But what marred the air was far from the expected class of black-feathered birds. These creatures were more akin to ostriches in size, with most of their bodies covered in thick black feathers. Their heads reminded him of a scaled lizard with a bulky orange beak half the size of his head. And last time Suda checked, he was sure ostriches couldn't fly like that. This nightmare just keeps getting worse. Suda swallowed the gathered moisture in his mouth harshly again, unable to begin making any sense out of how strong those flock of troublesome-looking birds were. His fears forced him into a desperate call for Anek's name, but before his broken voice could reach out, Suda heard a disturbance against the sea, this time stemming from behind him. By the time his stiff body managed to twist itself around, his mood sunk even worse. He idly speculated 3 more strange sea creatures climbing onto the ship, unlike the duo from before. These creatures had short pincers with a long, hardened shell covering their entire backs before forming into a tail. They walked on very short legs, frothing at their mouths covered in oily black skin, with most of their upper torso covered in plates of hardened shells. Suda felt his heart drop, The implications of what was about to occur were not missed by his very sharp mind. At that moment, Suda felt despair crawling closer to his heart again. Just before he could process this uncertain reality, a cold, frail hand gently fell against his shoulder. Surprisingly, there was a familiar warmth in that touch that held his tides of anguish at bay. Suta nervously moved his gaze towards Anak, whose glittering scarlet eyes beheld the approaching monsters. With his firm hand still pressed against Suta's shoulder, he twisted slightly towards the air where the trio of fairies watched from above. He sucked in a large breath before a spirited voice rose free from his lips. "You three over there. Yes, you. Be brave and do what you can do right now. You're aware of the wards placed around this ship, aren't you? Words of abjuration, of protection bestowed to you by the goddess of the true moon." The trio of fairies, visibly shaken, shared frightened looks before Jet softly bounced his orange-colored hair. "I need you to activate that rune behind you. We need the veil of the moonlight to fall, or else we will all fall." The trio of little whimsical sprites tossed their frantic gazes between one another. It was clear this situation had seized any last remnant of joy away from their little hearts as they internally battled amongst themselves with how to react. After a brief moment of deliberation, the little green-haired fairy rose up with his two fists clenched and his little cheeks puffed up. "Yes, we will do it. We will. We must. Need us. The fairies on board need us too." Jet scratched his helm out of frustration, his lowered gaze gradually being filled with an undesirable sense of resolve, replacing the fear soothed over his little bones. All right, let's do this." Jet fist bumped his chest before giving Anik a thumbs up. "Okay, boys, we have to activate this seal. Anyone knows how we go about doing that?" And no, I don't. I've seen Mother Ruora do it a few times, but I'll have to search my noodle about that, The little green-haired fairy, Verdi, was staring at his tiny hands in wonder. I didn't know we could do magic." "Of course we can. We've received the gift from the moon." "The moon? Really? Oh, wow, that's incredible." Verdi clenched his two little fists with stars glittering within his eyes. "You little boy, didn't our dearest Mother Ruora tell you about the benefits of the moon before? We are close descendants of the goddess of the moon. After all, oh, rewrite. I do sort of remember." He spoke with a bewildered look on his face. "Fellas, this doesn't seem like the time to be bickering about this. We need to figure out how to cast magic." "You're right. Let's try and put our heads together and work this out." Chapter 67, Dawn of the Eclipse 3, Piles of Shells. Suda POV. Anik stared at the trio settled above with a distrusting look of annoyance in his gaze. "PSK, this might take a while. So that leaves you and I then?" "Listen, human," said Anik, slowly turning his pale countenance towards him. Suda couldn't help but stir uncomfortably seeing such a cruel smile crease against Anik's face. The vampire beheld his entire self from head to toe. "It's time to grow up. Look, those monsters want to eat us. They think we're food, cuckoo, but little do they know that we are the hunters. And now it's time to go out and hunt." Hearing those words almost made Suda cry out in defiance inside. "Hunters? Monsters? He can't be serious." Suda swallowed again before twisting around to see the slowly advancing creatures walking towards him. His heartbeat was racing, almost threatening to leap out of his chest at this point. Those were not simple creatures he could handle. Just thinking about what would happen if they got hold of him was depressing. He had never fought anything remotely close to that in his entire life. With all the strange abilities and powers existing within this place, how could somehow like him hope to combat those things? How do I stop that? I can't. I'm too dash. Suda found his thoughts were swiftly halted by the cold touch of Anik's fingertips against the side of his face. Much to his surprise, Anik was casually brushing away some of the loose strands of hair dangling just before his boyish features. Those somewhat menacing and cold-looking eyes bore right into him. Anik had shown him a host of different faces ever since the very first time they had met, from indifference to callously cold, to frightening, and quite oftentimes, lost in deep thought as though his presence seemed always lost in time. But right now, he held a strangely unfamiliar gaze. A look Suda had seen against his family members more than enough times to understand what they were thinking. Fear and fragile hope. Listen to me carefully. You don't need to feel it. Just think and stay alive. Survive. Realize what that means. And I'm confident you will be able to handle those monsters. They want to kill us, and we must not let that happen. Human. Take that and guard yourself well. Move and don't get cornered. Suda's eyes flashed open. They want to kill me? Now that he had heard it from Anek's mouth, there was no way he could remain calm. I can't fight those things. I'm not strong enough. I'm not ready. Anek's grip tightened against his collarbone, his stare intensifying, telling Suda everything he needed to know about his frail act of defiance at this point. The vampire simply stared at him wordlessly for a few seconds before he exhaled a deep exhale. We have no choice. Take a look. Gesturing towards his rear, Suda peeked around the vampire and almost jumped out of his shoes at the sight awaiting him. He remembered the state those two creatures from before were in, and that strange, grotesque transformation they had undergone. Somehow, they had become a single entity, a towering mass of robust muscle covered in thick purple shells with 3 antennae wiring away from their snout, which now resembled a prawn. His gaze trembled again. This hell wasn't relenting anytime soon. Fear was clawing its way closer to his heart. He knew once it arrived there, he would sink into a depressive state, unable to do a single thing. Can't. Suda shut his eyes and tried to will away those thoughts closing in on him. He couldn't breathe. He was panicking. Anxiety had finally reached its point of no return in his chest. Any second now he understood what was bound to happen. Please, help me, please. The walls were closing in. He could hear everything, and he felt his heart beating way too fast. Was he going to die? Am I going to die? Will they kill me? Wahaha, my son. Have you forgotten what's important already? A ghostly voice appeared, shattering the shell of worry enclosed around him. A gasp broke free from Suda's mouth. Opening his eyes again, he saw a strange sight, a surreal, ethereal being standing beside him. Dad. He mouthed aloud, unsure what he was seeing right now. He noticed Anek's gaze trail towards him in response, his brow slightly narrowed with a look of confusion evidently drawn against them. But it didn't remain poised on him for long. Those creatures looming ever closer were holding Anek's attention firmly. His dad's ghostly image surprised him. Was this real? Was he dreaming? Or, before he could muster enough courage to speak more, he noticed his father's smile lessen. His eyes scanned the ship and the air around him, eliciting a shrill whistle from his mouth. Quite the bind you've gotten yourself into, my boy. No matter. It's just another chance to overcome your previous self, just like I taught you. Suda was still gawking at the ghostly figure of his father, standing right beside him. A euphoric rush of tears threatened to well in his eyes and fall, but he immediately held his emotions in check. He understood this was likely the result of his vast mind again, playing tricks on him just before he was on the verge of a mental collapse. Just like with the clouds? Can I make my thoughts come to life? The idea almost sent his mind racing into orbit again, but luckily his father's familiar and jovial voice pulled him free. You're never alone, Shoba. So rise and go, and become someone you've always dreamed of becoming. Suda gritted his teeth. That name, Shoba. Yes, I had almost forgotten. And what is that? What did I always dream of becoming? He questioned himself, already knowing the answer. As he stared into the aimless air, his dad's voice drew closer to his ears, as though his face hovered right beside his own. Strong, my boy. Go and become strong. After wiping away his tears, Suda rose and exhaled heavy breaths. He looked at the trio of fairies standing before a faded rune he could just about see against the ship's mast. Then he turned towards the monsters who had climbed onto the boat. 3 of them. They have short legs and don't look too mobile based on their build. Anek said, I just need to survive. So here goes nothing. He held the dagger in his hand firmly, and without giving Anek a second look, he proceeded forward towards the monsters. I got this. You worry about that tedious thing. I won't let a single one of them through. His voice sounded slightly broken, but he didn't stop. He didn't need to turn around, but he could already hear a snigger creep across Anek's lips from behind, followed closely by his fading voice delivering a final message against his ears. Good hunt well. Suda. Their snarls were unsettling, but standing so close, Suda realized a second problem disturbing his focus. They smell terrible. He wasn't exaggerating. If it wasn't for his instincts telling him to keep his hands at a guarded level by his side, he would have been pinching his nostrils together by now. But the pungent scent would be the least of his woes. The three-shelled creatures stood a mere 10 or so feet away from him. Being this close afforded Suda the chance to see these anomalies up close. They maintained their hideous form and looked like a cross between a humanoid, a soft-shelled carp, and a lobster. They all locked onto him at the same time. Suda flinched, feeling the cold shadow lingering against his back, so he took a few deep breaths to settle his nerves again. The warm dagger tightened beneath his sweaty palm. I can do this. I can do this. He felt his heart pacing steadily. He focused, his vision somewhat narrowing, blocking out all the outside distractions. If I wilt, if I pause, if I stumble, I lose lose him, I'll die. The intrepid air felt still and cool. Suda continued to allow his mind to sink further into himself. Deeper, deeper. He noticed the true strangeness about these monsters for the first time. Abominations almost to his eyes. Perhaps if they existed in his old world, a nuclear response might have been necessary. This looks troublesome, but also fun. Nonetheless, right? My son? The ghostly form of his father materialized beside him again. Suda didn't look at him, but he birthed a wide grin in response. Yeah, this is kind of exciting. One of their feet twitched, and Suda's eyes flashed wide. He dashed towards the monster closest to him, his torso leaning forward while he angled the dagger in a backward grip. Suda felt a consistent adrenaline coursing through his veins. The monster closest to him made a snarling growl. Suda bent his run and charged towards it from one side. He saw it raising its claw in anticipation of his arrival, but Suda accelerated forward at the last moment and slashed horizontally. Ching, slish. He heard two sounds. The first sent a coarse echo resounding, and his hand felt numb as though he had struck stone. But he also felt that delightful sensation. It was brief, of course, but he felt it. Suda's gaze locked onto the area where he had just randomly swiped the red dagger. He saw a purple cut just beneath one of its glossy shells, a few inches long, but it spilled blood. Heh, no way. I did it. Just like that, Suda had managed to land something. A few moments of bliss swiftly turned into dread. The creature almost twisted to face him instantly, much more agile than he expected, and tossed its claw in search for his head. Suda panicked and felt his prone ankle make a strange noise as he forced his body to shift to one side. His body ducked low and to the side, the same way a boxer avoided a haymaker. He felt the wind exploding beside his ears, the force behind it way too terrifying to handle. The aftershock was enough to tell him just how much weight was thrown behind that attack. They're almost like a super heavyweight. Rather than using that chance to deliver another attack of his own, he retreated a few paces, feeling his breaths laboring while the sweat slicked against his face began to roll down his chin. "Why did you run?" asked his dad's ghostly voice. A few seconds later, the two other creatures drew closer from that angle. If he remained where he was, the two creatures would have got him. I could smell them coming. Suda had already understood the method he was about to carry out, the hit-and-run method, or playing chicken, as some call it. His mind drifted to a past time when he was immersed in an addictive game said to be one of the hardest-based RPGs ever created. As such, the sheer leveling system was always against the player, not to mention the early boss fights that were programmed to push your thinking to the depths of cunning that are rarely seen in the beginning stages of such games. Suda was stuck for 14 days trying to beat the opening boss, and the method he managed to adapt to cope was a simple one. Hit, dodge, run, hit, dodge, run. Of course, he maxed out his vigor stats to cope with this. It took him a long time, but wearing down those crazed programmed beasts was the best option he could think of with the little he did have. And somehow, by default, Suda felt his mind had adopted the same tactic at this moment. Only the risks this time around were greater. Suda maintained a safe distance and circled the trio. He watched them closely, anticipating, learning, and imagining his strikes. He wanted the creatures to make a sizable distance between one another. There, he would pick his strikes again. Thankfully, These creatures were slow enough from a distance to maneuver around. Another chance presented itself, and Suda found himself approaching the side of one of the other two monsters. He dodged, sidestepped, and sliced down accordingly, making sure he wasn't overcommitting enough to be surrounded or cornered. His footsteps graced with the fleetness of a deer, and the true fear of dying would bounce away after a simple strike. And for the most part, this tactic played itself out quite well. Time passed on, and Suda's handling of this dagger had grown by leaps and bounds. While he did begin to feel sore and somewhat sluggish compared to the start of this terrible ordeal, the creatures were covered in a series of wounds, dribbling blood flowing down. The dangerous thing about them was the growing ire he sensed around them after a while. Their speed was lessening, but their attacks were just as potently strong as at the start. One even managed to graze his shoulder, which felt like an iron bar had smashed against his entire left side. Occasionally, he even brought himself enough time to steal a brief glance towards Anik's fight, where he found the vampire engaged in a deathly gridlock against an imposing creature whose attacks were leaving devastating aftershocks trembling across the floor of the ship. Suda gritted his teeth to steel the pain before springing into action again. His eyes scanned the ship's deck. Noticing a pool of blood had gathered around the area, he managed to keep the three creatures engaged in. They're getting weaker. They're dying? He felt a swell of confidence birthing through his chest once he noticed that, but overconfidence would spell the end for him. Therefore, Suda remained poised with a slight wave of confidence gradually building through his body. His eyes continued to bounce between the three creatures. His confidence was steady and focused. Despite the exhaustion against his bones, his breaths remained efficient and gentle. My son, it's time to deliver the death blow? No? The time is now. Suda obeyed and swiftly circled the three creatures. Their snarls were now like childish pleas to his ears, and that fear they once placed into his heart had long been forgotten. Suda maintained the distance and closed in. The monster sensed his approach and lashed out, sending an open vice grip shooting towards him. Of course, Suda had been expecting this. He used these sudden bursts forward to create an opening. He set these movements as feints, a technique boxers and mixed martial artists used when setting up counterattacks. He found this style of fighting suitable to him the most. He was never overly strong or quicker than others, but he had his mind, and that had never failed him so far. Suda ducked incredibly low, cradling his entire torso to one side, just about missing the darting pincer laced with destructive intentions. Unlike before, usually once the first attacked, the second and third would follow up straight afterwards, showing their agitation. He flipped the dagger and held the butt of the hilt upright, angling the crimson dagger covered in sharp ridges into a motion to stab rather than slash. His right palm clasped over the hilt, and using his free hand as a support, he dived right into the space between a targeted gap between the glossy shells. He felt the soft exterior caving in like butter beneath the might of this formidable weapon he was glad Anik had graced him with. The creature screeched painfully into the skies. Suda couldn't pause. He felt shadows looming upon him. So, he released the dagger still stuck in the squelching flesh and made a desperate dash backward in retreat. Two of the hammering pincered arms slammed aggressively into the bosom of the creature he had stabbed, causing it to sustain an incredible amount of damage that not even he could have hoped to deliver upon it. A childish chuckle broke free from his tired mouth. That's right, you bastard. How do you like that? Chapter 68, Dawn of the Eclipse, 4, Death Battles. SUTAPOV. Hee. Lucky. Suda chuckled to himself with a playful grin. The double blow sent the beast staggering backward. It whined and growled weakly before trotting to one side and keeling over. And just like that, Suda had killed his very first monster on his own. There was little time to revel in this incredible feat. He saw the two remaining creatures react, sending an ear-screeching cry into the air, after which they moved upon him, no longer being tricked nor held in place by his confused movements. Now they had become single-minded, with a sole goal in mind: to kill. Suda's eyes flashed wide open, seeing them close the distance in seconds. His breathing became a little rapid, forcing him to roll to one side before using the momentum to spring away to the opposite way. He narrowly avoided the incoming hammer blows, descending one after the other. The two creatures didn't relent. They turned around sharply before pursuing him again. Damn it, they're getting faster. He noticed their bodies charging directly towards him. He gritted his teeth and scanned his surroundings intently. His dagger was still buried in the torso of the dead creature, which just so happened to be facing away from him, with its strange large body slumped to one side. He would need to flip it over to retrieve it. There's no time for that, this guy. Think, Suda, think. Searching for anything to help solve this matter, he still had to maintain his precise dodging. His footwork relied upon creating enough distance to sidestep and dash at the opportune moment. He had first noticed Anik displaying this during their constant sparring these last few days, and if performed correctly, it would create the illusion of someone vanishing from your very eyes. The moment Suda laid eyes on the footwork, he had already begun breaking it down piece by piece into his own way of understanding. He twisted his body and just above avoided a blow, spearheading straight for his head. He ducked desperately low and front-rolled away. He sprung upright in a flash and ran. His gaze bounced off the carcass to the side, and then a thought surfaced. Wait, that's it. The answer to his problems appeared within the slumped carcass to the side of the ship's deck. Friendly fire. Heh? Damn. It's quite a risky move, but I don't have a choice. Suda could feel his reaction time getting slower. He needed to catch his breath, only he wasn't given much time to do so. And so he was left with only one logical door left open for him. Finishing this as quickly as possible was the only feasible option. The ghostly hallucination of his dad appeared in a smoky wisp floating beside him. His focused gaze was filled with a slightly curious look encircled within them. He kept smoothing his chin as he looked to be deliberating things. The more attention Suda placed on the strange ghostly image of his dad, the more concerned he was inwardly feeling towards it. I must be finally going mad by the looks of it, he admonished himself. Unsure if things such as imaginary friends were a sign of a mental problem, he guessed that may be the case when such thoughts materialized into actual figures he could see with his naked eye. Nevertheless, he still waited for the expected advice from him. It's tricky, Shoba, but I like the way you're thinking. You see, it's all about timing. The fine details, of course, that, and good old-fashioned luck. And what did I always say to you about luck? Suda furrowed his brows a little, trying to remind himself of such a topic being spoken to him while still unsure if this was healthy, talking to a ghostly version of his dad. He twisted to the side slightly, with an uncertain look drawn against his face. We create our own luck. Suda's gaze flashed wide, seeing those monsters bearing down upon him. He crouched a little before kicking off from his heels and leaping to the space towards the right side, narrowly avoiding another thick pincer slamming down. He turned on his heels and ran away again. Turning around wasn't necessary, since those grotesque-sounding growls followed him. He could already feel them pursuing him eagerly, tethered hungrily to his shadow. Suda found himself almost running away with his back turned towards them. His eyes never stopped scanning the ship's deck. Then he locked onto a nearby space where 3 large crates of sealed cargo had been placed. He increased his pace with vigor and a plan of action. He nervously peered over his shoulders, and just as he expected, the 2 shrimp-looking humanoids were closing in. Suda felt his heart racing, but his mind never stopped thinking. Out of instinct, he spun around in a full 180-degree motion, narrowly missing the barrage of bolstering pincers agonizingly skimming past his side. A surge of warm pain covered his entire right-sided ribcage. He knew he failed to avoid the desperate attack perfectly from this angle. Bear it, TSK. Bear it a little longer. Suda's gaze trailed towards the second creature, standing the furthest away from him. Without a second thought, he positioned himself half behind the back of the monster, standing the closest to him. Just as they locked eyes with the fiend, Suda saw the dull eyes of the monster swiftly fill with rage, and in its fury, it shot forward, sending another pincered attack towards him. He moved to fully shield himself behind the second monster. The pincer refused to relent and violently struck its counterpart in the process. The creature cried out in terrible anguish. Seeing his divisive plan bearing fruition, Suda moved again. This time, he circled the wounded monster and stood right in front of it, his eyes goading at the crying beast to remind it that this little, small human had caused it so much distress. That familiar glint of anger swelled with fury within it, and just like its counterpart had done, the creature lashed forward in an attempt to crush him. Suda could sense, or rather smell, the creature towering slightly behind him. Thankfully, its right arm was still lodged between the thick shards of scales from the creature in front of it. He purposely placed himself towards the free arm of the creature and the one poised to strike. Now he was truly between the belly of the conflict. One wrong move, and there was no escaping his unsightly end. The two creatures jerked their arms back in unison before thrusting a powerful thrust towards Suda. Standing so tightly close between the two offered him the perfect opportunity to duck and roll to one side with the precision of a gymnast. Without even sparing them a second look, he heard the horrible sound of colliding thick-shelled arms puncturing an immovable hole against one another. Suda couldn't hide the cruel smile plastered against his face at this. It's just like what I expected. There's a pattern, a code. Almost like they're created to respond a certain way. He swiftly rose to his staggering feet and took a blind dash to the side for good measure. His plan had worked better than what he had expected. Pools of blood already gathered beneath the feet of the two creatures. With both now suffering grievous wounds, purple blood continued to pour out of the gaping fresh wounds they had given one another. Suda took this opportunity to finally catch his breath, making sure he kept a close eye on the two creatures struggling to find their feet once again. Watching them struggle in pain, a wry smile creased against his disheveled, childish features. Seeing them slowly dying is making me feel relieved? When did I become such a machinist? He reflected to himself, finally feeling confident enough to lower his guard. Suda sat down cross-legged against the ship's deck, rather nonchalantly considering this was quite a tense situation. Watching the two mindless creatures continue to struggle, only furthering the two pincers deeper into one another's bodies. A curious notion appeared through Suda's thoughts, wondering if the blue castle was made especially to keep those inside away from the monsters that appeared during the eclipse. But that would be the wrong way to look at it. Lyson's incantation was cast in response to the hellish world he found himself within, and that told Suda that these monsters were already here once Lyson arrived. The blue castle arrived here afterward. Did he create it himself? Why am I thinking about all of that now? No, Suda, we know why. It's because this place is so strange. His brief peace was swiftly disturbed not by his indecisive thoughts, but a sudden memory. Suda quickly remembered the dagger he left buried in that vile creature. With haste, he moved towards the carcass left to the side. He stood beside the shelled thing, slightly towering over its long and scaly body. The strong stench was troublesome. Somehow it being dead only made that smell 10 times worse. Come to think of it, Suda realized this was the first time he had experienced death. In fact, the first time I had killed something. He couldn't fight back that sickening feeling stirring in his gut. Suda needed a few deep breaths in order to quell the nausea away for a short time. He inhaled a large breath before holding in the breath from escaping his nostrils. He leaned over the dead carcass cautiously, slowly moving his hand around until he could feel that familiar warm feeling within his hand. A wave of delight spurned through his body. Suda grappled the handle and slowly pulled the glass dagger away from the squelching flesh. The purple blood slid down the dagger like water, dazzling Suda's eyes again. This is a pretty neat dagger, I must say. Kind of not trying to remember what this is made out of, though. The scene of Anik's blood pouring out like a faucet still bothered him. Greary-eye Athea. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Suda twisted around in a hurry and beheld the other side of the ship's deck. At that moment, he witnessed Anik landing a devastating blow, half of his arm buried in the muscular, contorting flesh of the creature. The beast itself was almost 3 times bigger than Anik now, and at first, Suda was frightened into thinking that now that Anik's arm was caught inside of its muscle, he was a sitting duck to the barrage of fists bearing his way. However, that seemed not to be the case. Staring at the unsightly form from a distance, Suda started to notice the numerous cuts and seeping fresh wounds bleeding without end against the wooden decking. Too many to count. As for Anik, Suda felt his chest tighten, his gaze slightly wavering, noticing the rare sight of his elegant silken white hair slightly disheveled in appearance. Other than the large gaping holes against his back, self-inflicted of course, Anik carried his own fair share of welts and biting marks. Suda opened his mouth to speak, but the words failed to emerge at that moment. Instead, he was startled into action again, hearing the stir of heavy waters rushing behind him. A cold shiver crawled down his arm. It felt just like warning in response. Suda swiftly twisted on his heels and darted away from the edge of the boat. Thud. A large spike with damning intentions slammed down, staking the ground he was standing on only a few moments ago. What the hell is that? His eyes widened at the emergence of 4 tentacles crawling onto the boat, followed by another one of those strange, humanoid heads slithering onto the edge. A large, slimy squid's head appeared out of the water with 2 coiling black and yellow eyes rattling from side to side. The creature caught wind of him slowly backing away and climbed into the boat with a loud plop sound. Its entire body was one large mass of gray and pink flesh. It carried no legs nor arms, but long, writhing tentacles flailing around. Seeing yet another one of these obscure, strange creatures ignited a growing fear within Suda's heart. But he steeled his resolve in response and ignored all the little voices within his head telling him to flee. Crap, another one? And just when I thought there was peace for me, he knew he was kidding himself. Stealing a glance at the slender mass standing in the middle of the ship, where those little whimsical creatures were still debating on how to activate the rune. Seeing those guys brought his racing heart into a small sense of calm once again, dutifully reminding him about the sense of purpose he was given to make sure no one crossed this side of the ship. That's right, I have a job to do. I need to hold this position. Suda scanned the strange monster deeply, who already looked like it would be a real handful. He took another deep breath to relax his body, holding the dagger securely in his palms. He felt the fleshy warmth emanating away from its strange metals, and Suda's mind began to slowly reignite those gears again. He could hear the metallic cogs turning and his state of being relaxing into a state of absolute concentration. But at that precise moment, on the edge of his zenith, he heard the sharp howl of mighty winds moving across the ship. He turned to his west, where he saw the deep waters aggressively stirring. Suda sensed trouble was imminent, and as he predicted, that trouble arrived sure enough in the form of a group of long-finned creatures torpedoing out from the Jade Seas. One by one, 5 of them vaulted onto the ship. Suda counted 5 in total, all of which were proportioned identical to the next. While the top of their heads were pointed sharp, their torsos consisted of a flat and smooth deposition, likened to a dolphin, minus the long snout. Inside, these creatures were the faces of flat-nosed fishes with thick, full gray mouths. Their eyes were almond-shaped with a peculiar mixture of blue and silver encircled within them. Trailing down their elongated bodies were 2 human-like gray legs. Suda felt his chest tighten, watching them form a circle around the slime-covered squid with tentacles glaring at him with an empty expression. Before he could make any rash decision, Anik's voice arrived behind him soon enough. Don't allow your mind to falter now, human. You've only just scratched the surface, he said. Suda twisted his neck slightly to one side, where he observed Anik's bedraggled state, his somber bright eyes fixed on the arrival of the monsters beyond him. He could tell the vampire had gone through a tough ordeal, prompting him to follow the trail left behind by Anik. Upon doing so, he discovered a splattering mound of bubbling flesh piled against the deck, making him swallow harshly as he could still vividly recall the sight of that monstrous-looking creature. Shaking his head from side to side, he attempted to dispel those thoughts away and instead channel his focus on the matter at hand. With slightly narrowed eyes, he observed the monsters readying themselves for another fight. So, what do we do now? He asked, creasing a wry smile. We do what we know best. We hunt. Suda could only grit his teeth whilst adopting an air of bravery to help him stabilize his racing heart. With clarity returning, that familiar, soothing, ghostly voice wasn't so far behind. He, as they say, there's no rest for the wicked eye, my son. Era, but isn't this what you always wanted? A timeless adventure that pushes you to the very limits? A world outside of the confines of the mundane and constant monotonous ways of our own world, HM? Isn't this what you fought both me and your mother for, JoJoKun? Suda bit the side of his inner lip. He shook his head again, trying to free himself from the external thoughts. Focus. I need to focus, he lamented to himself. Anik's cold glare found him daydreaming. Sensing the discord in the boy, the vampire delicately placed his hand against his tense, bony shoulder. This is where the fun begins. Heh, try and keep up with me. Human, Chapter 69. Dawn of the Eclipse 5. Calm. Suda POV. Hours later, with a clatter, the crimson glass dagger fell and bounced against the wooden decking, its sleek, rigid blade coated in purple blood. Through a dreary gaze, Suda stared at the weapon that had served him surprisingly well, allowing him to survive this terrible ordeal. How he had managed to do so, who could say? A serene calm settled over the rocking seas. The stench of death clung to Suda's frail bones as soft, spluttered wheezing escaped through his gaping mouth. He remained keeled over, desperately drawing the mucky air into his lungs. His body felt as heavy as lead, and he marveled that he was still standing. Even more bizarre was the notion he hadn't died after all of that. Monsters. So many. His mind reeled, replaying the constant motions. The killing, dodging, running, sliding, ducking, diving, on and on. The sequence of death and narrow escapes flashed through his thoughts. Only the touch of a cold hand on his back broke him free from it all. A soft gasp escaped through his parched mouth. Anik's heavy soles thumped the deck as he walked past, dragging a strange carcass behind him, a humanoid mix of a crab, golden-finned fish, and a man. "Well done, human," he croaked. "You passed. Revel in the afterglow of standing tall amidst your enemy's downfall." But besides that, tossing the body ahead of him, Anik moved out of Suda's view. Lifting his heavy head, Suda's neck spasmed, forcing him to support it with one hand. The state of the ship left a sour taste gathered in his throat, although that was possibly his own blood he was tasting. Piled high were the bodies of shelled and scaled amphibious creatures, strange light flickering off their polished armor. Two heaps, one noticeably taller. "I won our little game," Anik declared, wiping his hands on his trousers as he stood before the larger mound. Suda's last wisps of energy seeped away. He collapsed backward onto the deck, having lost count of how many creatures he had felled. Anik's competitive game had helped him relax and keep his movements fluid, pushing far past his limits. Running on sheer willpower and instinct, Suda felt proud of killing so many, despite his pile being lower. "What am I thinking? Deliberating killing like it's normal." The thought cast a dark tone over his accomplishment. Perhaps I shouldn't see them as living things, though that's hard when they bleed and die before me. Tangled in grim thoughts, he sought his father's ghostly counsel. "Ah, glorious silence at last. That was absurdly dangerous, but you've sharpened yourself through adversity. At this rate, you'll achieve your goal." Suda nodded. If he had to find a positive thread in all this chaos, it would be his noticeable growth in strength. "I've also learned new abilities and skills, albeit obscure and difficult ones. More than I could have asked for." "Indeed, you're getting closer to finding Ringo." The thought made Suda clench his fist. Mustering a little energy, he rose gingerly to his feet, refusing to go near the pungent piles of carcasses that turned his stomach. Glancing down at his own pitiful, blood and gore-caked appearance, he sighed in weary acceptance, too exhausted to care right now. While flexing his wrists, Suda's gaze trailed up to the ominous red clouds, unable to escape the glaring eye that made him feel so insignificant. "Perfect. I think we've done it." The fairy's cheer drew his attention. They still huddled around the now-active azure rune, its outline shimmering with glittering particles that rushed to the center. Even from a distance, Suda heard the sizzle of smoldering energy, and seeing their gleeful childish faces warmed his own unusually cold demeanor, making him smile and recall his true self. Then, at the ship's edge, an identical rune crackled to life, seizing his focus once more. "How remarkable!" Suda mouthed slowly, stretching out his hands until his fingertips nearly touched the rune. An invisible wall, dense and sturdy, blocked him from going further. Placing his palm against the strange surface, curiosity forced him to push slightly against it to test its strength. As he made contact, a thin sheen of light began to form a dome over the ship, emanating from the blue runes. After a moment of contemplation, Suda understood. A barrier around the ship? Surprising, but I guess that's what makes this vessel unique. Didn't Anik mention something about? Before a second thought surfaced, a tremor beneath his feet cut his thoughts short. Gawking at the grimacing scarlet sky, Suda felt a cold fear as the demonic eye widened. The clouds rumbled violently in response, and a thunderclap shook the seas. He could only watch on in dismay, lost in an insidious gambit, wondering what horrors were poised to arrive now. Damn it, how long will this go on? His question had no particular recipient. Even Anik likely didn't know the answer. The eclipse was supposed to happen once every few years, but he hadn't been told its duration. Remembering the little rabbit in a knight's visor, a terrible guilt filled Suda's chest. Maybe Anik's lived through this before. He'll know what to do. Raising his arms to catch the vampire's attention, Suda realized Anik was already staring at him, his face a picture of bizarre wonder. Why is he making that face? Is he trying to say something? Behind me? Casually obliging, Suda's body felt slower as he twisted on his heels. A large black shadow darted towards him, iron talons menacing and sharp. A throat-curdling squall followed, and black feathers descended. With barely time to react, Suda stepped back. Just as the human-sized, shaggily feathered bird swooped low and latched its talons into his shoulder. Pain like no other gripped him. Before he could scream, the bird shot upwards like a missile, snatching the breath away from his mouth. The weightlessness reminded him of first crossing the veil into the great hall before. The buzzard carried him helplessly, expertly moving towards the area where the shimmering barrier hadn't fully formed. They made the narrowest escape from the ship. A ruckus erupted below as a pale figure with black-boned wings desperately chased them. Suda's heart raced, but relief swelled seeing Anik's quick response. A happiness short-lived as more humanoid birds quickly intercepted the startled vampire. The timely intervention achieved its purpose. By the time Anik broke free, the barrier had fully enclosed the ship, preventing escape. Suda watched the vessel grow distant, unable to utter a single word as to how this even happened. A single thought managed to cross his mind. Shit. The traitor has come. Long live Abra. The traitor has come. Long live Abra. Suda couldn't decide which was worse. The iron pincers locked against him in a death grip or the terrible voice of the large bird carrying him through the air. Either way, things had gone from bad to worse. But inwardly, Suda almost expected his luck to turn sour. It would be on brand for him, considering the terrible misfortune he had endured thus far. The sense that the world was out to get him stood paramount in his thoughts. Nonetheless, this situation seemed bleaker than usual. His left arm hung almost lifeless, devoid of feeling. Suda merely watched his warm blood trickle down, his body too tired to care that he was hundreds of feet above the seas, closer to the demonic eye than anything else. The air felt dangerously warmer at this altitude, soft winds wrapping around his battered body like a swaddle of warm clothes. With numbness frozen over him and a sense of weightlessness, Suda fell into a tranquil ease. He resigned himself to whatever fate the disastrous bird held for him, deciding he might as well use this time to relax. As consciousness swiftly faded, Suda narrowly cast his tired gaze ahead. Darkness encroached on his hazy view, but through the blurry scene, he saw a mirage of a tall, flat mountain in the distance. At first, it seemed peculiar for an island to appear in the middle of the seas. Or perhaps it wasn't, and he was the peculiar one, the unknown visitor in a world of chaos and abnormality. Whatever the case, Suda wanted nothing more than to rest his tired eyes. By the time I wake up, hopefully Anik will save me. Suda's thoughts trailed off as he succumbed to the welcoming embrace of unconsciousness, the bird's flight carrying him towards an uncertain destiny on the distant island. His fate now lay in the hands of his vampire companion, left behind on the ship, and the mysterious forces at work in this strange, chaotic world. Chapter 70. A Most Beautiful Mind. Dark Palace. Suda POV. Within the eerie comforts of a fragile mind, Suda stirred awake. Why am I awake? He asked himself before slowly lifting his heavy eyelids. Wait, where the hell am I now? Disoriented, he anxiously scanned his newfound surroundings, finding himself inside of an elegantly furnished room, perhaps a study by the looks of the decor. The smooth tones of jazz carried through the otherwise stiff air. Beige walls covered in tall, oiled paintings surrounded him, creating an uneasy feeling as he observed their strange subjects. What's with these weird places having strange-looking paintings all the time? Suda was convinced these fellows had bizarre tastes. The soft music drew his attention back to the room. He lay against a soft leather lounge chair, his clothes no longer the rags he remembered, but a clean, dark blue kimono adorned with an intricate darker pattern against the sleeves. The sight of his bare feet brought a grimace to his observant gaze. Where are my shoes, better yet? Where the hell am I? His first instinct was to check for the glitch skill, hastily inspecting his own body. Okay, my hair and face are still the same. Phew, then that's a relief at least. I'm still Suda. Next, he thought about his skills, quickly holding out his palm to summon his badge. But as he peered intently into his open palm, nothing materialized. What the? It's not working. He strained his gaze, but the expected swirling particles never appeared. Sigh. So something is definitely wrong here. Am I in another world again? And no, I shouldn't be. Then it's one of two things. Either I'm asleep or I'm dead. The thought made Suda shudder, his mind vividly picturing falling feathers, the outcry of buzzards, and the large black bird hoisting him into the air. Damn it, did I actually die? This was beginning to look quite troublesome. Okay, it's not all doom and gloom. Let's look at the facts. A strange, elegant room. I'm dressed in a kimono. Paintings. Wait, the paintings. That's it. Suda rose to his feet and hastened towards the nearest wall, standing before a tall, exquisite oil mural. He narrowed his gaze questionably, not quite understanding what he was looking at. DR dragons? No, he thought almost instantly in response. It was a single dragon's body with 5 different colored heads. Beneath the sloped hill, Suda noticed 8 figures in different colored robes, likely arcanists, judging by the floating books and strange staffs they held. They're up against a dragon with 5 heads? But what's that got to do with me? Creaking. An eerie squeal of an opening door put Suda on edge. Not expecting that, he cautiously walked towards the slightly open door. All senses telling him you should absolutely not walk towards a strange door opening on its own. The lightless corridor beyond didn't fill him with confidence. Yeah, because that doesn't just scream problem, does it? He sighed, understanding he had no choice but to enter. As he passed through this quite clean and well-furnished room, his eyes briefly met a familiar vinyl record, stirring both recognition and horror as to why it was even there. Suda tried not to accept too much of his surroundings, unsure what was real or a fragment of his dreams at this point. Stepping into the dark corridor, the atmosphere changed. The warm homeliness replaced by a frigid darkness that seemed to suck away every ounce of joy and light. Suda moved with caution, his gaze steady, hoping nothing terrible would jump out. Feels like I'm walking on solid ground. I can just about see past my hands. His feet echoed in the soft darkness as he walked, unsure of his destination. Was he heading into danger or moving further from where he needed to be? Somehow, the thick darkness wasn't as daunting as he first thought. I kind of get the feeling I've become less scared about these random occurrences. Not sure why, considering I can't even guarantee my own safety right now. Suda wasn't under the illusion that his power was sufficient to ensure his safety, but he also felt less anxious about these mysteries as of late. To be honest, I hadn't killed anything until that ship incident, and I imagine that probably won't be the last. Sigh. I wonder what kind of person I'll be by the time I reunite with my family again. Scratching his head in deep thought, Suda knew the last thing he wanted was to become someone who would disappoint his parents. But seeing how the world had changed, he understood it would be naive to think he could remain the same. Maybe that's been my problem all along, unable to realize change is inevitable. Perhaps that's what's kept me from understanding Ringo. Suda still couldn't grasp why he felt like the one always in the wrong. He tried his best to keep people happy, but nearly always ended up regretting it. Why am I thinking about all of this now? A headache threatened, so he shook his head to quell the noisy thoughts. What am I thinking? If everyone cared the way I did, we wouldn't have all these problems. Just like that, Suda decided that everyone else was the problem when it came down to it. Damn it, where the hell am I even going? If only there was light here. I'd take a small candle if that was an option right now. As soon as those thoughts surfaced, a small freckle of green fire miraculously coiled into existence just ahead of his approaching footsteps. Heh, talk about willing things into existence, he delightfully thought to himself. But before hastening towards the flame, Suda noticed a faint outline against the dense shadow ahead. Peering eagerly into the blanket of darkness, he grew increasingly assured that he was staring at something. It looks like some kind of wait. I think I've seen that somewhere before. Yes, it's all flooding back to me now. I've been here before. He pulled a distant memory from the vortex of fragmented thoughts jumbled in his mind. Suda recalled the strange occurrence at the cathedral, where the silver-haired fox touched him. Then what happened next? Oh yeah, there was a little girl with bright scarlet eyes. He could almost guarantee this was the same eerie dark place he had bumped into that strange child before. And if that's true, this would make it my second time being here. Damn it, this must be down to my own doing again. Frustration kicked in as Suda placed the blame upon himself. He was growing tired of this strange ability that reared its head at random times. There has to be some kind of science behind it, a formula at least, or at the very least a manual. While he continued searching for answers he knew he wouldn't find in this dark corridor, he sensed something in the air, slowing his feet to a cautious approach. Wait a moment. Is that a throne? A stone throne sat in the blanket of eerie darkness, half hidden in the sea of shadows. Suda observed the ominous thing in silence. It was gray stone with dark engravings carved into it. He was almost certain something else was here beside him. A thought proven the moment he took another step forward. The clang of chains rattled in the darkness, drawing his attention to the vacant throne. Only a second look told him that too was a false assumption. From what he could just see, a ghoulish figure sat against the wide throne. Dark golden chains shimmered, casting a soft light beneath the shroud of darkness. Who goes there? A gentle voice, serene as a tranquil lake, flowed into Suda's ears. He froze on his feet, his heels digging into the ground. Searching through the darkness, he found nothing. The voice called out again, this time seeming to emanate from the throne. Uneasily, he opened his mouth to respond. Hello. See, can you hear me? His voice croaked. Oh, so there is someone else here. Who are you? Who am I? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? He thought. Ahem. I'm Suda. Where are we? And why are you? Just sitting there. Suta. No. Tell me your true name. Wait. What? What kind of response is that? He narrowed his brows. I just told you my name. What about yours? My name? Well, I'm not sure myself. Why don't you give me one, Suda? If there had been light, one might have seen Suda's slightly arched eyebrow. Sigh. More weirdos to deal with. He scratched the side of his head. All right then. What are you? Some kind of ghost? Monster? Or both? Nearly every interaction with these strange beings produced unfavorable results for him. Perhaps for once, he should take the initiative and call out their craziness. His stern query drew a surprising, light-hearted chuckle from the girl in the darkness. You're funny, Suda. How about this? Give me a name, and I'll answer any question you have for me. Suda remained silent, not trusting anything mysterious, especially not a strange girl bound in golden chains. He gulped, dreading to imagine why she was restrained. Based on the theme so far, I better be careful. What's the big deal with a name? Ugh, this is going to be a hassle, but I guess I have no choice but to play along. Names. I can't think of anything except Elise. No, choose another, she said defiantly. Huh, you told me to choose, and now you're telling me to pick a different one? This is stupid. Elise is all I've got. What's wrong with it, anyway? He felt annoyed at how quickly she dismissed it. It doesn't feel right. Choose another. Her downcast voice quieted his growing irritation. The soft rattle of iron links scraped against each other. Suda was never good with nicknames, let alone proper names. If he remembered correctly, they were usually based on unique characteristics, religious superstitions, or simply appearance. Realizing he might have unintentionally found a way forward, he presented his thoughts. If I knew what you looked like, I might be better equipped to find the right name for you, he said casually. After a few moments of silence, a light-hearted chuckle blossomed forth, followed by a gentle okay. Why don't you come closer and see for yourself? Suda frowned at the idea. No thanks, I'm quite all right from here. Why don't you describe yourself to me? Okay. Where should I start? I'm wearing a pale blue dress. My hair is very dark blue, almost black. Let's see. Oh, I have a thin frame but a modest-sized chest. My sizes are dash. Okay, Okay, that's enough. Suda quickly interjected, feeling his cheeks grow hot. Ahem. Why don't you tell me your eye color? Then, he asked, steering the conversation elsewhere. Oh, my eyes. I'm not quite sure. Could you tell me? Perhaps that might help us think of a true name. Suda had to admit her pleasant, airy tone mixed with youthful naivety appealed to him. Of course, he didn't miss her continuous ploy to get him to approach, and no amount of positive feeling would bewitch him into thinking approaching someone chained to a throne was a good idea. I need to understand what's going on, so I guess I should entertain this a little. Suda put on a false, charming smile and nodded in agreement. He walked forward steadily, counting each step, moving with a hesitancy masked by the smothering darkness. I don't need to be too close to her. I can stand at a safe distance and what the hell is that? After drawing close enough to carefully inspect the strange figure, he noticed something unmissable looming over her. A large, dark silhouette mounted behind the throne. Is that a head? Judging by the outline and soft light gleaming against its side, he was almost certain he was staring at a massive skull, though there wasn't enough definition to be sure. Hey, Suda, where have you come from? Her soothing voice freed him from his reverie. Chapter 71. A Most Beautiful Mind, 2 Scarlet. Suda POV. I'm from somewhere far, I guess. Suda's thoughts drifted to his own world Earth, and how much had changed since then. Somewhere far. That's interesting, the girl hidden between the shadows said, her voice laced with a strange airiness. Something about her gave Suda the feeling she had lost her memories. I think I've also come from afar, she added after a short pause. Suda studied her words for a little while. Do you remember anything? For example, how did you get here? He asked with a curious glint sparkled in his eyes. She paused before responding. I'm sorry, but I do not. I found myself inside this space, surrounded by darkness and these chains. She moved her frail arms slightly, rattling the chains again to show her current plight. Suda grimaced in response to that. His empathetic heart became at odds with his sensible mind. Forget it, Suda. There's no way we're freeing those chains. With my luck, the moment I do so, she'll turn into a monster and probably try to kill me, he thought to himself. And what's the deal with that shadowy thing? A strange girl trapped in chains, in the dark, with amnesia? I'd be an idiot to trust her at this point. Thankfully, Suda found more cons than pros. There was still an inward voice suggesting she might be a prisoner, and perhaps it was his valiant duty to set her free. Shaking away his internal conflict, Suda took a closer look at the girl's visage, partially cloaked in darkness. His eyes first took in the golden chains wrapped around her ankles. Her slender legs were bony and childish. He was surprised she looked so young from this distance. She wore a white and azure silk gown that stopped just below her knees. Judging by the space between her soles and the ground, Suda gathered she was shorter than him, as she had mentioned. Her dark raven hair cascaded down her body, glimmering a royal navy blue against her porcelain skin. Her head remained slightly lowered at an angle, preventing him from getting a clearer view of her face, but he sensed she was young despite the slight matureness of her voice. Undoubtedly, the most unsettling thing was the large shadow looming above her, which Suda purposely tried to ignore for now. If he desired a clearer look, he would have to move closer, something he was not prepared to do. At first, but very slowly he warmed towards it. He cleared his throat and took a few cautious steps forward. Okay, show me your eyes then, he asked with obvious nerves showing. Oh sure. Very slowly, Suda watched as she gracefully lifted her head upright. Her round face sat prettily, with long eyelashes flowing away from her eyes like crows taking flight, small veal-colored lips, and unblemished, snow-white skin. While admiring her beauty from afar, Suda also noticed a string of golden symbols etched just beneath her right eye. Tattoos? How odd, he remarked under his breath, standing idly by. He waited for her almond-shaped eyelids to softly open. A strange eeriness gathered around him, as though he was forgetting a particular missing piece to all of this. The moment finally arrived as her graceful eyelids fluttered open, unfolding apart like the blossoming bloom of angelic wings. But what Suda found unearthed beneath those nearly perfect lids was a sight far more harrowing than what he might have expected. and a very clear thought surfaced through his mind at this point. Here lies the sinister glare of a demon rather than an angel. Instinctively, he tried taking a step back, but it was already too late. Two scarlet irises coldly beheld him through the shroud of darkness. The glowing orbs seemed to contain a strange power behind them. From the very second they locked onto him, Suda lost all feeling against his body. At that moment, Suda felt the very air itself distort and freeze, along with all the blood flowing through his veins. Seconds later, he found his conscience swallowed by a fog of darkness. Not again. Where am I now? Surrounded by a dense fog of darkness, Suda felt a strange detachment away from his body, as though he was neither here nor there, a fragment of what he was. He felt weightless. He was floating in a space of darkness where nothing exists. Suda wasn't sure how to react to something like this. He tried waving his hand in front of his face, but saw nothing, even though he could feel his body responding. But this strange darkness consumed all manners of light. As he floated in the darkness, he caught the faint sound of a fire crackling into existence. Just a little away from where he was, he noticed a green flame being roused to life. The first fire turned into 2, then 4, and so on. This scene continued until he found himself surrounded by a sea of green flames. What in the world? He muttered, his eyes wide with disbelief. And then a soothing voice boomed across the dark expanse like a megaphone. Dear Mother, why is it you saw fit to allow the usurpers a chance to achieve such benevolent grace beneath such a flawed dawn? Suda's heart raced as he tried to make sense of the enigmatic words echoing around him. The green flames danced and flickered, as though they could sense the troubling voice and turned scared. He squinted, trying to discern any shapes or figures within the fiery sea. But the darkness seemed to swallow everything beyond the emerald light. What is this place? And who is that speaking? Suda's mind raced with questions, his body frozen in place as he floated amidst the surreal scene. The voice continued, its tone both melodic and haunting, and yet strangely familiar. The betrayal of the Dark Prince, the sin born from the union between kin, and the folly of the righteous. All have led to this moment, where the scales of fate hang in delicate balance. Little trespasser, shall we go back and see? When the bloom of chaos first erupted, before Suda was given the chance to thoroughly decline, he felt his world spinning again, and amid the distortion, he heard a loud chime. Then suddenly, everything faded. South of Yellowstone Ridge, Windmill Range, second floor of Zero's Guild Hall. A deep yawn escaped from his gaping mouth. Using his gloved hands, he tenderly wiped away the trickle of tears falling down the corners of his eyes. The man, dressed in boiled leathers, smoothed the tiny strands of silver hair over his scalp. Restlessness had finally found him within the confines of a box-sized room. He could finally place the quill he delicately pinched between his gloved fingers. His table was messily piled with skill books and unfurled scrolls carrying the voices of guild masters from the four-cornered reaches of the realms. The fellow scratched his patchy salt and pepper beard, staring purposefully into the flickering embers dancing on the splints of the half-melted candle. A series of delicate knocks sounded against the redwood door, rousing his attention. He swallowed the spit down his throat before speaking. Who is it? His hoarse voice beckoned the visitor. The door creaked open, and a familiar, beautiful young girl appeared, her slight smile infectious like the dawn of spring. A wave of silky black and navy blue hair cascaded down her delicate frame. She wore her usual attire, dressed in dark leathers with a subtle golden outline. The most peculiar thing about this breathtaking beauty, however, was her sparkling scarlet irises, filled with so much royal mystique that he couldn't stare too long into her gaze, afraid of his old mind being lost in them. Guild Master, the quest was a success, she sang joyously. We've cleared the underground tunnels and rooted out all the horn-tailed lizards with 6 eyes. I've tasked the butchers with removing the scales, she added, taking further steps into the small room, scanning it with expressionless wonder. He tried to prevent his gaze from lingering on her for too long. Good. Did you manage to rendezvous with the right horn unit? Yep. They were on the brink of disaster until we showed up. But the Fairwind Antlers Guild shouldn't be able to mount a counterattack after this. He nodded in agreement. Now that the tunnels were theirs and most of the attacks had been repelled, It would take the enemy at least half a year more to come back. By then, their guild would have already accomplished a great deal and amassed enough resources to reclaim the 5th spot. It's all thanks to you. Without you, our guild would have no chance. You've truly single-handedly dragged us to the top 5 guilds in the realm. He couldn't refrain from letting his broad smile crease into the open. In response, her fair cheeks turned beet red before she shifted her gaze elsewhere. It's not all my doing. Ahem. It was a team effort, she announced with her dainty fists clenched. There was another matter he had to address, but something inside him was tussling with whether or not it was the right move. BB, by the way, his voice trailed off, his eyes lowered to one of the unfurled scrolls on the table. Sigh, have you thought about giving them an answer? His voice snapped her calm demeanor into focus. He noticed an air of coldness swiftly surrounding her countenance. Oh, have they sent word for me again? Her tone was flat. He tried to remain calm in response. This was a topic he had tried his best to withhold for as long as he could, but the courier pigeons were growing more frequent. With the increased notoriety of their guild, it was difficult to ignore the official voices of esteemed lords. Why, yes, they wish to know what our stance will be, whether or not we'll comply or, his voice faltered, or choose to make an enemy out of the capital. Right, he gritted his teeth, trying his best to uphold a fair stance. But even he knew he was powerless right now. If only they could stall until next year, he was confident they would have been strong enough to repel the things set to come their way, be it the combined forces of the 4 strongest guilds, or even the full brunt of the capital itself. If only. Guild Master. It's all right. Her words cut his staggering thoughts short. We cannot hope to, but we will stand beside you if we have no other. I'm grateful, and I can't possibly expect the guild to exhaust everything we've helped build for the sake of keeping me hidden. My plan is still unchanged. I do plan on moving on during the winter. I'll honor my oath to you, Guild Master, before then. She said this with a solemn bow. He felt his body easing slightly, despite knowing full well she was deeply saddened by it. But what else could he do? Thank you, was all he could say. In the middle of winter, atop the snow-filled mountain, a turbulent blue flame roared terribly into the pale, frosted air. Deep clouds of thick smoke crawled towards the entrance ranges, sweeping through the windmills and all the ridges south of the flames. For the last few nights, the fires never ceased, as though the ire of a terrible demon had sent a plague of anguish set ablaze against the land. The remnants of Zero's guild lay crumbling beneath the hungry fires, consuming the guild hall. Once a place filled with the heartily songs of adventurous men, it was now a mass of soot and charred, broken debris. Nobody inside could have survived the onslaught. As for the one who caused it, she remained idly placed at the foot of the white hill. Her uniquely bewitching scarlet gaze held no sorrow, no sense of triumph or elation. She had merely acted upon what the will inside her heart had spoken to her, the voice that was always beside her, the one she trusted the most. With a final glance at the smoldering ruins, she lifted her hood over her helm, twisted on her heels, and left the guild hall forever. The snow crunched beneath her feet as she walked away, the bitter cold of the winter night enveloping her like a shroud. Azure Spire, south of the wailing gray rivers. Her katana shot forward like a snake, finding its mark. The fellow froze on his feet as she twisted the pommel and pushed the blade deeper. Squelching flesh cried forth, and blood splattered against the side of her pale face. His resistance waned, the strength in his arms leaving him, and his pair of swords fell away from his fingertips. In response, she exhaled a foul breath before slowly pulling the katana free, allowing blood to pour freely from the gaping wound. She moved her blade in languorous strokes, slicing the open air to clean the wet blood from her stainless half-black steel. The fellow collapsed to one knee, his single beige robe festered with wounds and soaked in blood. He wore no pieces of armor or leather, his bare arms and legs consisting of a purple, dark flesh, robust in stature and covered in fast-fading golden runes. Although his head was covered in a squared white shawl, revealing only his peculiar golden eyes, she could tell his mouth was open and his breaths exhaled laboriously. She looked pained as she watched him gasping for his final breaths. "Any last words?" she asked coldly. Cuckoo. You've learned so much from me, Georg. So much. But know this, that the WW will of the Red One will never truly obey. A descendant, F from Dida, he keeled over and finally died. She remained motionless in silence for a short while, taking in the enormity of the situation. Another master she had respected had been felled by her hands again. She had long chosen to feel nothing, but even still, it was hard not to reflect on her choices. She clenched her fists so hard that blood began trickling down her knuckles. Damn it all. Footsteps approached her from behind, swiftly breaking her away from her own thoughts. She shook away her lingering doubts, making sure that air of coldness returned to her mask soon enough. Is it done? A soft and rather frail voice arrived from her rear. Turning her head slowly, she beheld the fellow only now announcing himself since the danger had passed. A young-faced man with grayish-pale skin and long black fingernails stood before her. He wore white robes with gray leathers underneath, a single ivory horn protruding from his skull. His gaze was one of intrigue and distrust, a common thing amongst those from his race. You have eyes to see it for yourself. Now then, the red dragon heart? Give it to me, she demanded coldly. The fellow could only chuckle in response to her attitude. He gestured towards the end of the marble-floored hall, which resembled a cave with uniquely fitted, elegant flooring. It's awaiting to be absorbed on the altar, he replied. Say, I noticed your technique was quite different compared to how you usually fight. I sense a foreign influence. What is it? You demons are quite curious fellows, aren't you? She smiled cruelly. It's called the annihilation of chaos, an accursed power bestowed upon the first men of this world by the outer gods. A direct opposition to the system of skills and abilities taught to the world by the first goddess of dawn, Queen Lunara. There was a sullenness within her tone when she spoke, but only she could truly understand why. Interesting. It's no wonder the Demon King has been so enthralled with your kind. It begs one to imagine what sort of implications await a union between the Dei clan and a forgotten child of the Da. PSK, you talk too much. I'll leave the body to you. Try not to disturb me whilst I absorb the heart. I won't be long. With that said, she turned on her heel and strode towards the altar, her mind already focused on the task at hand. The demon's words lingered in her thoughts. But for now, all that mattered was the red dragon's heart and the power it would grant her. Everything else could wait. With this, it brings me to acquiring 4 elder dragon hearts now. I only need 1 more, and then I'll be unrivaled by all. Chapter 72. A Most Disastrous Mind. The Sleeping Princess. Suda POV. Celestial Court, 200 feet, prison hidden underground. Darkness. A cold and eerie feeling. The prickle of cold stones caressed beneath her knees. She made a futile attempt to shift her body. The soft rattle of chains echoed in response. A force acted against her movements, reminding her she was bound in place. Nothing but the fog of the cold night clouded her view. Occasionally, the soft pitter-pattering of footsteps sounded, but it was mostly silence she felt. Her knowledge told her silence incantation was likely in play. They purposely marred her vision, whilst they drained her free from her powers. But that was futile to someone like her. She could still sense their mana cores, beating feverishly with their unique signatures. She could smell them. Rank 5 arcanists they were. 4 of them left. All she needed was another chance, another moment to break free, and then she wouldn't allow a single one of them to walk away this time. The sound of a large boulder being moved sounded, followed by footsteps and breaths. How is she, did she? Sigh. She's dead. A loud bang sounded, followed by the descent of crumbling debris. Damn demon. I'll kill you. A man raged bitterly. A heavy presence descended upon her, an air so dense that her head was forced low. She didn't even attempt to resist it. Without her sight, she could still sense the incantations being cast into play, so there was no use to attempt to evade. Bear it she must. Quell your anger. We all knew the risks once we decided on this undertaking. Do not sully their memory with reckless actions. She heard another voice, an aged male perhaps. Thranx is right. The job is still half done. We must complete the extraction of the dragon hearts, or else this was all a waste of our time. 0. Remove her blindfold. A feminine voice spoke forth coolly. What? And why would I do such a foolish thing? A childish voice replied. Hee, You're not scared of a little girl tied in chains now, are you? The same little girl who has severed the heads of 5 celestial court members, subdued 5 ancient dragons, and had time to mortally wound 4 rank 5 arcanists? Don't patronize me, Lady Aster. A man who fails to take heed of disaster is foolish and fated to taste the sourest of ends. He is right. The girl has far exceeded any talent we have ever seen. Dare I say, that boastful attitude and relentless vigor. It reminds me of the Shinjin? Well, that's because she is one. Another voice arrived from a little further away from the group, followed by approaching measured footsteps. Soft gasps escaped the mouths of the 4. Lord Cyrex, is it really? Is it really you? We thought you were dead. Haha. Well done on surviving, you lucky elf. That makes 5 of us now. Wait, Shinjin? What the hell are you talking about, elf? Oh, you haven't realized. Well then, allow me to elaborate. That unsettling voice drew nearer. She braced herself for the worst outcome, but instead felt the tension around her eyes releasing. The veil was removed from her eyes at last. Her vision was hazy at first, but very quickly, she found focus again. She sat on her knees atop a series of complex, cyan-colored runes drawn on the ground beneath her. This incantation, it's a spatial ward spell. I've only seen a lesser counterpart used outside specific cities across Arcadia. Heh. To think they'd go to such lengths for little ol' me. Should I be disturbed by that, or honored? I wonder. The girl's lips curled into a wry smile as she took in her surroundings. The 4 arcanists stood before her, their faces a mix of fear, anger, and curiosity. Not one of them felt comfortable around her, that much she was assured of by the noticeable distance they kept away from her. And then there was the elf, Lord Cyrex. Those calm and rather gentle eyes of his always stirred an unusual tension throughout her body. She had hoped she was rid of him a while ago, only to now understand the unusualness of those who studied beneath the banner of the dead arts. Necromancers, her greatest bane. Despite her unwavering confidence, she knew she was in a precarious position right now, but her mind was already working, calculating her next move. These fools had no idea what they were dealing with, and she would make sure they paid for their ignorance because of that. Her gaze shifted to the tense atmosphere. She found herself in a strange hall with no walls but a noticeable thick fog almost shimmering into existence around her. At first, she thought this must have been conjured into existence, some kind of dimensional prison, but that thought soon passed once she noticed a tall roof existing way above. The ceiling was made of a glassy mirror, with a constant whirling azure sphere adorned with golden smiling faces slowly moving in a clockwise motion. Grr. Just look at those eyes, she heard one of the voices in attendance say. The rough-voiced speaker was the man she sensed was the angriest. He wore crimson and golden robes with purple runes shimmering along the hem of the sleeves. He had blazing red hair with a well-groomed forked beard and dandy mustache. From the little she recalled about what she knew about these people, he was the current headmaster of the School of Evocation, where elementalists were born. That's a demon if I've ever seen one. He's right. Her complete mastery over her mana core, her ability to regenerate at high speed, the almost genius-like adaptability she has in combat. Only a demon or a half-demon could exhibit such traits. This time, those words were spoken by the only woman in attendance. Her lavishly long robes were a blend of azure and cyan, short-cut and slightly tight to enunciate her very slender and curvaceous frame. She carried a set of blonde braided hair woven into a styled bun. Her eyes were a shimmering gray, while her smooth, unblemished skin was a darkened brown. She was the headmaster of the School of Abjuration, the Wardbenders. The other 2 were an old man dressed in orange robes with long silver strands of hair flowing down his head. He was the tallest in attendance, caressing a wooden cane with a strange emerald orb attached to it, and a shorter, young-faced fellow with sallow skin, wearing purple and black robes. He had narrow, shifty eyes and wore a tall, pointed hat. Compared to everyone else, he looked the calmest. She had heard of the old fellow, Thranx the Arcanist and headmaster of the School of Abjurers, whilst by default the young-faced fellow was the prodigy Arcanist. Zero, headmaster of the School of Illusions. By design, each one of these fellows was at the apex of their discipline and craft, but none more so than this fellow before her. Yes, this one here, this annoyingly handsome elf. He's the most dangerous. She felt a very real need to keep away the moment he appeared. Short, curly silver hair, deep fountain blue eyes, and those sharp-pointed ears too. Cyrex, a talent said to be born once every 1,000 years. There were even murmurs of the elf becoming one of the first kings of Arcadia, a wizard king so to speak. He beheld her in a strange way, unlike the others who either hated or feared her. His own was simple enough to grasp hold of. It was intrigue. This will feel odd, but I must ask for your forgiveness early. Me lady, you see, I failed to hold myself back in the midst of excitement. He reached out his bony pale fingers with caution before lightly prodding her against the middle of her forehead. She felt a cold touch, followed swiftly by a sensation almost willing to pull something out from her. She couldn't fight it. She hated this feeling. It was too bright, burning hot even. Stop it. Just stop it. Her body wasn't under her control beneath this warding incantation. Something forgotten was being pulled out, something she rejected with all her heart, something golden. She felt a dormant power being stirred awake and a rush of divine energy swallowing her entire being all at once. Her eyes flashed wide, and her jaw slacked open. She could feel it, that disastrous foreign power being pulled from the pits of her gut. Golden light poured out of her orifices, and then something snapped. An eruption of a violent shockwave pulsed forth. An ancient power roared and tossed aside anything standing in its way. The ghostly hall trembled under the force of the unleashed energy. The robed arcanists almost vanished a few feet away in unison. Only the strange silver-haired elf remained, choosing to take the full brunt of the golden outcry head-on. A small pendant shaped into a teardrop shone and violently shook. His entire body was covered in a green light that miraculously kept him unscathed from the golden force. Once that dreadful pain had subsided, her body felt so weak she could barely hold her head upright. Panting with deep breaths, her gaze slowly found the pale-faced elf again. He was smiling at her with a devious glint encircled within those pale irises. The gold particles surrounding his entire body slowly subsided. She then heard a noticeable cracking sound before watching tiny pieces of glass falling from the pendant wrapped around his neck. Beautiful, he mouthed with a crazed expression that unsettled her heart. By the gods, why you were right. Thrank spoke. SHSH, she's one of them. BB, but how? Zero remarked. That doesn't make any sense. There are 8 Shinji. How can there be a? It's quite obvious if you think about it, replied the elf, answering all of their curious thoughts. Perhaps if you knew her true name, you might understand it. All the signs were sitting right in front of us. We were merely consumed by the terror she left in her wake to miss it. Her mother, her father, little girl, you don't even know of it yourself, do you? What the hell is he babbling on about? Lady asked her. She stared into those cold and calculating eyes beheld by this strange, smooth-talking elf. She held no idea what he was going on about, let alone who the parents she had never met were. I don't know what you're talking about, she slowly breathed. Not to worry, I believe you. How could you know? After all, I imagine those lurking in the shadows, orchestrating these series of events, tried their very best to hide you. I wonder if the Demon King knew. Or perhaps the royals. Oi, ELF. Speak up. Who the hell is SHE? Roared the fiery-haired fellow dressed in red and orange blazing robes. So loud. Plus, it wouldn't hurt to use that brain of yours once in a while. Though, I heard elementalists are prone to firing first without thinking. Why, you little? A slender but firm hand fell in his way. I admire your wit, Lord Cyrex, but as you can imagine, this is a sensitive situation. So I must insist you speak up about what you know. Haha, of course, of course. I'm sure we've all heard of that age tale, haven't we? A union of deceit and taboo. 2 siblings, born beneath a perfect dawn. And yet, beneath the so-called grace of perfection, they chose to fall in love. And I imagine, you were the proof of their union, were you not? Princess Celeste, child of Celestia and Prince Nocturne? The room fell silent, the weight of the elf's words settling upon them like a suffocating blanket. Impossible, Lady Aster whispered, her voice carrying a slight shiver. Sister and brother. How absurd. But it suddenly makes all the sense in the world, Thranks pondered. What will we do now? The young-faced arcanist asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "We finish what we started," Lady Aster said, her eyes hardening with resolve. "The dragon hearts. We must complete the extraction. Or, might I present a more better idea? There is a great pit of mysteries to be had regarding the Shinjin, and since we have one right here, why don't we take advantage of this situation? Outside of the court? You must have a death wish, you damned elf. Ha ha ha, don't be like that. I am an opportunist. Besides, which one of us wouldn't kill for the chance to perhaps advance another rank? I believe the secrets to our bottlenecks. The wall between immortal and normal lies within the very blood coursing through her veins. Even if that is so, we have laws in place for a reason. Do you think the church will allow us to do what we wish with a descendant of the perfect dawn?" The elf shrugged his two shoulders helplessly. "We've been in a silent war for almost a decade now. I think we've gone past expecting things to smooth over. KSK, it's a risk that may spell a consequence too large to bear if we get this wrong. But what the heck? I'm in." The others shared looks of uncertainty before reluctantly agreeing. Cyrex lightly clapped his two hands, creasing a delightful smile. "Ah, perfect, perfect. This makes things easier. Ha ha ha, what a great day I'm having. Ah, but not for you, me lady. You will have to die whilst I do unspeakable things to that divine body of yours." He licked his lips whilst rubbing his pale hands together. Staring into those empty eyes, Celeste felt no shroud of fear nor anger. She felt surprised she had just remembered this feeling. Huh. Oh, I see. They think I've lost. Bwahaha. Good, good. Then there's no need to hold back. I should do it, shouldn't I? I should let go. Before Cyrex was given a second to respond, a tremendous dark energy burst out from Celeste. The force was so sudden, so great that it slammed directly against the side of his beautiful face. "Waharaya!" His voice cried bloodily, but he held no time to cry and swiftly dashed away in order to defend himself. Celeste understood doing this would likely destroy one of her cores, and likely cause her to either die or be reduced to a state much worse than death. But she held no more time to wait. Her entire powers went from 0-100 in mere moments. The Arcanists reacted. She heard their voices casting an incantation in response to her. Book, 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 book. One by one their grimoires appeared floating above their outstretched palms. Celeste wore a cruel smile as a thick, inky mass of darkness shot forth into the air. She opened her palm and cast a regretful look against the 5 strange gray symbols that appeared. Tears of blood slowly fell from her gaze. She knew it was time. "My will, I leave it in all your hands. Avenge me." Her mana finally spiked to dangerous levels and went into a frenzy. Chapter 73. A Most Disastrous Mind. 2. What One Leaves Behind. Suda POV. His vision distorted while shadows changed shape and bloomed into countless burning green fires. One by one, he saw these luminous emerald flames conjuring themselves into the dark, voidless space like intrepid emerald stars above him. Suda was still reeling in the afterglow of those visions. That girl on the throne. He remembered. It was her. Celeste? Dragons? But most important of all, the 9th Shinjin? He could still remember the dark tale about them. The goddess, mortal Queen Lenara, and her 8 demigod offspring. After sitting in his ponderous thoughts for a short while, a wave of anger quickly bloomed in his heart. This is troublesome / what the hell? What does all of this have to do with me? He tried to study the twisting thoughts swirling around his mind, but none of this made any sense, and the very uncomfortable distortions surrounding him were hard to ignore. He could feel the world around him changing again. The sparkling green fires slowly faded, and a ghostly howl shook the entire dark space. Wait, I'm back here again. Suda found himself trapped within that cloud of darkness. Judging by the feeling returning to his bones, he had returned to the realm of fog and shadows again. Only this time around, why does it feel like I'm being pulled? He quickly noticed a firm pull against his arm to one side. After passing through the wave of grogginess, he slightly regained full control and twisted his neck to one side to meet the problem. Instinctively, his brows lifted, dutifully surprised to find that same little girl from before. She was balancing against her little black heels, pulling his arm desperately towards her with her entire might, to the point her round face had turned cherry red from all the gathered tension in her little frail body. Suda heckled a warm smile in response. Her sudden appearance had startled him at first, but he couldn't hide his delight at seeing the strange, mysterious girl again. Heh, so you were here, little one. He spoke warmly, seeing her little face suddenly relax upon hearing his voice. Strangely enough, those scintillating scarlet eyes opened to the shock of seeing him. Emma, mister, you're awake? HM? That's a weird reaction. Wait, come to think of it, was I dreaming all that? If so, then that means that girl chained to that throne was… Hey, SL, was it? Where are we? And did you see a quiet, frail girl chained to a throne by any chance? He asked her. Suda saw a look of sheer horror pale against her childish face. He arched one of his brows in response. What's with that surprised look? Did you not see her? He mouthed slowly, still not quite understanding. That frozen mask of horror was hard to ignore. Only now, as he started paying close attention to her facial expressions, did he realize her gaze of anguish focused on something behind him. Suda curiously began twisting around on his heels. Subtly, he felt a need to implore great caution with his movements right now. His head finally twisted around. The moment his helm finally swiveled around, he met an outstretched pale hand desperately bearing inches away from his eyes. Suda almost felt his heart jump out of his mouth, forced into swiftly drawing himself back with haste. He stumbled over his feet in the process, tripping and falling just beside the little girl dressed in a gothic black dress. She sidestepped out of the way just in time before his bottom landed against the firm ground. Suda's heart was racing. He scrambled to his feet in haste, his eyes gapingly wide with shock and fear. The pale hand, still outstretched, seemed to beckon to him, its fingers long and slender clawing at the space between them both. Her unblemished skin glimmered almost translucent beneath the eerie light of the shadowy realm. What the hell? He stammered, his voice cracking with panic. Who are you? To his question, the figure slowly raised her lowered head. Hey, that's the girl from earlier? Those bright blood-red eyes were unmistakable. Stunned into silent horror, he watched her desperately attempt to break free from the series of golden chains thankfully holding her back. That serene and beautiful face from before was marred with a crazed expression, her pearly white teeth grinding together, encapsulating her furious mask. So, Goor. Close, growling ugh almost. She growled, still lashing out in frail attempts to catch him. Suda could only stare in absent-minded silence, truly at a loss as to what was going on at this point. The cogs within his mind started to move again, trying to make sense of the situation in any way possible. My goodness, what the hell is going on? He thought, harrowed, still trying to create enough distance between them both whilst refusing to take his eyes away from her. The chains grappled against her forcefully. She growled and hissed, but it looked as though she wasn't breaking her bond anytime soon. Why is she? He posed that question to the little girl standing beside him. Cell cradled her dainty hands together. Her large eyes trembled with deep sorrow glazed against them. She's not feeling too well right now, her gentle voice said sheepishly. Not feeling too well? Suda thought to himself, trailing his gaze back towards the crazed girl. He observed that enraged expression of hers carefully. She wasn't relenting by the looks of it, and seemed dangerously close to breaking free of those chains at any moment. Heh, that's one way to put it. You're part of them, aren't you? They sent you, didn't they? To take my power? I won't allow it. Come closer. Come closer if you dare. There's zero chance of me actually doing that, but why is she so angry? And what's all this talk about stealing her power? To that moment of internal thought, a memory surfaced within Suda's mind again. He remembered those vividly surreal visions about that beautiful girl with glowing scarlet eyes, those robed figures, and that unusual talk of dragon hearts. Suddenly, a swath of clarity filled his senses. The broken fragments started to piece themselves together, painting a rather clearer background for the erratically enraged girl. Now that Suda beheld her with a clearer thought, despite her unkempt and disheveled outward appearance, there was no mistaking the clear likeness she shared with the girl he saw in those visions. It's you're Celeste? His words seemed to pierce through the veil of madness that had engulfed the girl, and for a moment, her struggles ceased. She stared at him, her blood-red eyes glowing within the darkness, bore wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief, before her lips steadily parted into a silent gasp. How do you know my name?" she whispered, her voice hoarse and raw, as if she hadn't spoken in years. Suta swallowed hard, his mind racing to discover the right words. He knew he had to tread carefully here. One wrong move could send the girl spiraling back into the depths of her rage. I saw you," he said at last, his voice trembling slightly, forcing him to clear his throat. "A hymn, in a vision, a dream. I saw what they did to you, what they took from you." Celeste's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, Suda thought he saw a flicker of something else in their crimson depths, something likened to hope, longing, like a desperate, aching need for someone to understand. "You saw," she breathed, her voice barely audible over the clanking of her chains. "You know." His words were like an icy wind dispersing the fog of ire surrounding the girl, whose expression suddenly lightened. Her narrowed brows softened as a look of surprise flashed across her scarlet glare. Suda wasn't sure why he felt this subtle growing feeling of empathy. While he was still trying to work out whether or not she had truly stopped behaving so crazy, he felt something tug at his sleeves. "Mister," he heard Little Cell whisper, I think we should run." "Trespasser," a thunderous voice suddenly erupted across the foggy expanse. Suda was now on high alert, drawing a grimace into the dark, voidless air above him. There was always trouble on every corner, waiting for him to believe he found a small slither of peace before striking again. "Damn it, what's happening now?" he hissed with growing frustration. He searched the air but found no one. The fog surrounding him was beginning to distort and ripple. Suda got the feeling that they were trapped inside a rigorous storm by now. The fog was behaving as though an ominous wind swept past him. "Vile, treacherous creature," it snarled. "How dare you disturb our sleep? One must have forgotten that I, the one who conquered tyranny, only I, sit unrivaled. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, the skies would suddenly bloom with emerald fires, stitching across the expanse. The dark air was slowly being penetrated by the surge of lights, shedding away the eerie shadows, cloaking away the things around him. The first thing to catch his eye was the black and white tiles layered beneath his feet, spread across the entire ground as far as his eyes could see. Covering the actual skies above him was a blanket of nightingale, reminiscent of space where the stars and planets lived. Suda stared into the dazzling airs above him, trying to make sense of the chaos unfolding around him. The little girl clung to his arm, her small body trembling with fear. Even Celeste seemed to have been momentarily distracted from her rage, her scarlet eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Who are you?" Suda called out, his voice almost drowned away, sounding quite small and insignificant amidst the grandeur of the emerald-lit expanse. But once his gaze lowered again, he almost flinched in response, finally able to see that ominous stone throne hidden in the shadows in its entirety. It was twice the size of what he expected, a dull gray color with strange, archaic red engravings drawn against its backrest. Suda felt something quite inexplicably terrible the moment he locked eyes with that strange seal against it, a feeling that spurned all the negative emotions dormant in his heart to bloom forth. Without wasting time, he quickly rose and beckoned towards Little Cell to take hold of his hand. He searched the now slightly luminous hall, his eyes darting from side to side. Then his gaze flashed open upon seeing the bright door he had exited from. He readied himself and gently squeezed the little dainty hand cradled in his fist. The girl in chains had crumbled onto the ground, golden chains wrapped around her shivering, frail limbs. She was almost cradled into her own body. Suta could hear hiccups and sniffling, with inaudible mutterings followed by deep gasps. Seeing this, he drew a complex glare in return. He couldn't stop glancing at the door in the near distance while he wrestled with whether or not he should help her. "KSK, damn it all. What the heck am I doing?" He released Cell's little hand and moved with haste towards Celeste. Suda focused on those golden chains, first trying to see if he could somehow pry them apart. It took him all but a few seconds to realize that was a fool's errand. These things were almost as heavy as slabs of iron. He twisted around towards Little Cell for help. "Hey, how do we get her out of these?" The little girl's face looked confused as she pondered the question, placing a single finger against her round cheeks. Farewell, mister. Cell doesn't think me, mister, is strong enough. Why, you're too weak, mister. Okay, ouch. It's not like she's lying, though. But that's beside the point. We have to try. So tell me what I need to do. And mister has to gulp, break the seal. She's been trapped, in her powers. And how do I go about doing that? The little girl's eyes widened. She looked completely terrified, but softly parted her mouth before raising a shaking finger towards the area behind both Suda and the crouched girl in distress beside him. Suda followed her line of sight, and he too finally arrived at the reality of the situation. No, no way, he mouthed aloud. A bluish haze, dazzling in its sight with pale particles condensing around it, gradually took shape and formed into an 8-foot-tall figure. A being with 2 wings unfurling out behind its graceful figure. One sharp tusk horn grew away from its head, one shorter than the other. And despite the fact the figure was completely made out of this bluish-pale form, Suda could see the outline of a beautiful face. The figure held out its hand, and a tall staff materialized, fashioned with pale feathers circling the orb on its end. If one continues to trample over this most holy sight, then I, the wisp of the most fearsome tyrant, shall lay waste upon your soul and grind your bones into dust. That soft voice that surrounded the entire hall was enough to set Suda's heart ablaze. He dropped the cold chains in his hand and swiftly made a decision. But before he scurried up to his feet, he reluctantly placed his palm cautiously against the shivering girl who hadn't moved from the prone state she was in. Listen, I'll come back for you. I promise. I'll come back, and I'll free you from this position. Celeste. Suda couldn't understand why he said that, but he felt it was something that needed to be said. This body carried secrets, a lot of secrets by the looks of it, and somehow, he had transmigrated into this world and this life. Things never happened just out of luck. He believed in fate, karma, and the thread of destiny woven for everyone existing. Because of this, he knew he was somehow supposed to be here. The air around him suddenly felt terribly cold. Suda had gotten used to this sensation. It was a reaction from his own body, sensing a terrible foe was approaching. Suda had felt this feeling twice before. Helvetios was the first person, Anik being the second. Cell, we gotta get out of here. Before the little girl had any chance to object, he shot up to his feet, grabbed hold of her, and made a run for it. A single look at that ethereal figure told him everything he needed to know. He stood no chance against something like that at this stage in his development. At best, he would merely become food for whatever dangerous power festered inside of it. This place was strange. He was strange. This new body of his and all these obscure things taking place were terrifying. And there was still that subtle reminder that he held no real idea of where his family were at this moment. But Suda understood nothing was ever final. One day, he would hone enough power to confront these strange, imposing beings. One day, he would be powerful enough to take back what he has lost. Those feelings fueled the courage within his heart. Suda ran with his entire might, spearheading towards the square-shaped light carved into the foggy expanse in front of him. The air was filled with the whipping echoes of particles and that enigmatic voice heralding behind him. Turning around wasn't an option, nor was he curious and stupid enough to desire to discover how far ahead he was. Reaching the door was his only focus. Thankfully, he managed to achieve this relatively untroubled. Upon reaching the final few steps before entering into the light, he almost performed a runner's finish, dashing in head first as both he and the little girl crossed over. Suda was almost beaming with joy, finding himself right back in the elegantly furnished room with beige walls, the crisp, warm air filled with smooth jazz playing. His chest heaved while he keeled over his knees, desperately yearning for breath. We made it. Haha. Cell, we did. Huh. Suda slowly rose, feeling a noticeable change in his equilibrium. Dizziness circled around his thoughts. The surrounding furniture ascended, and the walls started to rotate in a 360-degree motion. He spun around, almost collapsing, but luckily finding stability in his footing. There he found little Cell staring curiously at the hectic surroundings. For a brief moment, Suda was sure he saw one of the corners of her mouth tug upwards in a cruel smile. But he was more bothered by the sudden burst of black flames covering the little girl. Cecil, what's going on? Are you okay? The little girl jolted a little before taking notice of the change happening to her own body. She held out her little hands while inspecting the seemingly harmless fire raging across her body. She lifted her round head, her large, cute red eyes blinking aimlessly a few times before she creased a cute grin. It's all right, mister. Time has run out, but it's okay. This won't be the last time Cell and Mr. meet. This place belongs to Mr. as well after all. Suda's eyes flickered hearing that. He had already guessed something like that was the case. Great. So now I've become just like those protagonists in those novels I read, with demons and weird things sealed within them? Sigh. I guess it would be quite strange if that wasn't the case. He reflected mockingly to himself. At least he was grateful the little red-eyed girl was quite cute and pleasant. So Cell will be looking forward to which her voice trailed off as her bright eyes lowered in thought. What's the matter? Tell me, he urged, noticing her countenance falling while that raging fire continued to consume her little self. Well, it might be a little trouble coming back here without. Suta stared eagerly into those large scarlet eyes of hers. He could already feel his consciousness fading and a sickly, nauseous feeling stirring in his gut. But before he faded, he needed to know some things. You can tell me. Go on, what do I need to do? Dragon hearts. You'll need to find them first in order to set her free. She can't be freed without them. Hearing those words, Suda hesitated a little before he slowly began piecing together the little he could remember about those visions of Celeste, particularly that foggy scene he recalled where she sat against her knees, surrounded by those figures graced in different colored robes. Dragon hearts? Is that how she became? Before his words could finish, Suda saw the black flames eagerly consume the little girl. The walls around him had also started to melt away, leaving his existence lingering in a voidless expanse. Wait, how do I find Dragon hearts? Why am I here? Anyway, what is Celeste? No, wait, who are you? His series of questions spewed forth in a wave of unhinged asks. The little girl smiled broadly in response. She stretched out her dainty hand away from the burning black flames. Suda could only stare at it, and after a short deliberation, he met her little hand with his own. Her snow-white, bony hand seemed a stark contrast to his own brown skin. She felt warm. Moments would pass before he suddenly felt a sharp pain against the underside of his hand. He instinctively released the little girl's own and brought his hand closer to his questioning look. I am Celine. Until next time, Mr. Goodbye now. Just like that, the black flame continued to consume her, after which left two glowing red eyes staring at him through the dark fire until her entire body faded away into wisps of black flames. Meanwhile, Suda was left nursing the throbbing pain against the underside of his hand, where he drew a suspicious look at the found four gray, spiraling swirls forming a ring. Staring at them closely, he started to notice the tiniest of details about these symbols, reminding him of an incredibly long serpent coiling into itself. The reminder of this dragon business resurfaced again, drawing a tired exhale from his mouth. What sort of secrets are you hiding, Suda? Of all the bodies to be transmigrated into, it had to be the strange youth with an ailment which meant he couldn't draw mana properly, whilst also being at the forefront of what felt like the most bizarre and obscure story Shoba himself had ever heard. In the middle of the four spirals, Suda noticed another gray symbol blooming, a strange, thin diamond that bizarrely started glowing with an ominous black light surrounding its edges. A wave of lightheadedness struck him, and he felt his consciousness very quickly leaving him. Before he could muster enough strength to say another word, he fell into that all-familiar embrace of darkness. The first idol, the Red Knight, 2. POV. Weakling. Oof, thud. Haha, take that, you shithead. Smack, kick, punch. Grr. Next time you'll think twice before running your mouth to Lord Taichi. Yeah, don't make us have to mess you up again. Take this last kick for good measure. Kick. Oof. Thud, cough, cough. The last blow sent the youth keeling over. He crumbled onto the ground and didn't dare to move after that. He listened carefully, waiting for their laughter and departing footsteps to fade. Just before they faded away along the gentle wind, he heard a trailing voice once they reached the end of the hall. Oh yeah, and you better stay away from Penelope. Bottom feeders like yourself should know their place," the youth shouted. With those lasting words, his 3 classmates had finally left him alone. Yasu remained on his side, helpless and frail. He felt just as dirty as the ground he was currently lying on, wondering how many footsteps had walked over this floor, how many useless words had been said along this corridor from the dreams of hopeful youths, pointless dreams being dreamt, laughter from the mouths of naive kids. The idea made him feel completely terrible. He blinked a few more times before deciding it was best to get up now. Yasu managed to steady his body upright. As soon as both of his soles found stable footing, he felt a sharp pain against his ribs. Damn, I'll have to pay Dr. Alma a visit again. But I'm so broke. I wonder if she'll even see me this time. Yasu was reminded why he tried his best to avoid Taichi and his gang. His medical bills were getting ridiculous, and his insurance threatened to cut ties with him. He was lucky the school's prestige was a good bargaining chip for such affairs, but he also needed to think about the lasting damage all those repairs had on his body. He was already restricting himself from using artificial ki. Well, that's what he told himself on account of his entry into this school being seen as a goodwill gesture on behalf of his family name. Apparently, he had a great-great-great-grandfather, surnamed Wu, who happened to be one of the founding members of this great society that first made contact with the powers from the other side. Yasu recalled a mysterious vacancy in his memory when it came down to understanding his family history. Growing up in the slums and being raised by his half-drunk uncle, resources for discovering his birth parents weren't readily available to him, and his drunkard of an uncle could barely remember what day it was, let alone historic truths about his past. The only mention of them was through the headmaster of this school, a seasoned elder who was able to pinpoint the location of the last of the Wu descendants and begrudgingly offer him a place at this prestigious school. These last 3 years had been a whirlwind. Yasu understood there were only a few times he could repair his bones before he was left deformed and unable to stabilize any form of ki. That would be a disastrous outcome. To the side, he saw his crumpled white and gold robes. The sight of them left him grimacing. Other than his dark training uniform with checkered trousers, those martial robes were the nicest thing he owned. With a heavy sigh, Yasu pushed himself to his feet, wincing at the pain that lanced through his body with every movement. He knew he couldn't afford to linger here, knowing that Taichi and his cronies could return at any given moment to finish what they started. Sigh. I've already missed most of the body transformation classes, and at the caterpillar level, there isn't much they can teach me that a session in one of the pods couldn't. The martial pods had become a haven for someone like him with meager resources. These days, he spent all his spare time using the specially crafted pods for extra training in martial forms, and the states of DOA he had trouble understanding. It was a shame his body wasn't strong enough to maintain that training for long periods of time. Yasu wrestled with what to do with himself until the evening lessons arrived. Ah, the Plume Blossom Gardens. He thought about that lovely place he enjoyed spending most of his days. His feet decided to lead him there. Dried blood stained his collar, but Yasu was in good spirits. The pain against his ribs was slightly concerning, but it wasn't something he hadn't experienced before. He didn't want to wear the crumpled martial gown, so he slung it over his shoulder and entered a spacious opening. A wonderful garden existed in one small corner of this prestigious school, a garden that didn't see too many students. Filled with wisteria and blue-petaled flowers along the ground, a gentle pond was built with colorful koi fish and jade reefs in the middle. 2 giant trees filled with pink blossoms stood adjacent to one another, alongside the tall oak tree, with white golden statues of 2 fashionably dressed warriors mounted facing each other. The round-faced boy with olive skin and bright freckles creased a warm smile into the cool air. He felt an indescribable peacefulness whenever he was around here. A warm chill of wind carried empty loose leaves past him. Yasu locked his eyes onto a long bench placed right between the 2 statues. Yasu sat down in the middle of the bench. He sprawled his arms over the bench and crossed one of his legs over the other. Ah, if I've enjoyed anything within this place, it's definitely the sweet smell of this garden. Yasu felt a lot of different emotions about this school. How could he not? His daily life here was almost a living hell. Due to his lack of family backing, he received little to no resources during these past years. Word spread fast in a school famed for its battle prowess and alumni for warriors. And in this world of cultivation and power, resources meant everything. Yasu wasn't as depressed as people might have assumed. He was grateful for the clean clothes, warm beds, and access to so much food. He also had a peculiar high aptitude for learning the many theories of martial arts and key tempering methods. But Yasu had already conceded there was little chance of him catching up to those monsters in the higher classes. Beneath the fall of the warm afternoon, Yasu eventually found his eyelids closing. His soft snore slowly echoed into the peaceful air. Unbeknownst to him, someone else appeared in the garden, perhaps the only other student who graced this lovely place. A slim, pretty figure with slightly short-hemmed martial bottoms and skin-tight martial apparel appeared from the shadows. Her short pink hair sat just beneath her ears. Her almond-shaped eyes, filled with an ocean blueness, scanned the garden, locking onto the sleeping boy. A playful smile appeared across her face. She crossed the space between them in moments, leaving an alluring sparkle of stardust in her wake. Seeing the boy absent-minded to her presence, she made a childish pout. But then her eyes flickered wide once she realized he was nursing bruises and cuts. "They beat you up again?" Her voice was pleasant. She leaned down and held Yasu's face. He felt the warmth of her sweet breath and slowly opened his eyes. "Oh, you took your time," he said casually. Penelope lowered her brow. "Who was it?" Her pleasant voice turned cold. "Who else?" "Your boyfriend's lackeys." Penelope held her words. "He said he wouldn't bother you anymore." Sigh. "And he's not my boyfriend anymore. He's just—" Penelope looked away, unsure what to say. Yasu caught her conflicted gaze, but he didn't pry into it. On one hand, he respected her privacy, and on the other, deep down, he didn't really care who she dated or fake dated in this case. "Don't you think it's a little reckless for the princess of the academy to be skipping classes? I imagine the dragon tier lessons can't be that boring," he remarked to quickly change the subject. Scanning around the area, he was almost sure the core seniors would be looking for her. Penelope gave a sheepish grin, a mischievous glint in her ocean blue eyes. "Oh, please. Those lessons are a snooze fest. I could teach them in my sleep." She plopped down on the bench beside Yasu, her lithe body sprawling out in a carefree manner. "Besides, I'd much rather spend my time here, with my favorite punching bag." Yasu snorted, shaking his head in amusement. "Gee, thanks. I'm honored." He couldn't deny that each time they did spar, it was completely one-sided. Penelope's grin softened into a gentle smile. She reached out, her slender fingers brushing against the bruises on Yasu's face with a feather-light touch. "You know I don't mean that. I hate seeing you hurt like this." Yasu's heart skipped a beat at her touch, at the tender concern in her voice. He knew he shouldn't read too much into it, knew that a girl like Penelope was far beyond his reach. But still, he couldn't help the warmth that bloomed in his chest, the fluttering of hope that stirred in his soul. And stop calling me princess. It's not like you mean it the same way you said it when we were little." A small blush roused against her cheeks. Yasu was still in his same nonchalant position, looking up at his childhood friend with a clear hazel gaze. He almost showed no reaction to her words, although he felt exactly what she was currently feeling. Yasu refused to allow those things to surface. "It's just one lesson. Besides, I knew you'd probably be here as always. And it's not like we'll have the chance to enjoy this time together soon." Her deep sigh brought a complex feeling to Yasu. He had almost forgotten what was happening tomorrow. "So it's that time already, huh?" He pondered. They were 18 years old this year. Yasu couldn't help reflecting on where the time had gone, for it felt like just yesterday that he and Penny were meeting up by the borders between the slums, also known as the Iron Forge lands, between the great royal hubs where the gentry lived. Ever since the pandemic, causing over 55% of the human population to be wiped out, the birth of the toxin wiping out scores of great cities has forced a great divide between the poor and the rich. On the 145th day of the year, a purple planet would orbit around the world. This phenomenon was known as the Ascendant's Dawn, caused an opening in the void to appear. And for a certain amount of time, their world leaders decided to send their most gifted youths into the new world. The money behind this science was astronomical, on the basis that this would be humanity's last chance at either securing a new world to inhabit and live freely or attaining enough power to return and help wipe out the toxic beasts roaming their planet. The Battle Academia was created to help the most talented youths to be ready for the chosen ceremony. The positive about the 3 years spent as an outcast within this academy meant that Yasu could focus solely on acquiring knowledge. Hence why he understood the power structures of the academy were set up the way they were. You had the bottom feeders known as the caterpillars, those with battle grades of FE, Fox class grade D, Wolf class grade CB, the Dragon class A*, and lastly Titan, grade S. Those like himself who tested incredibly low with sensitivity towards power gems meant that their bodies were unable to handle the burden of artificial ki. A great, groundbreaking phenomenon granting cultivators a steadfast and safer ascendancy into higher realms of power. Unlike their forefathers who attained power via years of arduous cultivation, using methods that were downright dangerous to the human body, the artificial ki solved most of these issues. These fellows grouped into the caterpillar class were filled with youths who were either born with deficiencies within their bodies or merely not enough resources or backing to establish a sponsor, while the other end of the spectrum, the Titan class, were the elite students. Penny was part of the Titan class, the S-grade battle class for exceptional talents, and due to the nature of the power difference between their world and the purple planet, the S-class would be venturing into the portal gate first. While Yasu was comfortably dazing in his own thoughts, Penelope couldn't take her eyes off him. She always found him to be charming, albeit somewhat quite lazy at times, considering he was a student at one of the most prestigious battle schools on their planet. She understood Yasu's temperament better than most and loved the straightforward innocence he possessed as a man, which she found rare amongst her peers, considering the world was facing a crisis. Plus, looks-wise, Yasu was considered quite handsome. His olive skin was spotless, with neatly short curls of reddish hair, while his bright dark eyes were filled with a unique sense of deep wonder and youthfulness. Penelope found herself blushing once she realized she was probably observing his profile a little too much. "Hey, Yasu." Her voice spoke in a quieter tone. I need you to promise me something." "Promise you what?" Promise me that you'll never change." Penelope couldn't bear to face him when she asked that. Yasu looked a little surprised by the so-called cold princess's shyness at this moment. He chuckled, showing rows of his perfectly formed pearly teeth. "I'll always stay the same. Hasn't it been like this since we were little?" I guess, but you have to survive what's coming. If you're chosen to ascend, I don't want to see you." Why are you talking about such sad things? Believe in me. If I'm unlucky enough to ascend, I'll find a way. I always do, don't I? His charming grin made something inside of Penelope dance wildly. Damn it. What's wrong with me? Why is it always around him that I feel like this? She thought, still cautious of placing her eyes on him. Yasu seemed unbothered by her attitude. He rested his 2 palms behind his neck and gazed into the open azure skies, his eyes filled with wanderlust. I will survive whatever comes my way. The world is so huge. How can I possibly let myself be killed so early into my story? Just make sure you protect yourself, and don't let anyone take advantage of your kindness. Penelope nodded continuously like an obedient child. Yasu smiled, satisfied with the current mood. He leaned his head slightly back and closed his eyes. In a few moments, his nostrils were assaulted by a remarkably pleasant scent. Penelope had moved closer and rested her head against his chest. Yasu didn't flinch and enjoyed the delightful bliss. In truth, he wasn't at all confident of his chances of surviving the ascent if he was chosen. He was deemed a grade unworthy to even be considered a warrior, and with no resources, how could he obtain enough power to survive? But so what? He thought to himself. Life was filled with all sorts of challenges that needed to be overcome. Yasu never for one moment thought his weaknesses should be a crutch to hinder his life. He understood there were clear differences in the things he could and could not do compared to his peers, but otherwise, he wasn't afraid to chase the things he desired for himself. On his way home, Yasu walked down the silent street leading towards his dormitory. The fireflies danced gently in his view, while the street lights carried small embers of fire on top of their heads. As he walked, he noticed a strange shadow in his blind spot. Not one to ignore strange occurrences, he swiveled around and instantly sensed danger. His feet kicked the ground, pushing him away, avoiding a diagonal slash from taking off his head. Beads of sweat dotted his helm as he noticed a shrouded figure covered in dark robes with bandages wrapped around its limbs, staring into his gaze with a sinister golden glow. Shit. Yasu sensed the fellow's overwhelming strength already and was under no illusion that he could handle that thing. The fellow, draped in tattered robes with a distorted voice, chuckled mockingly before darting towards him. Yasu held no real chance to dodge and ended up forming a crossguard, trying to gather as much ki as he could to withstand the blow. But the fellow's power was something he never dreamed of facing out of the blue. An iron claw shot forth and struck him devastatingly across his torso. Yasu screamed in pain before being sent flying across the empty street, his body bouncing and skidding across the ground. Before he could gain clarity, a wave of pain assaulted his torso, and he instinctively knew something was wrong. His vision turned foggy, and he could almost see a mirage of shapes and shadows. Amid his distorted view, he heard the dark voice cackling again. Unable to move a single limb, he stared in horror, watching the assailant approach. Good. The poison has already taken root. Remember this well, son of Wu. In your next life, learn your place. Kukukuku. Yasu could barely breathe, let alone utter a single word. He felt his body growing heavy, and very quickly, he fell against the cold ground. In the end, Yasu couldn't even do a single thing to prevent himself from dying. But why? Why him? Wasn't he honest, pure-hearted, poor and weak? Weren't these traits of fellows destined to live? No. The world of cultivation was cutthroat. He knew that all along, and still, he pretended to be earnest. Shit. What a waste. In the blanket of darkness, Yasu saw something, a beacon of red, growing taller and wider the more he observed it. From afar, he thought it was a single speck of light, but now, its form had become a thick pillar of rising flames. Bottom, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. That sound? D-drums? No, he was mistaken. That sound was his heartbeat, thrumming into a ceremonial song. A manic laughter erupted forth, clouding his entire mind. Ah, you there. Yes, you. Rejoice, for you have been marked for greatness. Kukuku my inheritance. The spirit is yours, as I am yes, for it was already written. Me and you. We will devour them all. Yasu was just about to run when he saw the most terrifying thing in his entire life. Within the cloud of darkness, two great round eyes appeared, the dark slit of a beast cutting through the pool of amber. The shadows dispersed softly, while the gargantuan frame of a red-scaled dragon appeared. Before Yasu could muster enough courage to even question this reality, he felt something sinister pooling in his heart, and soon enough, he gasped and found himself staring level-eyed across the gray-stoned floor. Yasu awoke to the dull sounds of the outdoor air, the cold ground beneath his face, and a blurred vision only slowly refocusing. What was that about? He lifted himself off the ground, vaguely recalling that someone had attacked him. But looking around the empty street, he found no one around. His eyes slightly narrowed, however, once he noticed the state his martial robes were in now. The fabric was torn and tattered, the once pristine white now stained with dirt and grime. But it was the dark, rusty splotches that caught his attention, the unmistakable mark of blood, stained against his garments. Was it all just a dream? Or did something really happen to me? Sighing to himself, he rubbed the side of his head whilst trying to piece these strange things together. Suddenly he noticed something quite peculiar. It came in the form of that strange birthmark against the underside of his hand. A set of 5 gray symbols. One of the gray marks was emitting the faintest but quite real reddish glow beneath it. Scratching the side of him whilst he pondered on this anomaly, he wasn't quite sure what to make of it all right now. Suddenly, Yasu heard a heralding voice clap against his cerebral. A swelling pain filled his head, forcing his knees to buckle and a deep burning fire to appear throughout his throbbing hand. He screamed into the empty air. His thoughts were suddenly filled with countless flashing memories. A warrior, born poor, but through arduous training, he managed to rise. He earned himself a title, one revered by many. Yasu felt warm tears trickling down the side of his cheeks. He found himself stuck in this strange trance where his mind felt almost vacant and free, as though a dam had broken and a flood of forgotten memories rushed into his cerebral. A single verse repeated itself constantly, resonating throughout both his heart and soul. T. The Red One. I am the Red Knight. The second idol, Gunslinger. 2. T. POV. Floor 15, West Paradise. The isle known as the Blue Forest was famous across all the lower floors, not only for its stunningly arrayed vegetation, but also for its mythical sense of wonder. The floor itself existed for hundreds of years, while the forest was said to be 10,000 years old. Scholars spent a great deal of their youthful lives gathering as much knowledge from the sapphire woods as possible. Despite the thousands of years spent studying, apart from the ever-popular bluegrass found growing in pockets across the forest, nothing truly exciting had been discovered. Even after 10,000 years, the Blue Forest hadn't lost its alluring charm. These days, novice climbers found the forest's lower-level experience to be the best way to get used to their new skills and their newly sired pets birthed from astral sense. For some, it was the perfect balance of gaining a relatively challenging experience mixed with a steady rate of accumulating points, and points were one of the most important things about Paradise. Every aspiring adventurer desired points because points allowed them to reach the higher floors, eat, and get stronger. Points were everything to the inhabitants of Paradise, and being unfortunate enough to not have points in excess amounts could mean a lifetime of manual labor for less gain, working all day but never having enough to amount to anything. Within Paradise, this was known as having a waste of a life. One young boy knew all too well the reality of living underneath that cloud of misfortune. Somewhere deep in the heart of the Blue Forest, beneath a tall, silvery mountain, a small clearing appeared just below the thick tussle of enchanted, colored leafy trees. Just above the forest's helm, a sharp-eyed young man raised one knee on a small rock beside him and peered down over the mountain's edge. Clothed in worn-out light hunter's garb, a dagger glued to his waist, and a satchel tied around his belt, the young boy's shabby clothes didn't match his demeanor. His richly dark, smooth skin gleamed like a bronze stone beneath the gaze of the sunlight, while his bright hazel eyes matched his brown skin. His hair was raven black, and he had shaved it peculiarly that day, as the barber he had paid hadn't found graces in the little amount of points he paid him for the job. Therefore, it was half finished. The top was messy while the sides were neat, and he carried a single dark braid falling a few inches down his back. Tiny green, red, and yellow beads were fitted on the ends. The Blue Forest was filled with countless trainers running around alongside their sired pets. Some could be seen carrying out training bouts, while others were trying to catch more pets. Siring these unique creatures could only be achieved with a high enough level of spiritus, a force almost considered as potent as mana and ki. Spiritus allowed talented humans the ability to communicate with these unique creatures with abilities and train them up and evolve them into stronger states. The boy named Haru, Jean glared into the wilderness and hoped. His eyes flashed wide suddenly, hearing a sound that broke him away from his focused spellbind. Towards the eastward way, he picked up dark shadows scurrying through the forest in a hurry. Small in stature and a little fat, with dark and brown fur draped over their piggish forms, the animals soon appeared in the little clearing. Jean licked his lips with bright eyes. Red-headed boars, and 4 of them my lucky day. He knew he could sell the beast cores for points and maybe the fur for some food and low-grade potions, 2 things he greatly needed. With that decided, Jan steadily rose to his feet, having spent half of the day building traps and waiting hours for a beast to fall into his hand. His joints were feeling sore. He scurried down the hill and quickly moved across the hurdle of tall, standing trees until he met his destination. 3 expertly cut squared holes awaited him on the ground. The quiet, sunny air was filled with whines and deep snorts. Jean walked around the 5-meter-deep holes, observing each one with a dark smile of confidence creased across his face. These traps always took most of the day to set up, but once activated, they were extremely deadly. He observed the first 2 holes, having killed 3 boars, and approached the last hole, where he heard an ear-splintering whine and almost lost his footing. With caution, he approached the 3rd hole, and what he found inside made him noticeably surprised. An almost matured red-headed boar was trapped, deep wounds bleeding against its bulky gray muscles. Jean stood there, noticing the fiery red mohawk running over the boar's head. Most matured red-headed boars carried this same distinctive feature. Though tougher than their common lesser kin, They themselves weren't so strong compared to trained beasts, especially the kind that could hope to survive climbing paradise. Jean sighed to himself a little. Although a mature red-headed boar wasn't quite common, its meat and features would probably sell at the same price. The beast core was relatively identical to the lesser common red-headed boar as well. From what Jean had studied about them, the only major difference was the higher temperament of the maturer beasts. A rogue thought suddenly passed over his worrying mind. If I do that, then maybe it can work out, he thought. Jean dug into his satchel filled with different things and pulled out a little wine-skinned pouch with metallic chimes sounding from inside. He carefully separated the rings and took one out cautiously. The silver ring was coated in different layers of metals, with tiny clear crystals wrapped inside the special band. Jean stared at what cost almost 400 points per set, a number he couldn't hope to make consistently. Therefore, he treasured each and every one of these capture rings. He really hated having to use one of his last 5 on a lower-tier beast. He could only hope to train it to a lower-middle-tier pet, but he weighed the cost and time it would take to do that. Most degraders had already captured middle-ranked beasts to their roster, and their power levels had subsequently risen as well. If Jean remembered how to calculate the metrics of the power leveling system here, most degraders who held any hopes of climbing paradise were at least a level 4. Jean heard the sounding beep-beep from his wrist, alerting him that he had gained experience and points. A holographic blue screen appeared from swirling lights on the high-tech silver armband he attached to his left arm. His basic information followed after the points total was calculated. Haru Jean. Hashtag grade, E. Hashtag gender, male. Hashtag age, 16. Hashtag profession, none. Hashtag vitals, normal. Hashtag pets, 0. Hashtag points, 459. Hashtag EXP, 126/800. Hashtag power level, LV2. Jean deeply sighed as he read it over again. Level 2. You only tended to meet newbies with that power level, and although it didn't necessarily mean Jean was inherently weak. On the contrary, physically and mentally, Jean was strong. He worked hard and trained every possible aspect he could to bridge the talent gap. Day and night, Jean ran and performed katas and crunches to improve himself. Most 16-year-olds could never treat him badly, fist to fist, but unfortunately, paradise was a place where mana and ki were gifted to the strong. And what good were strong muscles against a hand that could send a ball of fire charging at you if they pleased, or summon a pet twice your size to do double the attack? So while physically Jean was strong, his talent was considered poor. Jin's big problem was not being strong enough to tame elemental beasts. Paradise was known for its alluring, dense population of fantastic beasts. Since the gates of paradise existed near the Zoa Plains, many people deduced that these ancient lands were the reason for the dense population of beasts crossing over. Most people categorized beasts into 2 folds, pets and wild ones. Potential beast pets carried an affinity to a specific element, which meant a trainer who was strong enough to best one could catch and tame it. Trainers carried a single strong affinity which tended to point them towards the direction of the type of pet they held more chances of catching and taming. Attempts to catch a beast that wasn't sensitive to your affinity would result in either having to deal with a violent beast prone to attacking you or constant attempts from the stored beast to break free of its capture space and break the mental contract formed. This could severely damage a trainer's ki center and mind. Jean knew all too well the struggles of being a late bloomer in the world of paradise. While others his age had already begun to climb the ranks, capturing powerful elemental beasts and honing their skills, he was still stuck at the bottom, scraping by on meager points and low-level creatures. But he refused to let his circumstances define him. He had a dream, a burning desire to prove himself, to show the world that even a lowly E-grader could rise to the top if he worked hard enough and never gave up. Jean realized 3 years ago that his affinity for any kind of element was low, and coupled with not having a lot of points, he was doomed to remain as an E-grader, struggling for the rest of his life while his peers soared across the interstellar worlds of paradise. He couldn't help but frown when he thought about his predicament deeply. He placed the dead boars on a small open wagon and pulled them down the golden road twisting across the Emerald Valley. In the end, he had captured the mature red-headed boar, and as he walked towards the high ivory walls in the near distance, he thumbed the spatial ring with furrowed brows, thinking of distant things. The gated city he was poised to enter was called Gladinor, a safe zone for new and seasoned adventurers. Gladinor was considered the unofficial capital of Floor 15 by its inhabitants and travelers. Unlike any other safe zone across the beginning floors, Gladinor held its own military system, created by the people and approved by the official Council of Paradise. The benefits and opportunities from this were history-changing. Several nobles who hadn't the stomach for the upper floor's laws and unpredictable dangers had bought land and mansions on Floor 15, just because of Gladinor. Jean entered through the arched-shaped gateway, the banner of a golden stag pressed against a gold and pale background flowing like water above him. He passed through the busy tunnels, and once he appeared inside the city, he was suddenly hit with a burst of vibrancy and color. Most of Gladinor was built with redwood, and many rows of homes and stalls had been closely built and shouldered side by side. Hills and rows of houses clumped together ran across nearly Jin's entire view. Despite this, there was still an element of gold surrounding this place. The merchants were busying themselves with customers and work personnel around them. Jean gazed at all the many different kinds of faces, thinking pleasantly that paradise was indeed a melting pot for everyone. Further into the bustling town, Jean came across a fountain in the middle of the square, recognizing the horrid-looking gargoyle seated on top of it with water spewing out of its mouth and ears. Seated on the left-hand side was the object of his current plight. Jean pulled the wagon to the storefront, tied the rope around a loose stump, then carried a beast on each shoulder and entered the stall. The fragrance of spices caught his senses, both his eyes and nostrils experiencing different sensations at that point. Jean picked out the stall owner underneath the dimly lit and narrow place. A few customers had just left, which delightfully made more room. Jean stared at their backs for a brief moment, judging by their apparel that they were adventurers. He swallowed his spittle harshly, awe and envy entwined within his brooding gaze. But he forgot about them as soon as he noticed the stall keeper waiting for a new customer. He brusquely carried the bleeding carcasses to the front and placed them down with a loud thud. The stall keeper, a grizzled man with a salt and pepper beard and keen eyes, looked up from his work, his gaze falling upon the dead boars. "Ho-oh," the merchant smiled with a surprised dark grin. "I didn't expect you back so soon. What is da? Mr. Lee, are the rates any better today?" the boy asked in an almost pleading tone. The merchant shook his head regrettably. Although he couldn't for the life of him recall this poor young man's name, he did, however, remember his face. For this young man was always selling cheap goods in high quantities. The problem with that was the type of cheap goods he handled were very common. Therefore, Mr. Lee couldn't pay out large sums. Such was the fate of the poor and the untalented. Nevertheless, the boy never lost spirit. Mr. Lee held Jean with eyes filled with a sense of wonder and empathy. He took one glance at the damaged fur and inwardly drew a deep sigh. "I see the beasts have been left intact, somewhat," he said dryly. "Yes, Mr. Lee, I listened to the advice you gave me and didn't bother removing the beast cores, although the state of the fur—" Yes, I couldn't save the fur, but I figured since I'm selling 2 of them, the meat plus the 2 lower-grade beast cores should be enough to acquire a decent sum. Jean spoke purposefully, but deep down, he knew he wasn't going to be paid well. Mr. Lee drew an indifferent sort of look for a while. Then he raised his half-closed eyes and spoke. "Listen, kid. Today, I'll do you a nice deal. I am willing to pay you 100 points for this job here." Jin's eyes suddenly widened with deep surprise at the mention of so many points. He glared at the dark eyes of Mr. Lee, awaiting him to reveal his true reasoning behind the sudden generosity. Mr. Lee cleared his throat a few times before continuing. "I'll need you to do one more thing as well." He unwrapped a red fabric and opened the scroll. He placed it on the table and traced his fingers around a particular drawn shape in the corner. "A flower?" "Yes, the snow flower. Before the new months arrive and it dies out, I'll be needing a small batch for personal use later. My time is suddenly not as free as before. Also, see this as a parting gift from me." Jin's brows narrowed. "A parting gift? Are you leaving the 15th floor, Mr. Lee?" Mr. Lee was taken aback by the earnest worry drawn across the child's dark and yet brilliant features. He had a habit of seeing through people, be it because of his previous endeavors as a student underneath sage laws. He, too, understood the might and wisdom needed to climb the tower known as Paradise. Having met many fellows both immensely strong and miserably weak, he sunk his eyes into this young man and couldn't help but see a royal glare of marvel surrounding him. Perhaps the boy didn't know it yet, but his heart was golden. Listen, kid. I have been bought out by the Hun family. As you may not know already, Paradise is in the process of electing a new fourth king. For this, I believe the many sons will begin to make moves across Paradise. One of these moves involves a new law allowing safe zones to be bought out by noblemen with the required experience and points necessary, and unless I have the strength to refuse such a takeover, I can only accept what God has laid out for me. Jean felt downcast by the news. It was a terrible thing to have your home taken from you without the power to fight back. He unknowingly balled his hands into fists. Mr. Lee didn't deserve to lose his livelihood because of some nobles' petty fights. Jean hated the system of power within this world. Yet more so, he was angry at himself for being so weak and unable to do anything about it. He couldn't do anything meaningful for Mr. Lee, but at least he could help him get the plant he needed. Jin's heart ached for the old merchant, for the injustice he faced at the hands of those with power and influence. But even as sorrow and rage warred within him, a flicker of determination sparked to life in his chest. I may not be able to change the system, to right the wrongs of this world, but I can still make a difference, still help those in need, in whatever small way I can. After Jean held out his arm and had Mr. Lee insert the coordinates of the snow flower into his comms, he received 50 points as a down payment and set off back into the wilds. Mr. Lee watched the place where Jean was just standing, creasing a warm smirk as he was suddenly standing in the halls of a deep, fated past. Will you be crushed by fate, or will you keep struggling? Struggling to crawl up the tower? Jean felt a mixture of emotions after leaving Mr. Lee's stall. At first, he was deeply angered by the nobles once again doing whatever they wanted at the expense of others, but more so, he was annoyed he would have to find another merchant he could trust. A warm sigh escaped through his mouth as he walked through the busy cobbled streets, his eyes lowered, not watching the faces of anyone around him. As such, he missed an opportunity to avoid a company of trouble approaching him from ahead. I didn't think a lowly floor like this could have so many things to see, Brother Festus. Indeed, sister, surprisingly the rumors about this place were true. Such a thriving economy within the lower floors. But don't get too excited. You get tired of this place quickly. Oh, well, look who it is, said a fellow with sallow skin and a thin face like a rodent, his defined nose standing out and just about giving him a semi-noble beauty to his horrid features. Whilst he smiled, Jean grimaced at the familiar sight of those sharp, crooked teeth. Jet black hair slicked back with dark light armor hidden beneath his coat. Jean quickly recognized most of the faces, bar two. His face wore a stifled look as they bore closer to his walk. Oi, Lee, stop being lovey-dovey with that woman and come see who it is. Our good friend, Haru Jean, Bartha hollered loudly. Oh, spoke a delayed but cool voice. A slender figure appeared between the group, short blonde curls falling to his shoulders. He was draped in gold and black silks, his face always proud, as were his peculiar jade-colored eyes. Li Hun, Jean thought darkly, the fellow who troubled his life the most. Ah, if it isn't the strongest loser. How are you these days? The blonde boy asked coldly. Jean held a stone-cold gaze and creased a fake smile. Healthy and living. Li Hun held his anger in. The smug face of this weakling, he thought, always making him want to pummel Jean for never knowing his place. The strongest loser? What do you mean by that? Asked Lavender, who had suddenly noticed Jean and felt a curious charm about him. It means he is the best of the worst. He is trash. He's our age and still only a level 2 look. At that moment, Bartha glared with focus and locked his eyes on Jean. Suddenly, the boy felt his entire mental state shake, his body overtaken by an overwhelming force that jolted him like a thunderbolt had hit him from the sky. He attacked me with ki? Jean gritted his teeth and tried to bear the pain. A few seconds later, the horrid sensation ended. Haha, see? Take a look, level 2, Bartha shouted elatedly. Li Hun stood with a cold grin on his face. Oh, I see. Shall we continue on then? Lavender suggested as all her interest in Jean spirited away from her mind. Her brothers agreed and soon paid Jean no mind, walking past him. "Yeah, we have to go. Lee, forget this loser," Bartha quipped as he clicked his tongue, walking through Jin's staggering body, still fighting to stay upright. Li Hun, however, didn't seem ready to move on. So, whilst the others started to leave, he glanced to his rear and said, "Oh, wait, I forgot. Say hello to my fiancée." A beautifully dressed red-headed woman appeared, clothed in white and pink. She was fixing her blouse that Lee had messed up when she gasped at the face in front of her. Jin's heart stopped, his breath catching in his throat as he beheld the woman before him. It couldn't be, and yet, there was no mistaking those emerald eyes, that fiery hair, the delicate features he had once known so well. Jin was visibly shocked as well, but he quickly regained his composure and fixed his eyes on Li Hun instead. "I see you remember, Nari. Why don't you say hello? I imagine it's been a while since you've seen each other." The pretty woman darted an eye towards Li and moved her mouth in an attempt to plead, but he merely raised his hand, and she held her voice. "Go on, Jin. Say hello to your friend." Jin glared at Li Hun with the eyes of a man who would kill him if he held a chance. The boy wasn't afraid and would welcome a challenge if he was strong enough. Jin forced out a bloody cough, soon realizing just how badly he had been hit earlier on. 445, level 5. He kept muttering numbers as he watched Li Hun coldly. The silence was deafening before Jin heard a soft voice call out to him. "Hello, Jin." Nari spoke soundly. Jin was surprised by something that did, in fact, shock him somewhat. Her tone carried no affection. Whether it was rehearsed or not, the message his childhood friend was sending him was clear. Jin smirked and took a long blink. He opened his eyes, and a blank, powerful stare fell upon her. "Nice to meet you." The words surprised everyone present. Even Li Hun had widened his stare at the cold attitude of the loser before him. But as always, he became bored. Nari quickly shielded away those painful words and walked past Jin. She never looked back at him, but Jin did watch their backs go, not for any sentimental reasons, but only because of their power levels. You see, Jin was actually the perfect fellow to wear that name as the strongest loser. He had trained recklessly for the last 3 years he had been stuck within this place. Foresight was considered a grade C skill, but of course, the best grade E fellow had mastered the tempering key art ever since he realized his only survival was to hunt. Foresight helped him know who to hunt and who not to even go near. It kept him alive, and Jin had just learned how to use it against humans. That was why he chose to remain still and bear the mental and physical pain. A teardrop of blood flowed down one side of his strained eyes. Even Nari had reached level 4, while Li Hun and that lavender girl were level 5. Jin formed white knuckles as he realized how weak he was. "One day soon, I promise you all one day, I'll surpass all of you. No, I'll surpass everyone on this godforsaken tower." Jin made his way to the nearest healing center. Despite a slight bruise against his ego, all in all, he was in good spirits. Due to the lack of points he carried, he couldn't use the high-tech institutes made specially for trainers, which usually covered an insurance package gifted to first-time trainers and pets caught within the tower. Because of this, Jin was forced into using one of the back alley places he detested but held no choice but to go to. After being forced to withstand natural ki forcefully poured into his body, he had no choice but to seek medical attention as soon as possible. Jin continued down a sleek path trailed behind some old, worn huts built side by side on the outskirts of the main town square. Along the way, he suddenly felt a cold shiver running through his entire body. Panicking, his only option was to find something to help him stabilize his footing. His vision blurred, and his bones suddenly felt loose. Before he had a chance to react, Jin felt the world spinning and his body falling into a void. HWWW with the... His gaze flashed open, finding himself surrounded by a surreal scene where the ground and the skyward were covered in a blanket of azure filled with countless white clouds. Jin had to pinch himself a few times just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. "Disturbing my sweet slumber. How unsightly." A foreign, watery voice almost rumbled behind him. Twisting around within this formless space, he was surprised to the point he almost dashed back in haste upon seeing what was awaiting him. "This can't be." He rubbed his 2 eyes a few times before scanning over the creature again. It was covered in cyan and deep blue scales, with a gray stomach that stretched up its long, slender neck. Two golden horns adorned the top of its helm, and its long mouth was covered in white whiskers. The sheer size of the creature was double the size of anything Jean could remember seeing in his entire life. But the creature itself wasn't one he was too unfamiliar with. He had heard about the rare breed of these fellows before. Only, what in the world is it doing here? Indeed, it was precisely that race of creatures he had heard were almost long extinct. D-Dragon? If he wasn't currently floating around in a void, he might have potentially passed out. The blue dragon slowly turned its head. Its eyelids fell and rose majestically, the golden irises doused with a magical splendor that wrapped Jean within its essence. He felt his entire body fall under the compulsion of the dragon. There was something both beautiful and terribly wrong about this at the same time. Congrats. Somehow, you have been handpicked to bear my inheritance. I cannot say why or how, but somehow, this is so. Therefore, all I can give to your conflicting heart is this. A memory of sorts that may connect you to the truth. Jean watched in awe as a blinding light struck him from above. Frozen in place, all he could do was feel the golden light penetrating through his entire body. Before he held a chance to utter a single sound, memories poured into his mind. Memories from a distant time, one consisting of death, camaraderie, solitude, sacrifice, and betrayal. Gunshot, knife stab, the bloody katana, and Nina? Suddenly, Jean remembered the life he had lived up until his death. The memories crashed over him like a tidal wave, each one more vivid and heart-wrenching than the last. He saw himself in another time, a world of violence and intrigue where he had fought and bled and loved with a passion that defied reason. He saw Nina, her raven hair whipping in the wind as she stood beside him, a katana dripping with blood clutched in her slender hand. He saw the enemies they had faced together, the bonds they had forged in the heat of battle, and the quiet moments stolen in between. But most of all, he saw the betrayal, the moment when everything he had believed in came crashing down around him, shattered by the cruel twist of fate and the machinations of those he had once called friends. "Why?" he whispered, his voice raw with a pain that echoed. "Why me? Why now?" The dragon regarded him with ancient, inscrutable eyes, its voice a soothing tone that shook the very foundations of the void. "Because, Jean Haru, you are the one who will break the cycle, the one who will set right the wrongs of the past and forge a new future for all the realms." The third idol, the Blue Scientist Part 2. POV. The morning was warm, dawn had just lifted, and during this time of the year, the lands of the West were typically bathed in liquid gold while the skies were filled with the songs of cheerful birds, singing across the vast deep plain of azure spread across the limitless heavens. One would find the most crowded mountain ranges and deeply vegetated forests within these dense forests surrounded by uneven mountain roads. If you walked further west enough, a land known as Villainous appeared, hidden in the center of one of the most active mountain ranges in the realms. Within a large stronghold, mounted on top of a blue mountain, whose peaks were covered in wisps of pale clouds, this impressive landmark was revered by the Duke's enemies and brought intrigue from across the realms, eager to see a castle built into a mountain. Inside one of the stone towers, a sleeping pale-skinned boy was breathing steadily. His rasping breaths had finally grown into a steady rhythm, and softly he began to peel open his heavy eyelids. The scene before him was first a hazy view. Thinking about death, Jeffers wasn't too sure what to feel or expect, but he was almost certain this place felt odd. Once his vision cleared, he discovered a very grandiose ceiling staring back at him. He moved his body slightly and felt pain shooting down his spine. Alarm bells suddenly started to ring through his brain. This familiar sensation, this feeling made one thing certain at this present moment. He was alive. Jeffers immediately gasped and jerked his upper body to a seated position. He regretted the swift movement, feeling every nerve in his body screaming out in pain. "Gaiawak?" He grimaced loud enough to probably be heard, but he was quickly shocked into silence the second he captured what his voice sounded like. Jeffers's hand covered his mouth. Unsure where that voice had come from, he muttered a few more things to himself and was certain his voice had changed. He looked down and inspected his body. This wasn't his body. This was a child's body, a sickly-looking child with a bony frame. He was dressed in a long white gown. He delicately removed the heavy silk duvet away and slowly hovered his feet over the ground. As soon as his foot touched the cold, polished floor, he put a little force into standing firm against the ground and felt his feet cave beneath the weight of his body. He landed face first against the ground with a loud smack. A self-mocking cackle escaped through his lips. After nursing away the twinging pain against his face, Jeffers was more than assured about the situation regarding his current state right now. He was alive. This feeling something no dream nor hallucination could replicate. But this was certainly not the body he knew of before. He raised his head and noticed a tall mirror placed across the room. He naturally decided to crawl towards the mirror, dragging his childlike frame across the soft mahogany floors. He reached the mirror by its foot and raised his helm high enough to get a better view of the face staring back at him. Jeffers did little to hide the surprise evident across his startled gaze. Staring back at him from the mirror's polished surface was the face of a young boy, no older than 13 give or take. Pale, almost translucent skin stretched over delicate, aristocratic features, framing a pair of large, luminous eyes the color of the forest. A mop of silky, silvery white hair fell in soft waves around the boy's face, giving him an almost otherworldly appearance. "What in the world?" Jeffers whispered, reaching out a trembling hand to touch the reflection, half expecting it to ripple and change beneath his fingertips. But the image remained solid. The boy in the mirror mimicking his every move with eerie precision was him. A sudden realization hit him like a thunderbolt, sending his mind reeling with countless thoughts. Somehow, against all odds, he had been reborn again. Given a second chance at life in a new body, was this a new world? He asked himself. But why? And how? And what was he supposed to do now, trapped in the frail form of a weak child with no knowledge of his surroundings or his purpose? Well, I'll be damned, Jeffers thought to himself, gazing back at the foreign face. His skin was youthfully smooth, sallow right now, but usually olive, he could tell. He had reincarnated. The sheer thought of that made his heart tremble. The doors snapped open, and he felt a looming shadow towering over him. "Young master, what in the world happened?" A feminine voice laced with affection shouted. He then found himself being hoisted off the ground like a sack of rice and laid back against the soft bed. The feeling made him incredibly uncomfortable, especially since Jeffers hadn't been lifted like that ever since he was a baby. But here, within this body, he had regressed into a child and was now being carried as easily as one carried a rag doll. The culprit was a surprisingly tall woman dressed in a traditional maid's outfit. She was broader-shouldered and bulkier than any of the women he was used to seeing. "The young master needs to be careful. Dear, oh dear, you've opened your wounds again. Be careful, okay? I understand the need to move about, considering you've been in a coma for 2 weeks. Sigh, I only hope that you weren't trying to— Oh goodness, what am I saying? Forgive me, young master. I just can't bear to— Hyuk." Sobs. Jeffers merely sat there in an awkward silence. The sobbing brood of a maid wasn't nearly showing the sort of demeanor he'd expect from someone of her size. The term, friendly giant, came to mind while he watched her dampening the ends of her black dress with her tears. "Oh dear, look at me go. 1,000 apologies, young master. I'm just so glad you're alive and well. We thought you'd never wake up after consuming that potion. Such a terrible thing almost befell you. Such a terrible thing. But let's not remember that time. I'm sure young master regrets drinking that potion. Your father will be— Sigh, well, I'm at least glad you're doing okay," she continued explaining between sobs, not making an ounce of sense, while Jeffers tried his best to keep his brows from narrowing. "Where the bloody heck am I? Rest up now. I'll bring you your favorite hare and pea soup later." The head maid left him alone not too long after that, leaving Jeffers muddled and left to stew with his turbulent thoughts. He had gathered a few things from that conversation just now. He was a son of a noble house, preferably one of the youngest children, considering how she addressed him. The Duke was his father, and potentially someone he didn't get along with. Then there was that crying. Jeffers didn't want to imagine that he had taken the body of someone who tried to kill himself, but the dots were aligning towards that uncomfortable truth. Jeffers exhaled a warm breath, scratching his snowy white hair. There are way too many holes in this. If only I had some way of remembering him. If only I still had that thing. The T3, that artifact was the cause of this? Jeffers was crestfallen. He couldn't help imagining what could have been if he had remained alive. He was so close to making a discovery, and yet, all was lost, he thought regrettably. Suddenly, a warm sensation welled against his two eyes. He felt something unnatural awakening inside of him, and in a matter of seconds, small particles cast a strange light before him. Jeffers was stunned into silence while he saw a game-like menu materializing before his very eyes. The glowing interface hovered in the air, its ethereal light casting a soft, bluish glow across the room. Jeffers stared at it in disbelief, his mind struggling to process the impossible sight before him. "What in the world?" he whispered, reaching out a tentative hand to touch the shimmering menu. To his surprise, his fingers passed through it like smoke, the interface rippling and reforming around his touch. Jeffers pulled his hand back in haste. The game-like menu remained hovering before his clear view. Jeffers stared wordlessly at his fingertips before lifting his gaze towards the menu again. The Castle of Von Dutch. The Castle of Vox was considered almost impenetrable to all who knew of its valor. Impressively enough, among all the great strongholds, palaces, and castles of folklore, the Castle of Vox was the only castle yet to be sieged in history. Adding to the fact, the dukes who governed it were also men of valor, revered and robust, usually masters of combat and birthed with an outrageous amount of inner ki. They were all famous heroes by heritage whose fame spanned across generations. As such, the Castle of Von Dutch had become somewhat of a legend, a place where kids scaled great rocky hills and treacherous landscapes to reach, a place where the lost went to find themselves, only to return to civilization as a man and no longer a child. The Von Dutch bloodline was almost as old as the surrounding forests themselves, older than all the royals and noble houses combined. Inside the inner tower and nestled in the heart of the towering stone complex, dwelt a particularly heavily guarded room. Outside, no less than 6 boiled leather-wearing men stood on guard, irons strapped to their hips at the ready. On the other side of the arch-shaped wooden door dwelt a singular man, Herculean in build, seated against a tall, crimson-cushioned chair. His skin was olive with a slight tan, his brows dark, just like his heavy jet-black oiled hair. He stroked his impressively full salt and pepper-colored beard. He carried a scar across his right cheek, which had eventually scabbed over and was now a pinkish mark. Oddly, it seemed to form the shape of a sword. Aligned against his desk was a tall, oil-skinned scroll. The contents were making him grimace, especially when he glanced at the name of his youngest son written across it, Nasir von Dutch, mother equals Princess Nuella Kiaus. He couldn't help but sigh regretfully. Even to this day, he still blames himself for her death. And yet our stupid son wishes to disgrace your name by taking his own life. His anger made a white layer of smoke form over his body. His ki was showing itself. Knock knock. The sounds of a gloved knuckle rapping against his door settled his anger. "You may enter." The door opened, and a familiar face appeared. A thin-faced middle-aged man with a bald head and a ginger-forked beard. He wore boiled leathers with a rather elegant robe over it. Sebastian Falk, his traveling voice and high guard to one of his 5,000-man units. Duke Albus had 4 of these. "Why do you disturb me, Sebastian?" "Apologies, my lord." "Oh, is that the scroll of bloodline you're looking at there? I thought that old thing was lost by now." Sebastian closed the door behind him. He entered rather casually, a stark contrast to how others approached the Duke, but his lord didn't seem to mind it. "Yes, I had it out just in case I had to mark another name through." Sebastian went a little quiet. He peered at the scroll hesitantly before releasing a deep sigh of his own. "He's alive, by the way. Woke from his coma this morning. The maids say he is already talking and trying to move." A glint sparkled in the depths of Duke Alba's dark eyes. It swiftly vanished, but it was enough to reveal his relief upon hearing that. "Make sure he is given the best medicine by Sir Rackham. Oh, and inform that lazy mage he still owes me that potion I tasked him with brewing last spring." "Humph. Those damn magic freaks think they can do what they like. Haha, it is in the nature of mages. I also should inform you that Miss Helga is returning after her 7-month exhibition. As expected, she conquered the lands of Beastspire quicker than we imagined." Instead of an elated response, the Duke lowered his eyes to the scroll again, feeling a saddening feeling in his gut. This will only strengthen that woman's resolve. Two of her grown children are already generals of 5,000-man units. The youngest is considered a prodigy as well. Sigh. Tell me, old friend, how do I protect my kingdom from this family I've been fated to form a lifelong blood pact with? Sebastian could only reveal a wry smile. He certainly wasn't brazen enough to speak against one of the Duke's wives, let alone someone from a famous family of heroes. No matter. These things are my own burden to bear, isn't it? Duke Albus slumped back against his seat, his giant frame almost looking to dwarf the surrounding things present in the room. He and Sebastian discussed some other less concerning things about the kingdom. Sebastian was then dismissed. Wait, the Duke's call held Sebastian on his heels. Make sure the boy is protected. Assign him the Whispering Willow. It's about time I made use of that thing anyway. Sebastian looked surprised by his lord's order, but he merely nodded and proceeded out of the room. Meanwhile, Jeffers was now fully awake, seated cross-legged on his bed, filled with deep thought whilst staring into the empty air slightly above his brow. For the last few hours, he had sat in this same position, unbeknownst to the world around him. He was currently engaging in a thorough conversation with something he could not believe had accompanied him on his reincarnation here. So you're actually TT the artifact T3? B, but how is that even possible? Hashtag the AI was programmed by yourself, creator, to be integrated into the mind of its host. But due to phenomena that took place during the creator's death, the AI, also known as Artifact T3R00R, the system, has become entwined with something deeper than the host's mind. Hashtag. Jeffers couldn't believe it. He almost had to hold in the tears of excitement. He had spent so long chasing this theory of his, knowing the artifact was strange. No, it was more than that. It was powerful and life-changing. To think it wasn't a key, but some type of artificial intelligence? But to what end? And for how long had he been suggesting the integration of intelligence into the human body was more complex than one could ever imagine? His peers had doubted his theories and shut him down. In the end, he was killed by his hubris. A coldness crept through his heart, recalling the past mistakes that led to his untimely demise. His eyelids lowered while thoughts of revenge ran amok. Jeffers calmed his mind soon enough and refocused on the AI. First, he needed to understand some things about this world, and now he had just the right thing to help him do it. AI. Yes, creator. No. First, let's cut the creator nonsense out. Affirmative. How shall this intelligence refer to the host? Master, I guess, is all right. He felt a little odd about having something in his head calling him master, but it was certainly a lot better than creator. Now AI, I'm going to give you your own name. From this moment henceforth, you'll be called Omega. Thank you, master. Omega understands. Great. Now, Omega, what can you inform me about this world? Where am I? Omega searching archives. Master, this world is almost identical to planet Earth. This planet is twice the size of Earth, but displays nearly the exact same properties as the planet Master is familiar with. Water, air, fire, earth, and all the expected elements exist here. Although there are significant differences between this world and old Earth. For one, there are various unknown elements also coexisting. One of these is known as Ki, which acts as the cornerstone for everything special about the beings living within this planet. Jeffers gathered the information internally and asked perhaps the most obvious question after hearing the AI's explanation. How many races exist on this planet, and what are they? Humans consist of 60% of the populace, while the rest of the percentile consists of extraterrestrial humanoids and androids. Extra what? You mean this place has aliens? Jeffers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. While his strange day continued, Jeffers continued to feed the AI prompts and awaited its response as it gave him a full, detailed, and in-depth breakdown of this world. Concerning the major powers within this world, you have the heroes and the villains, both of which consist of power users who have been able to harness Ki to a point it's given them superhuman powers. He deliberated the quiet absurdity of it all, but after waking up in a new body, it just about sat on course of making sense right now. In the midst of his thinking, he felt a slight pain against his hand. Catching his attention, he turned his palm over to find a strange set of gray markings over his hand. He tried to rub them away, but they remained. What the heck is that? Omega? What is this? The AI made a sound as it delved into the problem. Master. Mod dash // failure. Shut down. What in the world? Omega. Omega. What's going? Jeffers's voice trailed off suddenly, noticing a greenish glow encircling one of the symbols against his hand. He felt an odd stir of heat against his eyes, something prompting him to move towards the mirror. Trying not to panic, Jeffers maneuvered carefully across the creaking floorboards, making sure he didn't put too much pressure against his feet. Upon meeting the tall mirror, a small gasp escaped through his dried lips. His eyes were glowing in a sinister green tint, and he could see the subtle outline of scales beneath his left eye. Jeffers started to panic, feeling his breath racing while his heartbeat thrummed rapidly. He tried to clutch at the area within his chest, but his mind was all over the place. Suddenly, he felt transported to the moment that explosion engulfed him. He tried to cradle his head between his hands, but the noise was never-ending. In a fit of rage, Jeffers roared into the heavens, releasing the pent-up rage and frustrations stored inside his heart. A baleful green gas suddenly filled the entire room, followed by a quake which shook the entire castle. Suda POV. Suta could feel his breaths escaping through his mouth in gentle cadences. Slowly, very slowly, the outdoor air finally bathed its stiff warmth over his body. His gaze gently opened, the hazy view showing him a floor of white sand. He rubbed his eyes again, feeling a slight ache against his eyelids. Eventually, he found clarity again, lifting his head to see a swash of fading red covering the heavens. Strangely, the sight of that terrible sky brought a sense of relief over Suda. Phew, I'm back then, I take it. He tenderly massaged his temple for a short while, slowly taking in his surroundings with curious wonder. He was kneeling on a white sandy beach, a cooling breeze combing over his back. Feeling the chill against his bare skin, Suda twisted around to find the emerald sea layered behind him. Staring into the contrasting scene of the hellish heavens layered above a sparkling sea of emeralds, he felt a troubling premonition as the empty waves very slowly drew a clearer picture of his current predicament. Suda remembered being carried away from that ship by those terrible-sounding black-feathered buzzards. He vaguely remembered feeling completely exhausted. He was also bleeding a lot from the little he could recall. Well, this isn't good, is it? He mused to himself, unsure how he managed to find himself on a beach in the first place. Better yet, how am I not dead? Did it drop me here purposely? He asked himself, lifting his gaze towards the red sky above. While his brain failed to make any real connections as to how this might have happened, he ended up turning his focus towards the white sandy beach. Upon doing so, a loud gasp broke free from his parted lips. Scattered around the white sands was a peculiarly terrifying sight to behold. Half a dozen or so black creatures lay strewn into a bloody mess of black feathers and bones. Their wings were broken apart and crisscrossed gruesomely through their bodies in some kind of brutal ritual. Suda couldn't believe what he was seeing right now. He rubbed his eyes a few times just to make sure he was seeing things correctly. But the hopeful days never ceased. Suda could only massage his temples, knowing by instinct that somehow him blacking out and not remembering anything was at play for all of this. He remembered something else and ended up inspecting his left shoulder. Another voice of shock appeared, realizing there wasn't a single scratch against his skin. Now that he further thought about it, he couldn't find a trace of blood anywhere. He was forced into taking a few moments to gather himself again. Damn it, Suda, your body is too strange. He held out his palm and willed his badge into existence. He exhaled a sigh of relief. At least his skills and abilities were intact. The last thing he wanted was to regress after all the hard work he had put himself through so far. First, I need to figure out where the hell I am, and then I need to find. Suda suddenly felt something strange shuffling against his thigh. His gaze trailed down, noticing a strange bulge. As one would expect, he lightly tapped it but immediately recoiled away, noticing the thing moving. His instincts almost told him to smack the thing until it stopped moving. Luckily, he heard a very delicate voice sounding. The faintest of yawns filtered into his ears. Suda suddenly recalled a certain tiny bunch of fellows. Shocked at first, his heart very quickly relaxed once he deduced who it was. He watched closely while the little figure slowly crawled out of his pocket, legs first. After it managed to get its wings out, its little head followed. It shook its small head to free itself of the daze before its tuft of sparkling green hair relaxed against its head. It groggily looked around, deeply lost, before lifting its round head and meeting Suda's gaze. Suda watched its large eyes sparkle with joy as it opened its mouth. But just like always, trouble seemed to be in wait behind every corner. Suda felt a tremor beneath him, followed closely by an echoing roar that visibly shook the sandy floor. He frantically tossed his gaze towards the large forest dwelling, not too far away from where he was. The trees in the nearby distance rustled and swayed as though threatening to collapse at any given moment. He peered forward with rattling eyes, nervously capturing the distinctive sound of a large presence announcing itself. The last thing Suda wanted was to deal with something troublesome off the back. A shadow appeared, a foot, almost twice the size he was. Then he clearly saw a long ivory tusk advancing away from the bushes. Followed closely behind was a massive leonine helm covered in gray skin and adorned with a long, pale forked beard. The creature carried 3 eyes, with a terrifyingly large muscular build that swept aside anything in its way. Suda sat against his knees, breathless at the sheer size of the almost 10-foot-tall creature with such an obscenely overwhelming build. The creature swiveled its large helm from side to side before its maw opened gapingly wide, and a terrible-sounding roar quaked forth, shaking the very foundations of the earth. "What in the name of the gods is that thing?" he whispered, his voice trembling, lost within a mixture of awe and terror. Chapter 77. Hidden in Plain Sight. Tea Party for 8. Other POV. Somewhere between the veil and a suspicious hidden realm, strange misshapen asteroids floated against a very surreal and almost fantastical plane covered in luminous bright stars with colorful streaks of nebulae. Planets dotted the far-off horizon, with out-of-place oddities appearing across this peculiar plane straddled in mystique. Such oddities included broken billboards from a past time, a golden statue of a floating ox, and little cyan-colored slimes with writhing tentacles, and a single eye clung to floating asteroids. Aside from the blanket of stars and colorful streaks of colors streaked across the expanse of space, a mirage of floating islands appeared in small pockets beneath these glittering silver stars. One in particular, standing out amongst the rest, was a bronze-colored mountain with a sloped edge and rising peak pointing towards the stars. Orange dust covered the ground with tiny pebbles of rocks covering the surface floor. At the center of it all, resting against a strange floating throne adorned with a red cushioned back, an enigmatic fellow graced the surrounding stars. His elegant presence cut quite the striking figure amongst the plethora of stars. Draped in extravagant blazing red and amber robes, its fingers dressed in white gloves, and the very unusual sight of a large spherical glass dome replacing its head. The dome was filled with clear water, with tiny amphibian creatures swimming inside, mostly goldfish. The strange being had one side of its glassed helm propped against its gloved fist, sitting peacefully, seemingly lost in self-thought. No one knew just how long it had been staring into that particular space between the orbits. After all, how could time exist within such an expanse? Its attention was suddenly disturbed, hearing the sounds of soft rocks trickling down the rocky hill. It removed its sturdy fist away, slightly turning its large dome of a head toward the side, waiting expectantly in silence for a short while. And then, Pyru Pyru BZZT. A small crackle of static popped and traced a medium-sized outline of an oval sphere. A grayish shimmering light filled the center, and a strange watery sound softly echoed. Not long afterward, there was a distortion against the portal, followed by the arrival of a lavishly dressed bluish-skinned fellow adorned in multicolored robes. He ruffled his own head before casting a slightly dubious look across the expanse. He had short-cropped pale hair, large cyan eyes, and tiny pink swirls tattooed against his 2 round cheeks and forehead respectively. The tips of his ears were noticeably pointed like an elf, with 2 jade crystals dangling from the end of the gold earrings. Observing its scenery shrewdly, the newcomer did, however, noticeably perk up the moment it made contact with the fellow seated atop the lavish floating throne. "El Lord H. Helhelvetios?" It quickly rushed forward without a moment to waste. Being so focused on reaching the divine figure just up ahead, it missed the clutter of tiny sandy stones dotted along its way and rather clumsily tripped over a few loose rocks, losing its footing before tumbling down the steep hill, landing painfully on its back. It blinked a few times before shooting up to its feet as though nothing had happened, although it couldn't stop itself from limping the rest of the way. LLLL Lord Helvetios. 1,000 apologies for my tardiness. 1,000 apologies. 1,000 apologies. 1,000 apologies. 1,000 apologies. The fellow dropped to his knees and began kowtowing. Each time he lowered his head and rather forcefully banged it against the ground, he caused a subtle quake rumbling across the floating island. A deep sigh exhaled forth from Helvetio's direction. Corvus, stand up. The short fellow froze, swiftly soldiering up to his feet and straightening his back, with his chin raised proudly. He placed a firm fist over his heart and almost yelled, "Why yes, Lord Helvetios." The comical thing about the whole ordeal was the trickling blood flowing down the forehead of the militantly poised fellow, who almost refused to acknowledge the profuse amount of blood dripping down his chin. On the other hand, the esoterically dressed figure seated against the throne slowly twisted back towards the array of galaxies. "Did you find it?" His coral-like voice traveled through the silent depths with a vibrating shockwave. Corvus almost shivered, but tried his best to remain poised and alert. "And no, my lord, the journey was a complete failure," he announced proudly without batting an eyelid. A stiff silence ensued between the duo. Despite the cold sweat trickling down the side of his face, Corvus refused to move a single muscle. Eventually, a second deep sigh finally exhaled from Helvetios. "That is concerning," he spoke softly, tapping his finger against the throne's armrest in deep thought. "Sigh. I'll have to seek out other unfavorable measures by this rate. Corvus, my son, tell me, what do you think we should do?" Corvus almost yelped, a little caught off guard by what was being asked of him. "LL Lord?" he questioned nervously, unable to recall the last time his opinion was ever asked on such important thoughts concerning his lord. He opened his mouth on more than one occasion, but words failed to caress freely. "Damn it, Corvus. Don't be so stupid and waste such a wonderful opportunity. Now is the time to impress our lord." With that idiot Pooh out of the picture, it's high time someone else became Lord's favorite child. Come on, let's think about this carefully. What does our Lord want the most right now? What could it be? What could it be? Corvus racked his brain for answers and solutions to his nagging problems. His response had to be perfect, far greater than perfect, for that matter. His suggestions must transcend perfection and be as profound as the great constellations themselves. Corvus studied his next choice of words carefully. He couldn't remember ever feeling so scared. Good heavens, it's all a bit much, isn't it? He loosened his collar slightly, trying to piece together the right words when suddenly, common sense struck him in the midst of his clouded turmoil. As though a light had sparked in the depths of his mind, he conjured the illusionary figure of that titan seated upon a tiny boat amongst the stars. The fisherman, that's the question. A cheerful grin creased against his bluish, boyishly handsome face. He wet his lips with the object of sounding his thoughts, and just then, "The fisherman's whereabouts mean nothing to me," Helvetios interjected, and just like that, cold water had been dumped all over Corvus' head again. He swiftly grabbed his raised finger and painfully pulled it down. "The paddle in that boat of ghostly intentions? Shall we concede defeat and allow it to fall into the hands of our enemies, Corvus? Or shall I devise quite the dubious plan in order to right my wrongs?" Poised with another surprising chance to win over his venerable lord, Corvus scratched the side of his head before quickly raising his finger in an attempt to speak again. But his lingering voice, once again, was cut short. "No, no, no. Our enemies will have thought of that. They were cunning enough to have found a way to move unnoticed through the veil. Of course, my only option is to do what it is they know I wouldn't do. Yes, to do the things I choose not to do, in order for them to do what it is I will for them to do." Cuckoo. It sounds marvelous, doesn't it, my son? Incredible insight, my lord. But might I add something? Corvus stuttered. "Go on." Now that his time had come, Corvus cleared his throat soundly before finally parting his mouth. Whoa! A strange, eerie light began to glow from the middle of the open space. A moving star hovered within touching distance before enlarging into a tall white door. There was a strange, shimmering light glowing around it. Helvetios drew another deep sigh. So they've already gathered then? Helvetios said slightly airily. Corvus stared at the floating thing with a mixture of feelings. Venturing down memory lane, he remembered the importance of doors, especially the strange white ones appearing within dimension spaces. Most white doors were only ever conjured by the Guardians, the overseers of the 8 great galaxies. He also understood his lord was of these unique ilks of fellows, graced with so much wisdom and power. Just thinking about those mysterious 8 made him swallow harshly. Corvus, his lord called out, snapping him out of his brief stupor. He straightened his back and raised his chin. Why, yes, my lord. I will be away for a short while, it seems, and in my absence, I will need you to be my eyes and ears. A slight frown briefly flashed across Corvus' pensive look. Eyes and ears? But my lord already has those, and they are the most brilliant eyes and ears across all the galaxies. He wrestled with the things being told to him. As you wish, my lord, he cordially replied out loud with a slight bow to maintain his militant exterior. Good, very good. First, you will integrate yourself into the general populace. Yes, my lord, I shan't fail you. He replied again with another nod. You must not only become a listener but a steward, in time a helpful beacon of knowledge. Your wish is my command, lord. He bowed a third time, a little unsure as to what he was agreeing to. Most important of all, I will be delegating the task of keeping an eye on the 2 players to yourself. As you're aware, other than you children of mine, who I have taken beneath my wing, 2 oaths bound by death were made, and as such, I am obliged to play the role of their patron. Sigh. Troublesome. How troublesome. But that is where you come in. At the mention of all of that, Corvus noticeably froze up. He had heard rumors his benevolent lord had been somewhat, cough cough, careless enough to break one of the unforgivable laws of the divine realms. Corvus could still remember those arduous lessons he was forced to take back in the higher realms. One of the most unforgivable offenses a guardian could commit was forming a blood oath between mortals, especially with beings across the veil. And now his most perfect lord was admitting to breaking such a law not once, but twice. Hee, it's gotta be a mistake. My lord enjoys jesting with me. Whilst Corvus romanticized with what he believed to be the reality of this situation, Helvetios held out one of his gloved hands, his slender fingers tugging gently at the open air. The polished golden handle bent inward, and the door slowly opened. A puff of dark smoke gushed out as though a dark abyss awaited on the other side. Guide them well in my stead, Corvus. Sure, my lord. I'll follow anything you desire, he announced with a humorous smile. Good. Oh, and try not to get caught. You know what they will do to us both if we're discovered. Better yet, do not allow them both to get into any trouble. One of them called me something strange. Fishbowl head. Pay attention to that one. He smells of trouble. Humph. Now with that said, try and think of a suitable disguise. I advise something small, common, and preferably with wings. Well, that's all, I think. Oh right. What was it that kept you so late? Helvetios asked curiously. Corvus's eyes sparkled, as though something he had lost was finally restored to him. He had just remembered something very important. With a beaming smile, he dived his hands into his pockets eagerly, fishing around until he found what he was looking for. He pulled out a lengthy silver chain carrying a squared amethyst stone. He had almost completely forgotten what matter had completely taken his time. It was quite an alarming matter now that he thought about it too. How do I tell my lord that I have no idea where that boy with pink hair is gone? Corvus felt a headache looming, and just when he was poised to say something, he heard the sound of the door sneering shut. Much to his dismay, his lord was already halfway through the door before he even realized what was happening. Seeing a trailing red garment slithering past the door frame, Corvus could see visible despair blooming before his very gaze. Wait. His voice was drowned away by the sounds of the closing door being slammed shut. You mustn't fail me, Corvus. The smoky voice of his lord lingered for only a moment before the pale door shimmered away into scattering white particles. Slam. Corvus stood in that same spot without moving. It took him a few minutes to return to reality. He massaged his temple, trying to calculate why he was given such a task. On one hand, he wanted to become his lord's favorite, the one favored the most by all the progeny of the great Lord Helvetios. But he also hated anything remotely close enough to danger, be it venturing around uncharted territory across hidden worlds, or being on the dreaded survey duty, tasked with conducting a census on one of Lord Helvetios' most troublesome realms. Corvus was a lot different from his other brothers in that respect, a lot of who couldn't wait to get themselves stuck into a dilemma or two, most of which usually bordered on chaos more than anything else. Grr. Crap, this is bad. This is very bad. He paced around the same spot with an anxious heart. This was the most terrible of situations to be in. There was much to report to Lord Helvetios, and yet somehow he had walked away with another mission on top of the already assigned one that he held no true sense of solving. Dear oh dear. What do we do? If only Polaris was here. That fool is used to dealing with these sorts of problems. His brother had, by far, become the one with the most notorious notoriety amongst Helvetios' sons. Being the 63rd son said it all, considering they were all ranked in terms of missions completed and grace incurred. 1 weakest, 70 highest. Corvus scarcely interacted with the fellow. He didn't have any troubles with him, to be honest. He merely tried not to be too close around fellows like that. The type who was undeniably a magnet for chaos and trouble. I might have been able to seek him for counsel, but that bloody idiot has gone and gotten himself stuck on a higher-tier planet. TSK. Numbskull. Fretting about the meager options left to him, Corvus was left with only a few viable solutions. He dangled the polished jewel just ahead of his weary gaze. As part of the survey team's reports, each fellow was required to record and document their entire journey. Corvus had no patience doing all of this in writing, and therefore had acquired a memory sealing artifact. He simply needed to witness and then store his entire journey into this jewel, and then present it to Lord Helvetios. Only the memory stored within this jewel was a bad one. A very bad one. Sigh. He won't be happy about this, I don't imagine. SK. Maybe I should comb over the memory again. I might have missed something. Yes, that could work. With a little bit of hope birthing through the clouded mess, Corvus took in a few deep breaths before slowly closing his bright eyes. He focused on channeling his mentality, which manifested itself in the form of a glittering pale smoky fire with wisps of gold and cyan particles emanating from his body, flowing into the jewel he caressed. As the energy poured into the amethyst stone, Corvus felt his consciousness slipping away, drawn into the depths of the memory contained within. The world around him faded, replaced by a swirling vortex of colors and sensations that threatened to overwhelm his senses. Higher realm, Court of Guardians. Inside the pale door, the darkness trapped inside stirred around Helvetios like shimmering black waters, clinging closely against the expanse. Sparkling ripples shone, revealing the strange waters were flowing in the same direction, converging into the same hollow pale point. He remained unmoved, nonchalantly poised while seated on his throne as it was guided through the dark realm. Helvetios folded one leg over the other, watching the far-off circle slowly grow bigger as he approached it. Once he entered through the light, the expanse immediately changed again. This new area was a circular base tower, surrounded by cyan and azure gemstones. Dark chains slung over the edges of the tiny stone platforms. The base looked like a round stone table with 8 arrows pulled away from the circular sphere. Raising his helm slightly up, he could see an oval opening, revealing a slightly discolored twilight sky with a half-green moon glowing ominously above. Ahem. The echo of someone clearing their throat drew his attention back into the fold. At this point, 7 round golden balls of light shimmered into existence from the surrounding shadows. 7 thrones slowly unearthed away from the dark walls. 7 elegantly dressed figures were adorned in different colored, lavishly adorned robes. Their dress sense was almost identical to his own, albeit the colors were purposely different. That, and the shape of the glass dome in place of their real heads. 7 glass domes filled with water, with each one carrying a rather different aquatic experience within. Some are more chaotic than others. For example, the fellow seated directly adjacently across from where he was sat, who was adorned in grayish-black robes, resting his dome helm against his gloved palm, rather audaciously wearing a half-torn crown on top of a tank of water filled with several tiny sharks wrestling within. Elkarud, the name stuck to his memories like a thorn in his side. Helvetios detested having to be seated in the presence of these folk. More so, having to stomach the lengthy discussions set to take place. Once all 8 guardians were present, a large emerald octagon-sided crystal descended between them. Greetings, 8 guardians of the galaxies. A soft, choral voice sounded from the floating crystal. Great venerable guardians, let me personally offer my salutations to each venerable member of this court today. Ahem, Guardian Lord Alnair, realm of grayscale and ghosts. Guardian Lord Elkarud, realm of immortal seas and the venerable dynasties. Guardian Lord Fafnir, realm of anima and mystics. Guardian Lord Helvetios, realm of flowers and godhood. Guardian Lord Illyrian, realm of the Fey Ones. Guardian Lord Jishue, realm of renewed chaos. Guardian Lord Kuma, realm of heroic principalities. Guardian Lord Scorpius, realm of Darkshade and Ogrewood. Upon the decree of the Great Will, now, we shall commence the 134th meeting of the Grand Guardians of the Spherical Galaxies, our first mode to address the untimely murder of the fisherman and the consequential disaster of the Mana Storm. Chapter 78, The Masked One, Part 1. The amethyst pendulum swings, gently, in a steady metronome, with time being the wind. But say the holder changes the vector in its movement, and the pendulum moves backward. To this, what may we all see? Granny Baba POV. Granny Baba watched her little snow-feathered familiar continuing to protest her innocence, despite the overwhelmingly clear evidence that perhaps she had simply flown too far off course, one too many times, and thus created this entire ordeal of getting lost and taking almost a decade to find herself back home. Lady Winter refused to acknowledge it, although her large eyes occasionally shifted nervously whenever Granny reminded her of all the times she abandoned her quests to chase her favorite delicacy, field mice, or pinching berries off the stems of thin blue root trees that grew specifically near the shores of the Dryad's Lake further east, where the sun arrived in partial embraces, and the snowy peaks adorned vast empty reaches filled with ice caps and frozen lakes. Granny wasn't going to hold it against the little owl, though, considering there was a genuine, but widely unproven and yet accepted, chance that the further one's familiar strayed from its host, the likelihood that free will became the centerpiece of their decision-making. This explained why most conjurers would often attach mana stones carrying their unique signatures to allow a familiar potentially making a far journey to remain constantly replenished by the host's mana stores to prevent this from occurring. I must be getting old if my mana is no longer pure enough to sustain Lady Winter on long journeys, Granny thought to herself in self-reflection. Granny, who had lived through countless wars and societal changes over several decades, was experienced enough to understand when the flow of time had caught up with her. She could only be grateful that perhaps only now her abilities had just started to show signs of waning after so long. Bah. Although I can't fathom a life where I can't freely cast rank for incantations, I should start making countermeasures towards the fast-approaching future. Maybe I should look into employing a few, Granny Baba felt a sudden chill crawling down her neck. She found her words cut short by the sudden arrival of a strange presence. How strange! When was it last that something or someone was brave enough to try something like that? Could it be a mutated beast of some kind? Granny peered with deep wonder towards the direction she sensed the disturbance coming from. Mutated beasts of a rarer kind were prone to displaying characteristics outside the expected norm. Most usually, they were mindless strong creatures who went on killing frenzies. There was an unsettling feeling in the air today. Her instincts were practically screaming at her to take this very seriously. She stole glances at her shelves of books a few times. Did she have enough time to prepare? Perhaps she ought to. Or maybe she was placing too much expectation on a mindless creature that may or may not be a real threat. I seem to have become quite senile in my thinking these days. Fufufu. She gently rubbed the soft pale coat against the oblivious snow-colored owl's helm as she pondered on her past. Since when did I become so cautious? Those old fogies would certainly have a lot to say if they saw me in this state. Well, I guess I should go and see what all the fuss is about. During the old days, amongst her peers there stood a time when she was considered not only the most eccentric, but also the one most likely to jump into matters headfirst without thinking. The days of old when she frightened even the most seasoned adventurers. Granny shifted her aged eyes toward the shelves of books one final time, her gaze filled with deep wonder mixed with an internal struggle, deciding whether or not this intruder would desire extensive preparation. In the end, she exhaled a soft sigh and decided against it. The time it would take to gather the necessary components could spell trouble if that thing remained left unchecked. Without wasting any more time, Granny proceeded towards the closed door. Halfway along, she stopped against her heels and peered around over her hunched shoulders towards the curiously watching Lady Winter. Her aged features creased into a soft smile. "Listen, I have a feeling something troubling is waiting for me. So I need you to go and find the nearest arcanist and deliver to them this, my sigil of power." Hearing that speech, Lady Winter's reaction was one of complete horror. The owl flapped its wings in panic before taking to the air where it incessantly chirped not only of its displeasure towards having to fly away again, on what it personally considered a mindless goose chase, but secondly, why was she considering doing something so final out of the blue? The owl had been sired for quite a long time to understand the temperament of her host, but Granny only smiled warmly towards her faithful companion, patting the owl gently against its round, fluffy helm. "You worry too much. Just obey what I've asked of you. I promise, I'll be a lot nicer to you next time." The earnest warmth from her voice seemed to have settled the frantic heart of her little familiar. Before she set her on her way, she placed a little sandy-colored seed between her sharp beak before ruffling her belly as she watched the owl wasting no time in devouring the delicious, invigorating nourishment pebble she made specifically for animals. Granny finally opened the cottage door, allowing a slightly cooling wind to blow past her frame. She took her first few steps into the outdoor world. Being Little Sue's birthday, she was in a little self-thought concerning how to make it special. Perhaps this unusual ordeal might be a great way to show him firsthand just how to deal with monsters across the wider realms. I do hope Demoria hasn't sensed anything and gone charging in recklessly. I should make haste then, just in case. She wasn't worried about Little Sue getting into any trouble. He was by far the level-headed one between the two, although his weird behavior hadn't gone unnoticed, and there was still that mysterious mind palace of his. He was still the same little boy who was cautiously shy at heart. Granny held her cane beneath her palm, casually making her way along the golden dust road sleek between the carpet of standing golden wheat. Her heart was filled with peacefulness, the embrace of the warm sun above, and the rich splendor of the formless, soothing wind wrapping over her old bones. Today, she felt a unique richness stirring within the air. This sort of feeling was a welcome reprieve from her usual worrisome-filled days. On one hand, Granny Baba felt it was unusual for her to be so at peace within herself. On the other side of things, she couldn't deny her innermost self allowed her to think about the foggy memories of the days of old, a time when her greatest worry was acquiring enough resources to better her center of powers, be it her mana core's improvement or the arduous process of increasing her mentality. During those lonely days of her youth, she would undergo a much self-fulfilled journey of finding different ways to increase her centers of powers and venturing through catacombs and uncharted hidden realms. She arrived at the foot of the rising hill, where her gaze drifted towards the giant oak tree, standing atop the lonesome hill, arrayed mightily in its usual boisterous splendor beneath the golden sun. How strange. Why can I sense Demoria and Little Sue up there? Granny focused her intent on increasing the range of her natural sensory ability. There was something strange about that earlier presence she felt entering through the barrier. The air sat eerily quiet, too quiet considering she was certain something unusual had dared to venture through the warden barrier. Granny straightened her cane in her grasp and gently tapped it a few times against the soft ground. Her lips parted aside, and a gentle flow of words danced with intent into the air. "Aroem, lift me." A rogue wind stirred beneath her gray robes, carrying her gracefully into the air, and up the remainder of the short, steep hill. Arriving at the summit, Granny was almost dismayed at the scene before her. To her left side, she heard the painful cries of the brown-feathered young griffin, struggling to break free from a series of dark thorny vines writhing around its entire body. Her eyes moved across the open space, just beneath the shadows cast beneath the towering oak, beneath which her two children were lying against the ground. Neither moved a muscle, but thankfully she knew they were both alive. At worst, they were unconscious or under some kind of spell. Granny finally trailed her cold gaze further along, finally placing her expressionless glare upon the presumed perpetrator of all of this. A swell of ire burned coldly in her chest. Thankfully, she had the experience to quell her erupting anger. The strange presence she sensed fitted the stranger's appearance. A tall figure, draped in a long beige coat, worn over a tall-necked single-piece costume with noticeably long padded shoulders. Granny narrowed her gaze, sensing something was amiss by the two humps hidden beneath the coat. On top of its head was a tall black top hat resting on its helm. Its face was hidden behind a faceless plain gray mask with the black symbol of a question mark etched in the middle. From a single look towards the strange visitor, Granny understood this figure was completely shrouded in mystery. So much so that she was quite certain she hadn't seen such clothing before in her entire life as an arcanist. Alarm bells started to go off. While she inspected this strange, enigmatic figure, her gaze trailed downwards, specifically towards what the figure was seated on. A look of surprise noticeably flashed across her stare as she beheld who she assumed was Toto left in a bloody heap. A cold feeling subtly crawled against her skin, watching his giant body sprawl awkwardly beneath the fellow using him as a seat. She clenched her fists so hard she could hear her bones crackling. From a scrutinizing look, Baba could tell he had been left in a worse-off state than the first three. Blood leaked out of the side of his slightly opened mouth, with his face covered in bruises and cuts. There were also tears still falling from his slits. The big lug could only whimper softly. Granny lowered her eyelid before gently brushing the strand of silver away from her left side. A cold smile creased against her lips. How long has it been? She asked herself inwardly. How long since something chose to openly test her patience like this? She exhaled a deep, murky breath before slowly opening her accursed golden eye. Her dark passenger almost forced herself into the fray, announcing itself with a guttural, chilling groan. "Do you know who you have dared to make an enemy out of?" The ghastly voice croaked with venom as Granny allowed her intent to pour out. The very air itself seemed to crackle and whine. In response, the shady figure merely chuckled to himself, unmoved by the obvious baleful intent threatening to smother anything in its way. What graced her ears next was a surprising youthful laughter with raspy undertones, telling Granny it was purposely distorting its voice somehow. Long ago, there was an ode sung by a bard concerning four of the most beautiful hills he had ever seen. The choral-like voice playfully sang. He desired to share his longing with the world and fought terribly with the natural order of things. But in the end, he never did find a way to show just how beautiful he found these hills. He only had a song, one not nearly as beautiful as the hills. In fact, his voice faded into a whisper, and the figure slowly rose away from Toto, brushing down its long and peculiar worn-out colored coat in the process. The bard made terrible songs, to be quite honest with you. On the account he was considered tone-deaf, he was an awful bard. Such a useless story, isn't it? But at least I have your attention now. Granny noticed a dark, furry creature unveiling itself from behind the fellow's neck. Its coat was smooth and as black as the soulless night. The little kitten meowed softly before aimlessly blinking with three unusual green eyes staring into her soul. Granny maintained her cool demeanor despite the cold rage coursing throughout her old bones. At this point, several thoughts circled throughout her mind. There were decisions she had to make right now, some of which may impact the very lives of the three people she beheld dearly to her heart. Yet, with such thoughts festering, none of which came close to the true conundrum she was internally trying to solve. Why can't I sense anything from him? The enigmatic figure stood before her, an inscrutable presence that defied her every attempt to read or understand. It was as if he existed outside the realm of the senses, a being untethered by the laws of intent and mana that governed this world. And yet, despite the mystery that shrouded him, Granny Baba could not shake the feeling of familiarity that tugged at the edges of her mind. There was something about this stranger, something that resonated with a distant memory, a long-forgotten fragment of her past. Only nothing appeared at the forefront of why this felt so familiar. Who is he? She thought, her golden eye narrowing as she studied the faceless mask and the peculiar attire he was dressed in. And what does he want with my children? But even as the questions raced through her mind, Granny knew that she could not afford to let her guard down. She could not allow herself to be swayed by the stranger's cryptic words or the unsettling presence of the three-eyed kitten perched upon his shoulder. You have made a grave mistake, coming here, she said, her voice a cold, imperious thing that belied the fury simmering beneath the surface. And you will pay dearly for the harm you have inflicted upon those under my protection. The figure tilted his head, a gesture that might have been curiosity or amusement, were it not for the unreadable mask that concealed his features. In all her years of studying and affecting the arcane, Granny herself couldn't recall ever meeting someone who didn't carry a unique mana signature. To fledglings of the art, a mana signature was considered a scent. Mana was always present, therefore incantations, intent, or even one's breath carried traces of mana within it. Every living thing, so to speak, was filled with negative energy. As such, there would always be a way to not only sense mana, but those versed enough could manipulate it within and around others. On the other hand, that three-eyed cat was oozing with it. She exhaled a murky breath and finally made her decision. You sound foreign. I imagine you're from a distant land? Perhaps one of those obscure worlds hidden behind the veil. Bwahaha. Ah. And why would you think that, legendary arcanist? Because only those from another world would perhaps feel foolishly brave enough to bother me. Granny raised her cane and brought it down. A gust of strong wind stirred and sent a heavy force roaring forth. Granny flipped her palm over, and her dark voice cackled maniacally into the air. Book! The sound of iron chains clanging ensued. A dark light bloomed from her withering palm, and a large opened book was conjured forth. Her grimoire noisily howled into existence, its thick hard cover dressed in shadows and blossoming golden pages. Granny saw the figure swiftly darting away. She raised her cane and her fingers danced across the golden pages. Black tentacles. A swirling gray rune appeared in the air, with many rubbery black tentacles shooting forth towards the assailant. Before awaiting to see the fellow's next move, Granny had already begun chanting her second incantation. This time, her thin, mundane cane was the object of her chant, inciting a glowing amber light coiling down the thin wood. The cane started to bubble and contort, fashioning itself with a large bulbous head and taking a very earthy and rigid form. She swung her cane towards the two children to the side, a soft golden hum emanating from the newly formed cane. But much to her surprise, she saw a barrier made out of fast-rushing water shielding them. He managed to cast an incantation that fast without a verbal component. Through the smoke, she saw an azure light glowing through the smoky cloud. Era, that was scary. Cuckoo. So fast, I barely had enough time to react. I guess that's a rank 5 arcanist for you. The masked fellow stepped out from the thick cloud. In his left hand was a large great sword made out of azure particles. By his feet lay the writhing remnants of her spell. Granny's brow furrowed slightly. He knew her rank and also how to break through her barrier. Those two things told her a lot about the masked fellow. A lot, but not nearly enough. You won't be able to save them without going all out, he said, shrugging his shoulders. I must admit, one of my greatest joys coming here was having the chance to see a legend up close, he added, sounding slightly saddened. Almost. Oh, so you're an admirer? How rude of me. Let me give you a welcome fittingly, in hopes this meeting never goes forgotten. Granny's fingers danced melodically against the pages of her floating grimoire. Another gray rune appeared beside her, where twice as many black tentacles poked their heads out from this time. She swiped her finger forward and sent the heavy worms bombarding forward. An ominous light shone against her cane again. She held the helm forward and spoke. Mana missiles. A series of tiny balls of pulsing revolving lights appeared. For in total, Granny swiped her cane in a semi-lunar manner and sent those 4 balls of light streaming forth like arrows, with a speed so fast they looked like shooting stars carved against the air. The attacks left a loudening clap against the skies, followed by an earth-moving quake. Granny moved her golden eye towards the watery shield. She exhaled forth again. This time she was going to pour more of her mana into this next attack. Mana missiles. Instead of 3 arrows, she conjured one single ball of light that swirled with fury, twisting and crackling with pops of tiny electricity sparkling around it. Granny held out her cane again and carried out a similar motion as before. The ball of light streaked forth and slammed aggressively into the thick barrier of water, swiftly causing it to disperse into scattered tiny water drops. Suddenly, she sensed something dangerous. Swiftly maneuvering herself, she just about caught the shadow blurring toward her, getting ready to swing that obscenely large great sword towards her neck. Granny held 0 chances of physically countering. She almost half expected this would have been the masked one's goal. Only, cuckoo. Those who have heard about me would have heard. The most terrible mistake one could make was getting so close to my shadow. Once those words were spoken, a swash of black fire swirled around her golden eye. Granny creased a cruel smile in response to the quick and ferocious slash downwards from a shadowy essence rising from the ground. A large splash of blood sprayed against the air. The fellow who had dared to get so close was now doing everything within its power to evade, but Granny wasn't going to allow it to do so. She held out her staff again and sent another series of mana missiles closely homing towards him. She kept her gaze perfectly locked onto his movements. Her plan to bait him and force him into showing his trump card was seemingly going well. Arcanists always made sure each spell counted. There was no point going wild and tossing spell after spell at an opponent. That only increased the chances of being caught off guard and depleting your mana in the process. Most arcane duels took place in phases, the attack versus the counter. Hence why most arcanists spent a great deal on defensive spells and acquiring artifacts and buffs to help guard against the numerous range of elusive powers and unexpected attacks. The missiles found their mark and buried countless holes through his body and his long trench coat. At the same time, Granny had already sent black tentacles crawling towards the 2 children and finally dragged them further away from the battle. She did the same for both Toto and the now unconscious little griffin, nursing a broken leg, and set them aside behind the standing solid oak. It's time for the kill shot. Her dark voice spoke through her. I was already setting it up, Granny responded with a cruel glint encircling her eye. Granny's fingers moved gracefully across the opened pages. This time, however, there seemed to spark a strange black inky substance, splashing away each time. She stroked the pages as though she was striking the strings of a zither. She held out her staff again and muttered coldly. Chains of lightning. A spark of electricity danced on the end of her staff, growing as big as a human head before it arced forward like a javelin, striking the assailant's body and sending a stream of amber coiled around him. Rings of lightning bound his body in place before burning through, leaving charred rings against him. The masked fellow let out a terrifying wail into the heavens, halfway drowned out by the sound of the crackling thunder tearing his body to shreds. Granny exhaled another deep breath as a small droplet of sweat finally ran down the side of her brow. The pages flipped a few times against her grimoire, and using her index finger she swiped across the page once. She gracefully lifted her wrinkled finger from the grimoire and held it in front of her eyes. Garuda's doorway. She traced a small smoky ring, before gently flicking her finger forward, sending the ring homing like a disc being thrown. The ring eventually found its mark and hovered beneath the masked fellow who was writhing in pain. The ring would expand and a darkness would envelop the clear space. A fiendish howl marked the air, followed by a hulking pale hand with long golden fingernails slowly appearing. The hand suddenly shot upwards like a snake and impaled the masked figure directly through his chest. Chapter 79. The Masked One, 2. Allergy. Granny gently lifted her cold gaze, meeting the finality of her brutal work. Sounds of crackling bones crunched from a smoky black ring, while a series of bony, grotesque pale arms began to crawl free from the revolving rune she had conjured. Wisps and whines of sparking static surrounded it, while countless fiendish-looking hands writhed out. One by one, each hand began to wrap itself around the masked fellow she had staked in the air. She observed this strange fellow from a safe distance, watching his body slightly convulse with blood pouring out from the gaping hole made within his chest. Grotesque pale hands remained stiffly intact, propping the fellow in the air. Asterisk rank 4 incantation asterisk, Garuda's hallway. An incantation reformed from an ancient curse, where a lofty prince had one day sought a dark helper against the tyrannical rule of his father. For payment, the soothsayer required the life of a loved one as payment. Unable to bear losing anyone close to his heart, the prince went and married a baker's child and presented her as the sacrifice. Garuda's spell was given to the prince, but once summoned, Garuda ate the entire castle, all the lineage of the prince and his tyrannical father. They say the great monster only spared a single hallway, precisely where the room belonging to the baker's daughter dwelt. Granny observed her 2 incantations working in tangent with one another. The black tentacles continued squeezing the mysterious intruder's bones like a python. Yuck, blurg. Why didn't you go for the kill? He managed to choke out brokenly. Granny regarded the strange fellow in silence for a few moments. She caressed many questions about this entire ordeal, and not for a single moment believed things were as easy as they seemed. Purposely ignoring the question posed to her, she strolled a little closer before holding her footsteps around 40 or so meters away. Her lips parted slowly, with a question of her own creeping free. You're too weak to be risking your life like this. So enlighten me. Why have you come here? A pitiful groan sounded in response, followed by the sounds of more spluttering noises. Blood dribbling down the inside of his mouth. A soft cackle breathed through the mask, and very slowly the figure began to lift its helm. What surprised and annoyed Granny the most was the stoic unpredictability of this stranger. From the clothes he wore to the manner of words he spoke, not to mention the sheer brazenness of his attempt today. Nothing seemed to make sense about any of this. And to an arcanist, the unknown was one's greatest enemy. You're hesitating? Why? Kill him and be done with it. A dark voice whispered in the back of her mind. It's strange. No one is stupid enough to come here. So why do it? Something else is going on. But what is it? Why come here to simply die? Granny mused to herself. Truly, this didn't make any sense the more she tried to understand it, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Granny refused to dismiss the outward simplicity of all this. She was far too experienced to believe this was just a mindless suicide attempt. Her gaze narrowed stiffly, observing the strange, captured fellow above. Despite the obvious difference in power, she couldn't shake this uneasy feeling, as though he was standing on top of her despite his current predicament. Blurg, cough, cough. Ah, such a great question. Why does anyone do anything these days? For pleasure? For sport? For love? For hate? Cuckoo. You could choose either one, and we could delve into a plethora of ways to make it so. Though if I had to choose cuckoo, I would have to say, I merely came here out of intrigue, the masked figure rasped, his words punctuated by wet coughs and sputters. Granny studied those words deeply. His reasoning sounded too convenient due to the lack of objectivity regarding his actions. She sensed he was lying. A cold aura howled softly, and her intent spiked a reaction as the tentacles coiled tighter around his body. She heard the crackle and pop of his joints and the grinding of his soft bones beneath the unrelenting constriction. This scene continued for a few more moments before a whining voice of concession broke forth. Gra. Okay. Peel please mercy. I'll talk gay, ga. I'll talk ha ha. He breathed those final words out whilst Granny allowed her intent to soften. She narrowed her gaze, which doused a cooling chill over a roaring intent. Arrah. Scary. One can never pull the wool over the eyes of a conjurer. EY? Well, I'm partially telling the truth. Part of my decision in coming here today is to do with testing myself. Granny scoffed loudly in response. Testing yourself? The masked fellow nodded his head a few times as though his reasoning was the most normal thing in the world. Indeed, what's that old saying? Iron is best tempered under extremely rigorous conditions. Ho-oh, and what better way to temper one's abilities than against death? Ah, death, the ultimate opponent. How strong might I become if I was to say, grab it by its horns? Despite the slightly childish way of speaking, Granny couldn't completely disagree. Wasn't this the same plight for every arcanist on their lonely journey towards self-fulfillment and growth? The scent of death clung desperately to their shadows every step they took. Arcanists understood that universal language. The unspoken vow they all make upon stepping foot onto the crimson road of blood, a lonely road of death and selfish desires which ultimately leads them towards a greater discovery more than anything else. And was it worth it in the end? Your choices have unduly brought disaster upon yourself. Dare I say, your ambitions were nothing more than a fool's errand. She mocked with a cruel smirk creased against her aged features. Ah, disaster, you say? Ahaha, oh my, if only that were true. You see, I wouldn't mind dying if it was deserved. Such a thing would be the ultimate adventure. Glurg. More mouthfuls of blood sprayed out, but this time, there seemed to be a weird change in the fellow's vigor. Granny noticed it too. His body should have been growing weaker, but why am I sensing that's the complete opposite? What are you? Truly. Her mouth moved without her realizing, shedding away the show of aloofness she beheld moments ago. Fufufu, why do you have such an interest in that? Is it because I am defying all reason? Should I be dead right now? Or perhaps is it my tone of speech? Too confident? SSH, should I have become a blubbering mess by now? Haha. Or could it be the mask? That must be it. It's the mask? Ah, in the end. It usually always is the mask. A childish laughter bounced menacingly against the cool air. Watching his calm demeanor despite being impaled by one of her conjurations brought a surprising feel churning in her stomach. An emotion Granny herself was quite surprised to be nursing at this point. Uneasiness. The lingering sensation spoke to her rational mind. She needed to end this quickly. She had played and untangled this weave of curiosity long enough. Just as she held out her fingers to the side, the figure called out from above. Wait, he yelped at a sudden. Granny steadied her movements, her eyes stiffly locked onto the gaping hole impaled through his chest. She noticed the blood had stopped falling. Wait, is he healing? I know it. Truly, I understand what your concern is, he said, his voice tinged with a strange, almost knowing tone. Her brows furrowed deeper in response. Somehow, she had foregone all her usual instincts and allowed herself to be entranced by this enigmatic figure. She couldn't place her finger on it, but there was something harrowingly familiar about this mystique. What is it then? She asked with a curious tone in response, trying to buy enough time to discern if this was a planned attack or not. Her intent had already begun spreading across the many acres of her farm. It's simple. Look, you purposely aimed for my vitals and my mana core. So in truth, what I'm about to do now should be impossible. Granny was caught off guard as he suddenly held out his gloved hand and twisted it into a strange, inviting motion. Fly away, my pretties. A silvery wind howled away from his outstretched hand, and a burst of white smoke erupted. By a noisy clatter of porcelain-white teacups, no bigger than his fists hurled out from the cloud of smoke with the same ferocity as Granny's mana missiles. Granny was left speechless, watching half a dozen spinning teacups flying down upon her, gliding against the silvery wind at a troubling speed. Without wasting any time, Granny slammed her cane down and spat forth. Blink. Her entire presence vanished before reappearing a few feet away. A noticeable azure glow had circled within her one remaining eye, filled with a deep-rooted coldness. As for that sudden attack, boom 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 crackle. Once the dust cloud finally settled. That's absurd, she thought harrowingly, staring into the gaping deep hole with an unsightly grimace drawn against her face. You've spent 25% of your mana stores. We need to end this now, her other self groaned. Granny knew she was right. She had allowed this farce to go on for way too long. Begrudgingly, she held out her hand and spoke. A book. Her large black-encased grimoire appeared floating beneath her palm again. Granny bit the corner of her lower lip hard enough to draw blood. She licked the trickling carmine liquid flowing down and parted her lips into song. From he, the all-knowing, parted himself free of his sight, with one eye. For the sake of wisdom, he drew a cadence of stirs that night. From seas to heavens, dusk to the dirt, fire and brimstone, murder and moat. Her golden eye flashed open and a burning amber glow circled within it, as though a serpent swam inside a pool of golden fire. Granny raised her profound eye towards the fellow held against the air. Her golden stare, writhing with chaos and ruin, widened, and suddenly all shadows had ceased. An influx of information poured into her mind, and she couldn't help but draw a deep breath behind the heavy weight held against the back of her eye. Beneath the dark scrutiny of her accursed eye, all veils and hidden meanings were stripped bare for a short time. Of course, this came at a price. Her mana would drain at x5 the normal rate. That's quite absurd. But it makes sense now, doesn't it? Her dark side answered. Now that she was using such a power, her eye could make sense of the strangeness surrounding this fellow. His strange clothes, to be exact, were the object of her great intrigue lay. From the top hat to the gloves he wore, and finally that discolored long coat, the suede caked in blood and filled with holes from her attacks. According to the innate skills of her golden eye, these things were as strong as high-grade magical artifacts. Top hat equals S-class. Durability 200%. Beige trench coat equals S-class. Durability 150%. Leather gloves equals S-class. Durability 100%. Special grade? Our instincts were right. This is not someone we can allow to live. The sounds of soft applause echoed from above. Granny shifted her gaze towards the skies again, her stare slightly wavering, having noticed one of the fellow's arms had broken free from the embrace of her spell. She pinpointed those gloves he wore, somehow able to dismantle both of her rank for conjuring incantations with ease. Granny still couldn't pinpoint the nucleus of his abilities. His body's rapid healing was alarming but not out of the ordinary. Many arcanists would deploy a plethora of safeguards to their bodies, although there was something quite morbid in the manner in which he remained unbothered by the active spell impaling him through his chest. Granny imagined those artifacts were at play here, somehow possessing a high quality of defensive armaments that would eventually cause the reaction of his body to heal. It's frustrating, isn't it? The figure remarked as though he could read her thoughts. Not knowing fu-fu-fu, his childish cackle was beginning to stir her ire, but composed she must remain, especially when dealing with an anomaly. That's why you're torn between killing me or temporarily sealing my movements. A wry smile crept across her lips. You speak as though you know me personally, she replied, slowly allowing the accursed eye's power to wane. Era, that's the beauty of it all. I feel like I do. Oh ho ho, after all, who else could understand you like I do? Dear Granny, Baba. A deep shock flashed across her face the moment she heard that strange change of his voice. What did you just call me? The masked fellow quickly held up his two gloved hands in protest. Ahaha, I jest. After all, isn't that title reserved only for your loved ones? What is it your enemies call you again? I remember now. Queen of the Owls, was it? The one-eyed witch. No. My favorite has to be the lost matriarch of the Rado clan. Silence. A baleful intent poured out, containing all her frustrations and annoyance. A dark and bluish glow covered her entire form, stirring her gray hairs to dance beneath the surge of wind conjugated beneath her feet, spreading outwardly away from her like waves. Her golden eye turned amber. She held out her hand again, beneath which the countless pages against her grimoire rapidly cycled. I don't know who you are, but you will regret trespassing on my land, she cackled darkly. Cuckoo, Figaro. Get up, Screw. A storm of golden particles erupted from her grimoire. A golden formation of lights linked and drew shapes across the air, and very quickly formed into a large owl with heavy feathers regally poised against its body. The owl ascended skyward, leaving a trail of golden dust in its wake. Its beak opened and a deafening squall screeched forth, rustling the heavy bushes of the great oak in the process. Granny glared menacingly at the masked fellow, whose countenance remained unchanged. So cool. Hey, is that a summon, by the way? His voice yelped with glee, but disaster was closely upon him. A thick golden spear spat out of the owl's mouth and slammed through the masked fellow, sending his body arching down toward the earth, where it met the solid ground just beside the towering oak. Webs of cracks scattered across the ground made from the impact. Granny was forced into taking another step back, watching the dust cloud kick up before gradually dispersing away with a single swing of her grotesque staff. She waited expectantly. An eerie quiet returned, but soon enough the soft murmurs of laughter resurfaced again. That didn't kill him? Her dark passenger spoke, sounding slightly concerned this time around. His body is strange. Could it be some kind of necromancy? Perhaps. Or maybe there's something strange with his apparel. S-ranked artifacts can be pesky things to deal with. How so? There's usually a price to pay if one overuses them. So his strange body may be a result of that. Similar to a Chaos of Annihilation user. You must pay a price to use their abilities. Which means, there's a limit? Keep delivering fatal blows. He'll fall soon enough. Granny nodded and waved her staff in an arching motion. Magic missiles. FDSCH. FDSCH. Coiling amber light beams streaked through the air, ripping through the faint dust smoke before colliding against a set of incoming projectiles made out of small azure daggers. Unearthing away from the rubble stood the masked fellow, clutching hold of a broad, shimmering azure greatsword, with dozens of smaller azure blades hovering around him. Granny paid close eye to her spell, the few remaining pale fingers desperately trying to remain held to his body. Judging by the freedom of his movement, he somehow managed to dispel the numbing effects from Garuda's hallway. The masked figure raised a single hand up, then he pointed his index finger towards Granny, his thumb propped up, forming a makeshift gun. Cuckoo. Boom! He cackled darkly. The swirling blades roared towards her. Granny's cane bounced off the ground. Blink! She vanished from her earlier spot, appearing a few feet away to the side. Her staff traced a circular motion. Borno fireball. A ball of fire spat forth, swirling with corrosive intent before it formed into a large comet roaring forward. The masked fellow waved his hand and made his fingers into the sign of a cross before wrapping his middle finger over his index finger. He propped it just beneath his chin and exhaled a cooling breath. Moon cross. A tall, burning white cross conjured, intercepting the ball of fire before its arrival. It split the raging fire into 4 parts. Granny wasn't done. Her cold voice sounded again. Garuda's hallway, narrow. The earth rumbled beneath the masked one's feet, followed by a raging barrage of pale, insidious hands breaking out from the ground. He jumped backward desperately, just about avoiding the incoming spell, but his back met something firm awaiting him in the air. A revolving gray rune, the same kind that initiated the gray tentacles. A cruel smile creased against Granny's face seeing this. Got you. Black, slimy tentacles coiled out before latching themselves against every limb possible. Before the masked one held a chance to react, he found himself completely bound by the incantation. Granny tapped her staff off the ground again. A snarling cry echoed as 2 of the fiendish-looking pale hands rose out from the soil. Granny released her staff and began forming hand seals, mirrored perfectly by the 2 pale hands with callously long bronze fingernails. She completed the seal, locking her hands together in a final, intricate pattern. Now die. Chapter 80. The Masked One, 3. Great Fireball. Granny POV. Black, slimy tentacles writhed out from the gray rune before latching themselves against every limb possible. Before the masked one held a chance to react, he found himself completely bound by Granny's binding incantation. Granny tapped her staff off the ground. A snarling cry echoed as 2 of the fiendish-looking pale hands rose away from the soil. Granny released her staff and began forming hand seals, mirrored perfectly by the 2 pale hands with callously long bronze fingernails. She completed the seal, locking her 3 fingers together while her 2 index fingers joined together to form a triangle. The pale pair of hands also complied. Garunda, howl for me, my dearest, her voice remarked in a cold tone. A loud shriek cried forth and echoed across the partially grassed hill. Moments later, the ground tremored before a loud stir of activity began to trouble the dark soil where numerous pale hands began to rise into the air, one by one. A shimmering golden sickle materialized between each of their gnarled fingers. Once the 50 or so hands were armed, they all darted towards the masked figure, bound against Granny's rune. Amidst the terrible ordeal he was about to face, he could merely utter a single word in response. Oh, shit. Slice. Stab, X10. Time inched forward, and by this hour, the sun had gradually begun to fall. Marring the skies were the evening summer's glow of auburn tints, formed by strokes of red, lavender, and gold. A strange calm flowed over the farm. The gentle winds walked through the farmlands. The golden stalks swayed while the tiny blades of grass folded away from the wind. Two brown-furred squirrels could be seen racing between the crowded maze filled with tall golden stalks. Their perfectly groomed coats were covered in pale spots, their wet noses sniffling at everything around them. Their goal, as was always the same case this hour of the day, was the great, splendorous oak tree sitting on top of the furthest hill. For as long as the two little ones could remember, the oak was their home, a safe haven from the challenges and subtle dangers often sheltered away beneath the shadows. Hence why the two of them had decided on completing their endeavors before the sun fell. That way, they were less likely to encounter anything dangerous. Up until today, such a routine proved to highlight the pair's ingenuity. Racing across the field of golden wheat, a hoarse stench caught the pair off guard suddenly. They slowed their paces before cautiously scanning across the golden straw field. One of the two looked to have noticed something. It moved ahead in short bursts before its smooth fur visibly stood on end. It darted straight back the way it came, leaving its compatriot confused before it chose to creep forward a little to see what the fuss was. The squirrel pressed its body between two golden stalks and sniffed at the air a few times. Its large, beady eyes snapped open with horror as it found its skies suddenly filled with gnarled bony fingers, twisting and clawing at the air. Dozens of them aligned all the way across the vast spread of green up until the roots of the large, splendorous oak. It shifted its shaken glare to the side, where it slightly flinched upon seeing a familiar human staring towards it with slightly weak eyes. With a noticeable sheen glazed against her brown face, strings of white hair matted against her skin. The human always fed it, and was also the one who first carried it to the large oak, where it stored its nuts and enjoyed both the richness of the tasty figs and the cool shade it brought. The squirrel felt a discomfort with what to do. Naturally, its instincts were screaming towards it to flee, but something else was holding it in place, some form of familiar curiosity. While it studied the strange atmosphere a little longer, there was suddenly a change in the air. A looming shadow towered over it, bringing a cooling chill racing down its spine. The squirrel looked up, but it was already too late. A grotesque hand lowered and pinched it by the scruff of its fur, prying its stubby legs away from the ground as it whisked it up and high into the uncharted skies. The squirrel felt its heart racing, trying to do everything in its power to break free. But it quickly realized that was futile. At this point, the little fellow was half expecting the finality of death to finally fall. However, while its eyes darted around, it soon came face to face with the most curious scene it had ever witnessed. These strange, slender, bony, and quite disgusting-looking pale arms were everywhere. Covering the entire partial hill layered up towards the oak tree were these strange, tall, pale hands uprooting away from the peaceful soils. The squirrel couldn't fathom what sort of nightmare it had stumbled into. Its beady eyes scanned the area beneath it. Much to its surprise, the hand holding it up was longer than the rest of the pale, bony arms present. The strange limb continued to carefully move towards the splendorous oak tree. With frightening curiosity, it looked behind itself, catching a glimpse of that human who always fed it, wearing a wide smile as it watched it being carried away. The squirrel felt its heartbeat racing again. It dutifully hoped it wasn't being carried away to its end right now. It was ever so hungry and tired, and would do anything to have the chance to run back. Granny stood rooted on her heels, watching her rank 6 cursed incantation carrying the squirrel back to the towering oak tree. Once she deemed the little furball was safe, she moved her gaze back toward the masked stranger again. What was left of his corpse was still being strung against her black, tentacle incantation. Only now, he was a lot different looking than earlier on. His entire form was doused in his leaking blood, with numerous holes and wounds covering his body. The top hat remained surprisingly glued onto his helm, despite his lowered head, having not lifted itself up in a while. By now, she was confident he was either dead or on the tether of it. For the past few hours, he had been forced to endure the countless bombardments of constant attacks. Although on their own, a single slash of a scythe wasn't normally any good against dealing enough damage to any seasoned adventurer or arcanist. But Granny had long tweaked and reworked how Garuda's corridor worked. With countless years of experience and practice, she had managed to increase its efficiency to a devastating output. By summoning almost 100 arms from the accursed pit, she could arm each one and have them obey the rituals of the spell. A single knife stab each, or sometimes x3 depending on the level of mana she infused into the incantation. Now, she deeply regretted not preparing earlier. Although it would have been quite difficult to prep for such an encounter, Granny still admonished herself for allowing such a foe to make her go this far, despite calling herself semi-retired. In her heyday, there wasn't a soul breathing who could catch her off guard, nor were there many who would attempt to do so. This opened the door to the mysterious undertones of this encounter. Someone knew an awful lot about her past, one which she could barely count on one hand the number of fellows who knew the truth about her throughout her glittering career. Not even little Sue nor Demoria knew the secrets she buried beneath this farm. Speaking of which, her attention swiftly moved towards the two little ones she had safely placed beneath the oak tree. The squall from her conjured golden owl circling above the oak reminded her she had left safety measures for the two. But still, Granny understood the implications of dragging this fight out further. It's time to end this. Rip his head off and let us be done with it. Her dark passenger spoke through her own lips. But Granny felt a somewhat different approach was needed for now. There were too many mysterious things going on to simply let death be the end for this fellow. To dare such a feeble attempt on her life, and the very real chance this fellow wasn't alone. Her willow-pale brows narrowed before she summoned her staff and waved it lightly before her. A small wave of wind moved, and the standing pale fingers parted aside like blades of grass. Granny casually made her way through the opening created by her movements, edging closer toward the masked fellow. What are you doing? This is foolishness. You need to end this now. Not yet. This is strange. There is something very wrong about him. And that mask. Whoever is pulling the strings must think I'm simple enough to let this go. No chance in hell. SK, you're turning into your old self, hard-headed and cunning. At least allow me to cast a warding spell. Granny's left hand raised up involuntarily, with the staff firmly in her grasp. She knocked 4 points against the empty air, and a dark voice spoke. The robes of Iron Owl's men. A black surge of light crackled into existence, followed by black inky wings forming behind her hunched back. Where the hood would usually be, the outline of a large owl's head was in its place. Golden particles appeared, adorned against the inky robe hovering just against Granny's back. She eventually reached the foot of the assailant she had propped high above her. Her eyes then trailed towards the profuse amounts of blood caked against the ground. Even for high-ranked arcanists, losing this much blood would spell trouble if a body regenerative potion wasn't consumed quickly enough. Granny furrowed her brows before holding out her staff. Dana, heal. A bright green light danced wonderfully over the tip of her grotesque wooden staff. The lights rose steadily before coagulating against the grievous wounds into the form of a slimy bomb. Granny closed her one good eye for a few moments, using this time to take advantage of the circulation of negative energy flowing around the atmosphere. She knew it wasn't nearly enough to pay for the deficit made by expending large amounts of her mana, but it was better than doing nothing. A short while later, she heard a sharp gasp followed by a series of hoarse coughing. Slowly, her eyelid flickered open. Her gaze gently trailed upwards towards the fellow again. He had just woken up by the sounds of it. She silently observed him twisting his masked helm from one side to the next, slowly unearthing himself away from the befuddled daze. Aha, I'm alive. His voice almost croaked brokenly with gladness. Barely. Tell me what I desire to know, and I'll make sure you don't suffer. Gyaruk, he groaned, vomiting blood again. Hee-hee. All right, ask away. Who are you? Truly, and how do you know about me? I told you before? I am simply a traveling adventurer, and who wouldn't know the great Garuda's corridor, sword bearers, Schlick, schooling. Two slender pale hands rose out from the soil behind her. Between their gnarled grasps were two long stainless katanas. Granny didn't flinch and commanded them to attack. WWW8 wake it, Gyroarwe. Splish. The two swords buried themselves into his outstretched arms, causing a spray of carmine to spurt free. I won't ask again. Who are you? Granny stood almost motionless while a rain of blood splattered against her face. With his head remained lowered, His raspy breaths escaped through in weak and hoarse intervals. "Grgh, says so. Speak up before I lose my patience," she warned. Her patience was growing slim. "Oao, so. Kukukuku, this is fun. This is—" Granny's brow furrowed again in shock. How does he still have energy? There wasn't any real logical explanation as to how this strange figure was still even breathing to the point he could converse with her. He was too strange to remain alive. She knew she had allowed her curiosity to run rampant for far too long. Granny held out her right hand and posed for the summoning of her book. "Behind you," her dark passenger called out. Granny flinched, feeling a coldness running down the nape of her neck. Without a second moment of thought, she forewent her earlier intent and swung her staff towards her right-hand side. She narrowly made it in time, intercepting 3 porcelain teacups bearing against her staff with venom. Granny's brow shifted a little. She recalled that earlier attack where these strange cups were first tossed towards her. The weight behind their push was far greater than she realized. She could only brace herself for the expected outcome. Seconds later, her entire body was lifted forcefully and sent flying across the air. She skittered against the ground 300 meters away before slamming heavily against the warm sole. Granny needed a few moments to steady herself. She had no clue what hit her. "Are you all right?" "Ugh, yes, I'm fine." She wasn't fine. Well, physically she was, but mentally she was getting tired of all of this. Once she had risen to her feet, her gaze just so happened to catch one of those porcelain cups hurled towards her, now submerged in the cold soil, with half of its handle missing. Granny noticeably grimaced, taking in the strange human face almost grinning against the cup. "Abra, Lord Abra is awake. Hail the king. The king has come back." The tiny voice was surprisingly loud and irritating to her ears. Granny swiftly knocked her cane against the air, casting a rank 1 warding spell to shield her senses from any kind of mental attack she sensed. Then she peered towards the masked fellow still contained within her spell, and for the first time since their battle had started, her gaze drew a weary look against them. "That incantation, I couldn't see it." "Don't panic. There's a cause and effect for everything. Focus. Don't let him worm his way into your thinking." Granny nodded her head in agreement, her jaw set with determination as she faced the enigmatic figure once more. She knew she couldn't afford to underestimate him, couldn't allow herself to be caught off guard by his strange powers and cryptic words. With caution, once again she approached him, this time tracing a circle around him, making sure there weren't any traps she had failed to pick up on. She held out her aged and wrinkly palm to the side, summoning her grimoire. "Book," she commanded, wasting no time in chanting a rank for incantation. "Terra the Terrible, bury me in the dirt, earth, coffin." The earth suddenly collapsed around the area beneath the floating masked fellow. A rapturous quake erupted, causing the entire soil to cave inwards, where a large sinkhole began to form in the earth. Whoa, you can't be serious." "Haha, I was just playing." Let's not take it too far," he bemoaned playfully once he realized the entire earth beneath him began to sink. Granny swiped her fingers against her grimoire, and the tall, slender fingers shivered into action. The closest ones beside the masked assailant swiftly latched themselves to him. All the while the ground turned into sinking quicksand, bringing the countless erected pale hands sinking with it. "Gee now, this is beyond excessive. Burying someone alive is a disastrous way to go, you know. Show some bloody restraint. See, come on. I was just playing around." His voice drifted onto deaf ears as Granny showed no signs of relenting. Her slightly annoyed gaze drifted skyward, where she made eye contact with the gliding golden owl still circling around the oak tree. Her golden eye shone with a dangerous light, and the creature swept low before hovering just beside her, with its helm bowed. High up, she tapped her cane softly against the ground and jumped onto its back. At a vantage point, Granny could directly see the swirling earth below. Right now, countless pale hands were being swept into the tide, forming reefs of pale bones being swallowed into a dark pit. And at its center was the masked gentleman, still hurling pleas and his dissatisfaction towards the looming disaster. Granny simply stared down, her expression unyielding while her hand beheld her wooden staff. She awaited the earth to sink deep enough, then held out her staff again and spoke. serpent of flames, glamoring coals from Helgarth, roar for me, O ye despicable tongues of Ignis. Great fireball, a set of amber runes shone against the misshapen groove of her cane. A spark of flames danced on the end of her wooden stump. A driving wind circled and roared the tiny wisp of flame into life. A ball of twisting fire gradually grew into a monstrosity so large that Granny was forced to draw herself away a few feet from the smoldering large fire. She watched with a calm heart while her rank 5 incantation fell towards the earth. Her open grimoire's pages fluttered open, a golden light tracing the many pages filled with dark runes. Granny's fingers busily danced across one of the pages again like a harpist. She tossed her hand towards the standing oak, conjuring a wide azure net to fall over the entire tree. Along with everything placed beneath and against it, a bluish see-through barrier cloaked around them in seconds, setting her heart at ease toward the expected sound set to come. Boom! The fireball struck the earth with a thunderous roar, the force of the impact sending shockwaves rippling through the ground and air alike. Flames erupted from the point of contact, and a seething inferno consumed everything in its path, turning soil and stone to ash and cinder. Granny watched from above, her golden eye narrowed against the searing heat and blinding light of the conflagration below. She could feel the power of the incantation thrumming through her veins, a wild, untamed thing that set her very soul alight with its fury. But, blurg! She covered her mouth as blood splattered against her wrinkled palm. She had crossed the threshold of her limit.